When the system arrives, I am God. See? This is the difference between having connections and not. Performance doesn't even matter. He still got the top sales bonus. The guy up there only closed 7 deals all year, total profit under 1.5 million. But hey, his brother-in-law is the general manager. Now look at Xiao Shen. 3 deals in one afternoon, at least 5 million in profit. Drank himself into the hospital, laid there for 4 hours, and still had to come back for the celebration for someone else. Sometimes, the gap between people is wider than the gap between people and dogs. In the audience, a few prematurely balding salesmen snickered gleefully. Amid the bald crowd, the thick-haired, gloomy Shen sat in silence, their eyes full of mockery. On stage, the pot-bellied Wang Long held up the trophy, grinning ear to ear as his colleagues applauded. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto Shen in the crowd. His smile vanished, and he pointed. "Why aren't you clapping?" The room instantly went quiet as all eyes turned toward Shen He. Shen He looked up at Wang Long and pointed at himself. "You talking to me?" Wang Long frowned. "Of course I am. Everyone in the company is clapping. Why aren't you?" Shen He let out a sarcastic laugh, then pointed at himself and back at Wang Long. "Why should I clap for you? Why the hell would I? This afternoon, I closed 3 deals worth at least 5 million in profit. You, an entire year, didn't come close. I drank until my stomach gave out, spent 4 hours in the hospital, and then rushed back here. You stole my work and took the reward shouldn't you be quietly enjoying your stolen fruit? And now you have the nerve to ask why I'm not clapping. Who should I clap for? Your brother-in-law, the general manager, who is always hooking you up with schoolgirls? Or your sister, who is always at clubs looking for male models? Your whole family ugly as hell and still playing wild." Dead silence filled the hall. On stage, Wang Long's face turned beet red. Behind him, General Manager Zhao Hu, who had just handed out the award, stepped forward, his face dark with fury. He growled, "Shen He, what nonsense are you spouting? If you've got issues, file a formal complaint. What the hell do you think you're doing here? Do you even want this job?" Shen He smirked. "What? You gonna fire me?" Zhao Hu jabbed a finger toward him. "And if I do?" Shen He yanked the badge from around his neck and hurled it onto the stage. "Screw it. I'm done. Zhao, don't even think about stealing my commission. Check your inbox when you get back, idiot." Without another word, Shen He stormed out of the hall. Zhao Hu's face turned ashen with rage. Seeing the murmuring crowd around him, he barked, "Shut up. We're continuing the ceremony." Shen He stepped out of the building and looked back at the company where he'd worked for 3 years. His frustration only grew. He joined straight out of college, passed probation in under 2 months, and stayed near the top in performance rankings ever since. This year, after months of effort, he finally closed a major deal only to have it stolen at the last second by the general manager's brother-in-law. That bastard really had no shame. Boom! A sudden thunderclap cracked through the sky. Rain poured down, instantly soaking him. He walked in the downpour, frustration boiling to the surface. He looked up and shouted, ignoring the judgmental stares of passers-by, then headed toward his rented apartment. In a dark alley, a black blur suddenly darted out. Squeak! Startled, Shen He reflexively kicked it an instinctive striker's shot. The shadow slammed against the wall, blood splashing. Rain blurred his vision. Strange static buzzed in his ears. Was he hallucinating? Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Tier 1 Rat King. Attribute point +1. Earth Online has officially launched. Entering newbie tutorial. Please open personal panel to view attributes. Shen He glanced at the wall. A palm-sized black rat lay in a pool of bloody water. He shook his head. Am I losing it? Too much stress. But then a translucent screen materialized in front of him, with floating text. Player, Shen He. Strength, 0.7. Stamina, 0.6. Agility, 0.5. Spirit, 1.2. Evaluation, though constantly hopping from one drinking table to another, you never gave up training. However, excessive alcohol has left you in a sub-health state. As the buzzing in his ears faded, Shen He stared at the panel, stunned. What the hell is this? A hallucination? But it felt way too real. He waved his hand through the screen. His palm passed through, and the interface changed. Log. July 13, 2026, the first wave of spiritual energy surged. Plants grew wildly, animals awakened, and the world changed drastically. This was later known as their spiritual revival. July 14, 2026, the first Tier 3 beast appeared, slaughtering a township. Casualties, 13,572. Military intervention resulted in over 800 dead or wounded. October 15, 2026, first Tier 4 beast appeared, immune to conventional weapons. Escaped after being heavily injured. December 7, 2026, first Tier 5 beast appeared, destroyed a county-level city. Death toll, 108,972. Military suffered 3,500 casualties. Eventually destroyed using high-power weapons. July 6, 2027, first Tier 6 beast emerged in a certain island nation. Over half the island submerged. Death toll, 68.9 million. September 1, 2027, first Tier 7 beast appeared in America. Destroyed a military base in Texas. Over 680,000 dead or injured. January 5, 2028, Tier 8 beast emerged in the Yellow Sea. Half a peninsula sank. Shen He stared at the unfolding log, stunned. Spiritual revival in 2026? What kind of sci-fi crap is this? That's 2 years from now. This isn't some hallucination, it's not some projection from aliens, is it? Staring at the floating interface, he hesitated. Then, he tried pulling up his personal stats panel. Their +1 next to his strength stat caught his eye. Tap. 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 0.70.80.91.0. Warmth surged through his body, flowing in all directions. He could feel it, he was getting stronger. Muscles beneath his skin shifted subtly, like they were being reforged. He looked at a nearby garbage bin, clearly overflowing. Probably weighed at least 50 kilograms. Before, he could barely lift something like that, definitely couldn't he raise it all the way. This wasn't some Jim Bunny's fantasy, after all. Unless the feeling was real. He spread his feet, dropped into a stance, grabbed the sides of the bin and heaved. Up it went. Effortlessly. Junk flew out due to the sudden force. 2 leaves slapped onto his face. Sewage mixed with rain dribbled down his cheeks. Holy crap! This thing is real. Chapter 2, finally barely considered a human being. In the alley. Shen He, holding a full garbage can up to his chest, suddenly broke into a gleeful grin. His strength had really increased. It wasn't just some floater's trick from those Trisolarans. This thing was real. Earth Online appearing 2 years early, it was his golden finger. Har har har. Shen He laughed wildly while holding the overflowing garbage bin. Just then, a second-floor window to the side suddenly swung open. A curly-haired middle-aged woman was about to toss a bag of trash down, but upon seeing Shen He laughing maniacally while holding a full garbage bin, she jolted in fear and cursed, "What kind of lunatic steals trash cans?" Shen He snapped out of it. The garbage can in his hands dropped with a boom, scattering trash all over the place. The loud sound startled the curly-haired lady. She instantly pulled her hand with the trash bag back and quickly slammed the window shut. Patting her chest, she muttered in fear, "Scared me to death. Is the pressure on young people these days that big? Venting with a garbage bin, maybe he really is nuts." Ignoring her, Shen He wiped his face and hurriedly walked back to his rental place. He lived in an urban village, where the residential buildings varied in quality. The one he chose wasn't the worst, but far from the best. Reaching the second floor, Shen He swiftly pulled out his keys to open the door. Just as he unlocked it, the door next to his opened. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses came out, head down, walking weakly like his legs were noodles. Then, a woman named Lele, a cigarette dangling from her lips, leaned on the doorframe and glanced at Shen He. She smirked, "Yo. Weren't you supposed to be at the company's award ceremony? How come you're back early and soaking wet? Want to come warm up at Sis's place? I won't charge you." Shen He puffed out his chest proudly and replied, "You won't charge me? I should be charging you." Lele's eyes sparkled, teasing, "TSK, if you really are a virgin, Sis will give you a fat red envelope. You graduated 3 years ago, so you're what, 25? Virgins at that age are rare. Sis must be lucky today. Before she could finish, Shinhee quickly shut the door with a slam. Lele rolled her eyes and muttered, "TSK, after all this time and still so thin-skinned boring." She leaned on the threshold, blew out a smoke ring, and stared at the drizzling rain outside, lost in thought. Inside the room, Shinhee took a deep breath, grabbed a change of clothes, and went to the bathroom. After washing up and changing, he plopped onto the couch. He first opened his laptop and sent an email to Zhao Hu, the guy with a thing for schoolgirls. Attached were all the incriminating materials he decollected over the years. He was asking for much. Even though he had thrown away his employee badge dramatically when he quit, he still wanted his commission that was his hard-earned money. No way he'd let that scumbag use it to court some schoolgirl. If he didn't get paid, he'd leak everything. Zhao Hu had always been cautious, but no one can erase every trace. The big evidence might be scarce, but he had plenty of minor stuff enough to cause serious trouble. After sending the email, Shinhee finally opened the glowing screen in front of him. Back in the alley, he had thought he was hallucinating, but no, this thing was real. This Earth Online looked like a game. The timestamp showed a date 2 years in the future. If this thing was legit, then the stuff shown on it probably was too. In 2 years, would there really be a spiritual energy revival? Would the monsters described in the logs really appear? Would the world truly change? Shinhee swallowed nervously. He had thought his life would just pass in mediocrity, but now, a golden opportunity had come his way. Taking a deep breath, he began carefully examining his personal stats panel. Player, Shinhee. Strength, 1.0. Stamina, 0.6. Agility, 0.5. Spirit, 1.2. Remaining points, 0.7. Evaluation, you, who ve spent years hopping between drinking parties, haven't given up on working out, but frequent alcohol abuse has left you in a sub-healthy state. Based on his experience, Shinhee guessed that the baseline for a healthy adult male was around 1. His lifestyle of constant social drinking had dragged most of his stats below that. Only his strength had been pushed to normal thanks to the earlier stat boost. Aside from spirit, the rest were lagging behind. Spirit was probably equivalent to intelligence in online games. Well, you don't get into a top-tier university without brains. Now that the world was about to undergo a huge change and he had this golden finger, it was time to seize the initiative. As for working a day job, screw that. Looking at the 0.7 remaining points, he immediately raised his agility to 1. The remaining 0.2 went into stamina, bringing it to 0.8. Beneath his skin, his muscles began to subtly shift and develop. His long-lost 8-pack abs started reappearing from the flab. His once dull eyes began to regain their clarity. It felt like he was 18 again, young, energetic, and bursting with life. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way. With excitement surging, Shinhee reopened his character panel to see if the snarky system evaluation had changed. Player, Shinhee. Strength, 1.0. Stamina, 0.8. Agility, 1.0. Spirit, 1.2. Remaining points, 0.0. Evaluation, borderline sub-healthy adult male. Finally barely considered a human being. Phew. Looking at the stats and especially that final line, Shinhee felt another wave of irritation. What kind of system throws shade like that? Finally barely considered a human being? He was a perfectly fine man, full of integrity and courage. He even had a moment today where he laughed toward the sky and walked out like a noble hero. Ding dong. You've got new mail. Shinhee turned to the laptop on his desk. It was an email from Zhao Hu. He opened it. Zhao Hu was asking to meet in person. It was about 9 p.m. now. The company's award ceremony should be over. The jerk must have seen the email. Shinhee grinned and closed the email, uninterested. Instead, he began stretching and even did a few Taikai moves he learned in gym class. Moments later, someone shouted from downstairs. Can't you let people sleep at night? Inside Yunding Tower. Bang! Zhao Hu smashed his fist on the desk, furious as he stared at the email contents. He glared at Wang Long shrinking in front of him like a quail and snapped, "You useless piece of crap. If it weren't for you, would I be in this mess? If these get leaked, not only are you done for, I'll be out as general manager too." Wang Long looked aggrieved. "Brother-in-law, you promised me this before." Besides, the guy just wants his commission. We can just give it to him. Zhao Hu's eyes widened. Do you know how much commission he has? 800 grand. Now that he quit, it should be mine. Wang Long's eyes lit up. Then let us find someone to educate him. I'll handle it. Zhao Hu thought for a moment. Call him tomorrow and arrange a meeting. Try to negotiate first. If that doesn't work, then we'll talk. Wang Long nodded. Got it. Oh, and brother-in-law, are we still learning foreign languages tonight? There's this fair-skinned, long-legged blonde exchange student from the north. I had to pull a lot of strings to find her. Zhao Hu slammed the table. Of course we're learning. Studying is like rowing upstream. If you're not advancing, you're falling behind. Wang Long gave him a thumbs up. Still the most cultured brother-in-law I know. Chapter 3 Warning. 1. Early in the morning, 7 o'clock. Shen He suddenly sat up from the bed and touched his abdomen. Then he let out a long sigh. Fortunately, it was not a dream. My 8-pack abs are still there, and the experience is not fake. He called out his personal dashboard. Player, Shen He. Strength, 1.0. Physical strength, 0.8. Agility, 1.0. Spirit, 1.2. Remaining points, 0.0. Evaluation, he is in a sub-healthy state close to the standard of a healthy adult male. He is finally considered a human being. Ignore the slightly sarcastic comment. Looking at the numbers on his personal panel, Shen He grinned. The next moment, spots of light flashed on the screen. Daily tasks. Task 1, survive for 24 hours. Remaining time, 16:55. Reward, 0.5 free attribute points. Task 2, find enough living supplies to survive for a month. Reward, 3 hours of radar full operation. Chen his eyes lit up as he looked at the daily tasks flashing on the light screen. Task 1, surviving for 24 hours, was the easiest for him. After all, there were still 2 years before the real spiritual energy tide erupted. At least for these 2 years, he was extremely safe. Those 0.5 free attribute points are almost free goodies. As for the second task, search for daily necessities. It would be enough to find time to go to the supermarket and buy some, but what is this 3-hour radar full on? Radar searching for what? Chen He thought about it for a while, but he couldn't think of a clue and couldn't find the instruction manual. I just don't want to think about it anymore. He got up, washed up briefly, and then drank a cup of black coffee. Have a cup of black coffee when you wake up, and do cardio on an empty stomach until you are exhausted. Just do it. Chen He walked out of the rental house with his gym bag and headed straight to the gym where he had signed up for a gym membership. It's not far from where he lives, and it only takes about 10 minutes to run there. Normally, he would ride his electric scooter to exercise after get off work in the evening. But now, he has to seize every opportunity to improve himself and exercise. Who says running doesn't count as aerobic? 10 minutes later, Chen He entered the gym carrying his bag. He looked neither red-faced nor out of breath. The extra work he put in yesterday was a great success. He checked the time, put his things away, and walked straight in. There are not many people in the gym in the morning and the equipment is basically empty. After all, in this city, most people are busy, and few can get up early to exercise. Like before Shen He, it would be nice to practice for a while after get off work in the evening. About an hour and a half passed. Chen He walked off the treadmill sweating profusely, his t-shirt soaked with sweat, and the outline of his 8-pack abs was faintly visible. With a height of 188 centimeters and a handsome face, it immediately attracted the few eyes in the gym. Suddenly, a hurried voice sounded in Shen He's ears. 1. The third-level mutant, the Poison Lady, is approaching. 1. The third-level mutant, the Poison Lady, is approaching. 1. The third-level mutant, the Poison Lady, is approaching. Chen He looked at the flickering light screen in front of him and his body trembled violently. The next moment, a soft, boneless hand patted his shoulder, scaring him so much that he jumped back. He, you are such an interesting person. You are so timid and you have grown so tall for nothing. I saw a slim woman dressed sexy holding 2 bottles of water and looking at Chen He with a smile. Chen He wiped the sweat off his face with the towel on his shoulder, and looked at the woman in front of him who was evaluated as a third-level mutant, the Poison Girl, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he said, "You don't know that scaring people can kill them." The woman handed over the bottle of water in her hand and said with a smile, "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so timid. My name is John Linga, handsome guy, nice to meet you." Chen He waved his hand and said, "My name is Chen He. Forget about the water. I'll bring it myself." As he spoke, he picked up the thermos cup from the side, opened it, took a sip, and instantly swallowed the wolfberries in his mouth. Zhang Linga glanced at the thermos and sniffed it. Then he said with a strange look on his face, "Soak the wolfberries in the thermos cup. You don't look weak." At this time, a voice came from behind him. "Maybe it's the waxhead of the silver spear, Linga, don't judge a person by his appearance." Shen He frowned slightly and glanced at the person who spoke. A young man with dyed yellow hair and wearing all branded clothes and with unsteady steps walked over. He took the bottle of water from Zhang Linga, unscrewed it and took a sip. Then he grinned and said, "The water Linga gave me is sweet." Upon seeing this, Chen He glanced at him with disdain, then packed up his things and left. Zhang Linga also looked at Wang Mao with disdain and said, "I was hiding here, how did you find me?" Wang Mao patted his chest and said, "I can't help it. I don't have anything else but a lot of friends. Just ask around and you'll know." Zhang Linga threw another bottle of water over and turned away. The yellow-haired boy followed behind him happily. The remaining few people in the gym looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but sneer. "Do you think this yellow-haired guy looks like a dog? It's a dog. Who says a dog who licks a dog is not a dog?" Bathroom. Chen He stood under the shower and took a shower. In front of him, a light screen appeared. "Congratulations to the player for escaping from the Third Order Mutant, the Poison Girl. Activate achievement, Escape from Death. When facing an enemy that is 3 levels higher than the player has a 50% chance of escaping. This thing is for real." He recalled Zhang Linga's appearance and could never have imagined that she would become a 3rd-level mutant in a few years. "I don't know what this mutant looks like, and what the hell is the Poison Girl?" Just as Shen He was thinking, a person walked in from outside the door. He was originally at the shower head next to Shen He, but he just lowered his head to take a look and then moved towards the shower head in the corner. After Chen He washed himself, he changed his clothes and went to a nearby breakfast shop with his bag. 9:10. After breakfast, Chen He returned to the rental house, glanced at Leilei's closed door, and threw the clothes in his bag into the washing machine. 9:15. The phone rang. Chen He picked it up and took a look. It was that bastard Zhao Hu. After the call was connected, Wang Long's silly voice rang out, "Mr. Chen, what do you mean? My brother-in-law and I have been waiting for you here for almost half an hour. Do you still want your commission?" In yesterday's email, Zhao Hu asked him to meet at a nearby tea house at 9 o'clock this morning. "It's not that I forgot to go to Chinhar, it's that I didn't want to go. But now thinking about it, he still plans to go there, because he has changed his mind and he wants to get the commission that he should get this year. The commission for the big order that was taken advantage of by that bastard Wang Long. He wants it too." Chapter 4: A Wave of Fat. "Call me daddy." "What do you mean? Mr. Shen, do you still want that little commission? If you do, just come here. Call me daddy and I'll come over." Beep, beep, beep. Shen He glanced at the hung-up call and couldn't help but sneer. When he was in the company before, he felt that Wang Long was quite shameless. Why can't he bring himself to do that now? It seems that his bed is not big enough. He even asked his brother-in-law to call him using his own cell phone. He is quite thoughtful. He took out his computer, found a document in it, and sent it to Zhao Hu's mailbox via email. "There is a tea house." Zhao Hu stared at Dr. T's actions in front of him, nodding from time to time, as if he really understood them. Dr. T smiled and handed over a cup of tea. Zhao Hu picked up the teacup, put it under his nose and sniffed it, and said with admiration, "Good tea." The next moment, bang! The door of the tea house seemed to be knocked open by someone, and Wang Long, with a flushed face, walked in holding a cell phone. He picked up the tea in front of him and poured it into his mouth. Then it spurted out with a puff and splashed all over Zhao Hu's face. "Open your mouth and fan yourself with both hands," he said incoherently. "Hot, hot." In front of him, Zhao Hu had 2 pieces of tea leaves hanging on his forehead. His face looked ugly, and his eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at Wang Long. Seeing that things were not going well, Dr. T got up and slipped away. Zhao Hu threw the cup in his hand at him and said, "Fuck you, you useless bastard, you are just embarrassing me." Wang Long cried out in pain, covered his head and said, "Brother-in-law." Zhao Hu took a deep breath and asked, "Has the guy surnamed Shen come over?" Wang Long's tempers immediately rose when he heard this. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Brother-in-law, that guy surnamed Shen is shameless. He asked me to call him dad on the phone and wanted to be your father-in-law." Zhao Hu felt a little heart attacked when he heard this. Ding dong. Please check your new emails. Zhao Hu took a deep breath, picked up the phone on the table, clicked into his mailbox and took a look. It was an email from Chen He. It is an encrypted document. After decompression, a series of lists and Zhao Hu's signature appeared. Zhao Hu looked at the list on his phone and became more and more frightened. He raised his head and stared at Wang Long, saying, "You have to call him if he tells you to. You must find him here for me." Wang Long heard this with an expression of disbelief on his face. "I really want to say, brother-in-law, he wants to be your Taishan." Seeing Zhao Hu's murderous look, he reached out to take the phone. Zhao Hu frowned and said, "Use your own phone." Wang Long said, "Oh," and turned around and walked out. Inside the rental house, Chen He changed into a new set of clothes, which was the first set of clothes he wore when he first joined the company. "Be upright and respectable." The phone rang. Shen He answered the call, and this time it was Wang Long's mobile number that was displayed. After the call was connected, it took a long time before Wang Long's voice came, "Dad." Shen He grinned and said, What did you say? I can't hear you clearly." The next moment, a loud bang came from the phone, "Dad. My brother-in-law asked you to meet him in a tea house." Chen He said with a smile, "Okay. Wait for me, son. Dad will be there soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Chen He looked into the floor-length mirror and nodded with satisfaction. After today, he will no longer be a working beast. About 20 minutes. Shen He looked up at the sign. There is a tea house. There really is a store with this name, but the name is a bit abstract. He walked in and just as he entered the tea house, he bumped into Wang Long who was walking out. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other. Wang Long's face turned red in an instant. Looking at the handsomely dressed Shen He in front of him, his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Chen He smiled and said, "Why? The son beats his father, and you want to turn against Qian Gang." Wang Long took a deep breath and said, "Follow me." Having said that, he turned around and walked in front to lead the way, taking Chen He to a tea room, opened the door and walked in. After Chen He entered, he sat directly opposite Zhao Hu. Looking at the other person's gloomy face, he said nonchalantly, "What? Have you figured it out?" Zhao Hu said, "I will give you your commission, but I want you to destroy the things you have in front of me." Chen He smiled and said, "My commission bonus this year is 800,000, and their commission for that big order is 1.2 million. They will all be paid to me today in front of me through their company's normal channels." Hearing this, Wang Long said angrily, "Their 1.2 million is mine, and the order is also mine." Zhao Hu frowned slightly and said, "It's very difficult for me to deal with you like this." "Difficult?" Chen He spread his hands, then suddenly stood up and pressed them on the table, grinning, "Then don't do it. I wonder if it's you or me who will be screwed by the company." After saying that, he turned and left. Zhao Hu took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I promise you." Wang Long's eyes widened, "Brother-in-law." Zhao Hu frowned and said, "When you are working, you call it by your job title. He takes the money, you take the fame, that's it." Hearing this, Chen He smiled and said, "That's right. Harmony brings wealth. I just want to take back what belongs to me. Why make such a big fuss?" Zhao Hu stood up and walked into the cubicle to make a phone call. When he walked out, a message came to Chen his mobile phone, which was the severance pay given to him by the company, as well as the commission bonus that had been negotiated before. Your account 9,641 deposited 2,057,689 yuan of Dashir currency on July 14, and the available balance is 2,359,689 yuan. After several years of accumulation, plus this big wave of money, the savings directly exceeded 2.3 million. A look of satisfaction appeared on Shen He's face. Zhao Hu said, "I have received the money. Delete everything in front of me. Shen He picked up the phone and said, no problem. After a moment, Wang Long gritted his teeth and said, and the cloud disk, delete them all. Chen He nodded and deleted everything he had collected in front of the two of them. Zhao Hu then let out a long sigh and lay back in his chair. Shen He glanced at Wang Long and said, son, dad is gone. After saying that, he got up and left. Wang Long's teeth almost broke as he watched Chen He leaving. At this time, Zhao Hu sat up, stretched his neck a little, and said, contact your friends and set up a scheme to get the 2 million back. Wang Long rubbed his hands and said, brother-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely get the 2 million back. On the street, Chen He just felt refreshed, and he also felt that he had become rich. As for losing the job, it doesn't matter. In the company, is it possible to still get my commission and bonus? As for the information about Wang Long, it was all deleted in front of them. Even the cloud disk and cloud space were not spared. But he has more than one account. Wouldn't it be stupid if he didn't have a backup? Chen He glanced at the map on his phone, thinking that Task 2 required enough supplies to survive for a month, so he took a taxi to a nearby grain and oil store. Chapter 5 Radar Functions. There is a grain and oil store. After getting off the car, Chen He looked at the grain and oil store in front of him, his eyes fixed on the store name. The boss is a middle-aged man in his 40s with thick hair. He probably doesn't have much pressure in life. After seeing Chen He stood up from the recliner and came over to greet him. Yawning, he asked, what would you like to order? Shen He glanced at the grain and oil store and thought about it carefully. Task 2 requires enough daily necessities for 1 month's survival, which are nothing more than food and water. But if you really want to say it, you can buy a few boxes of instant noodles. But after thinking about it carefully, he decided to buy some rice, flour, oil, salt, seasonings and some vegetables, enough for him to survive for a month. Although he doesn't cook, it would be nice to send him to a welfare home or nursing home after completing the task. Earth Online is out. Maybe if you do some good things, you can accumulate virtue for yourself. Chen He greeted the boss, then ordered a 50-kilogram bag of rice, 30 kilograms of flour, and even bought some dry noodles, along with some oil, salt and seasoning. Upon hearing this, the boss looked at Chen He in surprise. Then he yawned and said, these things are enough for you to eat for a few months. Why do you need so much? Shen He casually said, do good things. The boss was stunned when he heard this, then gave him a thumbs up and waved some change for him. Let his men follow and deliver the things to where Chen He lives. After the things were delivered to the rental house, Chen He took out a box of cigarettes and gave it to the porter as a reward for his hard work. At this moment, he heard the prompt sound of task completion. Bite. Congratulations to the player for finding enough supplies to survive for a month. Daily task 2 has been completed. The reward has been issued. The next moment, a radar panel appeared in front of Chen He's eyes, with various light spots densely displayed on it. See the introduction below. These light spots are the strange beasts and mutants living near him. There are even people with special abilities. The light spots are strong and weak, representing the strength of these creatures. Chen He touched his chin. It turned out that these were the things the radar was scanning. He kicked a rat to death before and said it was a first-level rat king. According to the nature of Earth Online, these should be the guys who will undergo mutations in the future. After slaughtering it, will it gain free attribute points like the mouse? If possible, with the radar fully open for 3 hours, specifically target the weak guys. At least you can double your attributes, right? Chen His eyes lit up instantly. He looked at the light spots on the radar scan. The one closest to him seemed to be right next door. But is T Lele next door? When I encountered it before, I didn't notice anything unusual. Chen He stood up and walked out of the room, stood in the corridor and listened carefully. After making sure there were no strange sounds, he went forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. Lele, who was sleepy, glanced at the somewhat reserved Chen He and immediately smiled. What? Have you figured it out? You want your sister to give you a big red envelope. Chen He was stunned, and looking at the warning words appearing in front of him, he felt unwell. 1. The 5th level Psychic Storm Queen is approaching. 1. The 5th level Psychic Storm Queen is approaching. 1. The 5th level Psychic Storm Queen is approaching. A 5th level psychic, the Queen of Storms. According to the log, the amount was enough to destroy and massacre an entire county. In other words, after the revival of spiritual energy, this girl not only awakened her superpowers, but also broke through to the 5th level. Lei looked at Chen, his dazed expression, and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Chen he turned around, took a step back, and said, "It's okay, I'm going to go downstairs to see if you have any garbage to take down." Hearing this, Lei looked suspicious and said, "When did you become a warm man? Don't you know that warm men have to stand behind dogs?" But she still turned back to their house and took out a full bag of garbage. There are also battle-damaged stockings hanging on it. Seeing this, Lei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't do bad things with my trash. If you are willing, I will give you one when you come back. It's the original flavor." Shen, his face flushed, and he took the garbage and walked downstairs. As he walked, he said, "What a wicked creature. He almost got me into trouble. How dare he ruin my heart? How despicable." Lei looked at Chen, his leaving back, smiled, and then went back to the room to catch up on her sleep. After Chen he went downstairs, he threw the garbage into the trash can. Then he turned his eyes to the radar panel in front of him. Now he roughly understood the use of this radar. The next step was to make good use of the remaining time to do things. Chen he pushed his small electric scooter out from under the carport, inserted the key, stepped on the accelerator and drove straight out of the community. 15 minutes later, Chen he came to the nearby river and looked at his position shown on the radar. There was a weak light spot not far away from him. There are fishermen everywhere along the river bank. There are always some stray cats gathering nearby, trying to catch a few fish from the fishermen to fill their stomachs. It's a pity that there are too many air forces. The better the equipment, the less fishing you have to do, and the fewer stray cats will gather around you. Chen he walked a few steps in the direction indicated by the radar and saw a large bird's nest on a nearby tree. After carefully studying their height, Chen he couldn't help but sigh. Can't reach. Even if I stood on my beloved electric scooter, I couldn't reach the bird's nest on the tree. It seems that I have to change my target. At this moment, a rat head suddenly appeared from the shore not far away, looked around, and then quickly ran outside. A faint light suddenly appeared on Shen He's radar panel. Shen his eyes suddenly lit up. When the rat was about to rush to his side, he raised his foot and kicked it directly. "Go away!" Bang! The thin black shadow instantly flew out in a parabola and landed precisely on the mouth of a stray cat basking in the sun on the lawn. Bite! Congratulations to their host for killing the first order mutant rat and obtaining free attribute points plus 0.2. Allow? It's worthy of me. Shen he felt secretly happy. Then he looked at the reward, and then at the mouse that had landed near the stray cat's mouth. Compared with the first level rat king that he had kicked to death before, the difference in size is indeed quite big. I guess this is the reason for the difference in rewards after killing the two. The stray cat that was half asleep in the sun had its nose move slightly, and the next moment its eyes widened. He looked at the mouse that fell next to his mouth with an expression of disbelief on his face. After coming to his senses, he opened his mouth and bit the mouse, then trotted towards a distant corner with the mouse's corpse in his mouth. Chen he glanced at the radar panel in front of him and saw a few weak light spots nearby. Seize the time. He rode his electric scooter all the way, and in just 2 minutes, he stopped next to a fisherman. The light spot is right here. Chen he looked down and saw that the fisherman had not even put down the fish basket. Next to him was a Coke bottle half filled with water and a finger-sized fish swimming in it. On the other hand, the fisherman has a sunshade, a hat, a stool, and a fish box. There were even 2 fishing rods, and a bag specifically for the fishing rods was placed next to it, and the equipment was fully loaded. But compared with the catch, the contrast is instantly maximized. As if he noticed someone around him, the fisherman turned around and looked at Chen he with a strange expression. He couldn't sit still anymore, and muttered, "The fish are not biting well today, and there are not enough baits, so it's normal that I can't catch any fish." Just as he finished speaking, a little girl holding a children's fishing rod not far away pulled it suddenly. I saw a palm-sized carp suddenly break out of the water. The water splashed, creating ripples. Chapter 6, It's not about being old, it's enough to be good enough. On the river bank, Chen he looked at the little girl not far away and caught a fish that was almost longer than the children's fishing rod in his hand. He couldn't help but make two tsk sounds. Beside him, the fully equipped fisherman blushed and said stubbornly, "It's just the novice protection period." Then, he glanced at Chen He and muttered, "Dude, do you have nothing to do? You're riding a tram here. You scared away all my fish." Shen He glanced at the Coke bottle and nodded, "I have nothing to do. The fish in your bottle looks cute and I want to take a closer look." Upon hearing this, the fisherman instantly became angry and embarrassed. He simply picked up the Coke bottle and thrust it in front of Chen He, causing the water inside to splash out. Here. This is for you. Hurry up and leave. Don't hinder me from climbing the giant creature." "Okay." Chen He took the Coke bottle, turned the accelerator, and drove away from the fisherman in an instant. After he left, the fisherman tilted his head from time to time to look in the direction of the little girl, then looked at his slightly dry fish basket, frowned and said, "Is the feng shui of this place bad?" Next to the trash can. Shen He poured out the fish from the Coke bottle and threw the bottle directly into the trash can. Then he looked at the light spot that overlapped with his own, and then looked at the small fish in his hand. How come this thing is so small, but brighter than that dead mouse? He held the fish between two fingers and flicked his other hand, and the fish's head flew out instantly. The cat that had just eaten the dead mouse ran over and swallowed the fish head in one gulp. A familiar electronic sound also rang in Shen He's ears. Bite. Congratulations to the player for killing a first-level mutant fish and obtaining plus 0.3 free attribute points. Oh no! This finger-sized fish gave more than the mouse. He threw away the headless fish corpse in his hand, and then looked at the radar scan image in front of him. Just then, a light spot larger than the small fish approached him. When the two overlapped, Chen He only felt something rubbing against his trouser legs. He looked down and saw that it was the stray cat he had just fed. At this moment, he was snoring and rubbing his trouser legs. Shen He leaned over and touched the stray cat's head. What a pity. I can't bear to kill this little thing. Chen He sighed inwardly, bought 2 sausages from a roadside stall, took one and threw it to the stray cat, then took one and started eating. After eating, he patted the stray cat on the head, then turned on the power and left. After a while, Chen He found the next light spot. It would be better to say that they were a densely packed group of light spots on the radar scan image, similar to the rat that Chen He kicked to death before. This is the entrance to a small alley, with 2 full trash cans placed against the wall on the left. In the shadow between the trash can and the wall, you can vaguely see cockroaches and rats running around inside. There was a foul smell in the air. Chen He took a look and decisively turned around and went to a nearby supermarket to buy some special cockroach and rat poison and returned here. Keep things in the shadows of trash cans and walls. Then he turned around and rode his electric scooter towards the next light spot. It wasn't long before lines of small words began to sound before his eyes. Bite. Congratulations to the player for killing the mutant rat and obtaining free attribute points plus 0.2. Bite. Congratulations to the player for killing the mutant rat and obtaining free attribute points plus 0.2. Bite. Congratulations to the player for killing the mutant cockroach and obtaining a free attribute point plus 0.1. Bite. Congratulations to the player for killing the mutant cockroach and obtaining a free attribute point plus 0.1. Chen He took a quick look and found that the cockroach poison and rat poison he had just applied directly brought him 1.8 free attribute points. Now he has 2.3 free attribute points on his panel. It was enough for him to stack up some of his attributes. Chen He felt secretly happy. In the following time, Chen He rode his small electric scooter through the streets and alleys. Wait until the line of sight disappears and the radar scanning panel disappears. On his personal panel, he has gained a total of 5.8 free attribute points. Inside the rental house, Chen He slumped down on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. It took a full 3 hours, although most of the time we were riding on the road on an electric scooter. But whenever he stopped, he was either chasing mice or hitting cockroaches. Sometimes they even have to snatch food from stray cats' mouths. That's how he gained 5.8 free attribute points. I have to say, this radar is really useful. The only regret is that the names and attributes of those light spots are not displayed. I don't know if it will be improved in the future. Shen He took a deep breath and changed from lying down to sitting on the sofa. He called up his personal dashboard. After thinking it over carefully, I simply added 1.2 to the physical strength, and then added a free attribute point to each of the remaining 3 rows. Leave 1.6 free attribute points as a backup. Player, Shen He. Strength, 1.02.0. Physical strength, 0.82.0. Agility, 1.02.0. Spirit, 1.22.2. Remaining points, 1.6. Evaluation: you are a healthy adult male. After years of exercise, your physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, but you still have a long way to go to reach the first level. Shen He took a deep breath, feeling the changes taking place in his body. The tingling sensation in his bones almost made him cry out. He fell on the sofa, twisting and turning like a quart eel. After a moment, Shen He let out a long breath. His whole body was sweating profusely, and he looked like he had been played to pieces. After a while, he stood up from the sofa. He moved his body a little, feeling the surge of strength in his body and his muscles becoming stronger, and his eyes seemed to be glowing. Is this a physique that is twice as strong as that of an ordinary person? So strong? Chen He walked to the floor-length mirror and looked at the changes in himself. Although he still had a thin body, his strength, endurance, and speed were far superior to before. But even so, according to the system's comments, there is still a long way to go before reaching the first level. I don't know the requirement for the first level, whether the value should reach 5 or 10. Or maybe even higher. Chen He moved around a bit, and then his stomach started growling. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. He picked up the snacks he had bought some time ago and started eating them in big mouthfuls, while boiling water to prepare instant noodles. After eating all the leftover snacks and even 2 packs of instant noodles, his hunger was slightly relieved. Chen He pushed the door open and walked out, planning to have a big meal at a nearby restaurant. After all, the feeling of hunger had only slightly lessened, and he was still very hungry and felt like he could eat a whole cow. He had never been in this state in his life. It feels like my body is weak. Chen He was walking through the alley. When he reached the end, a figure suddenly bumped into him, and then he heard a crisp sound. Suddenly there was a pile of porcelain fragments on the ground. The next moment, 5 or 6 strong men walked out from the shadows and surrounded Shen He. The man at the beginning grinned and said, "Boy, this is porcelain from the previous dynasty, worth 2.3 million, pay me back." Shen He glanced at him and was silent for a moment. After a moment, he said, "It's a bit outdated to still do this job that was done 30 years ago." The middle-aged man with a rat-like face grinned and said, "It doesn't matter how old you are, as long as you are good enough." Chapter 7: Dare to Blacken Me. In the alley, Chen He looked up at the surveillance camera on the wall, pointed casually and said, "This thing captured everything clearly about you bumping into me just now." The middle-aged man sneered when he heard this. This surveillance camera has been broken for a long time and no one has repaired it. Shen He was silent for a moment. "You mean, there's no surveillance here?" "Nonsense, otherwise we wouldn't be doing such an old job, just pay the money, otherwise." Before he could finish his words, he saw Shen He punch him directly. With a strength twice that of a healthy adult male, he knocked him to the ground with one punch. He saw stars and it took him a long time to recover. Chen He glanced at the sturdy men around him, stretched his body, and said, "How dare you be so arrogant without surveillance?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed directly towards one of the sturdy men. "The Tai Chi I chose to take in college was completely useless. Just start throwing the turtle punch. After all, this thing is really useful. You hit me with a punch, it's no use. If I punch you, all the bile will come out of you." With twice the strength of a healthy adult male, he could knock over almost every one of them with one punch. In just 3 minutes, 5 or 6 strong men fell in the alley, unable to stand up, and lay on the ground wailing softly. Chen He bent down and picked up the broken pieces at the bottom of the porcelain. The words, "Modern Handicraft Products," are clearly printed on it. Chen He stepped on the chest of the middle-aged man with a rat-like face and cursed, "You are so stupid that you don't even want to spend money on a scam. Is this thing worth 30 yuan? The middle-aged man wailed and said in a trembling voice, "I got it at the factory price, 10 yuan. Upon hearing this, Shen He smashed the porcelain base to pieces, and then slapped the middle-aged man in the face. "You want 2.3 million for a $10 item? You are such a shady guy. That bastard Zhao who sent you here." Hearing this, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No, it was Wang Long." That guy showed us a way and said that you made a big fortune, so he asked us to come over and set up a trap, and then split it 1090. Chen he looked suspicious and asked, who is 1 and who is 9? The middle-aged man said, we have 1, and he has 9. Chen his eyes widened instantly and he said, 2,300,000, 1 share is 230,000. You guys took such a big risk, but each of you can only get 30 or 40,000 afterwards. Aren't you begging for money on your knees? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, he has people, money, and connections. We can only kneel down and beg for money. Chen he looked at him with disdain, kicked him unconscious, and said, waste. Seeing this, the other strong men said in unison, we can do it ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Seeing this, Chen he glanced at the surveillance camera above his head, and then walked out of the alley with a swagger. Now, no one can stop him from eating out. After Chen he left. A few strong men opened their eyes slightly and took a peek, then quickly got up and ran to the middle-aged man, pinching his ren zhong point. After a while, the middle-aged man woke up, feeling the pain in his body, and almost cried out. One of them gritted his teeth and said, boss, that bastard Wang Long cheated us. We were told that he was a social animal who could barely catch his breath after climbing several floors. Who knew he could fight so well? We must get back at him. The middle-aged man heard this and slapped him. Can you beat him? The other man rolled his eyes and said, if you can't beat this kid, can you beat Wang Long? I heard that Wang Long is looking for college students for his brother-in-law every day. If this scheme doesn't work, he'll try that one. He can get 2 million by setting up a trap, and he doesn't even have to give him 90%. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he nodded vigorously and said, okay, find a few pimps, pick a student girl, fuck her and run away. After the words fell, several people supported each other and walked out of the alley. A moment later, a middle-aged woman with curly hair came over with a leash-free teddy bear. When she passed by the porcelain fragments all over the floor, the teddy bear cried out, "Arr!" The curly-haired middle-aged woman looked down and saw blood and blood-stained porcelain fragments all around the little teddy's feet. She picked up the little teddy bear and yelled at everyone around her, which low-class bastard threw broken porcelain all over the floor, causing my son's foot to bleed. After shouting for a long time, no one showed up. The curly-haired middle-aged woman, who was tired of shouting, walked out of the alley cursing and holding the little teddy. As we walked, she comforted him, "Don't be afraid, son. Mom will take you to the hospital. Now." Chen he sat in a small shop, eating noodles in big mouthfuls. In front of him, there were 2 empty bowls of stewed noodles, and he was eating authentic Central Plains Xinjiang big plate chicken. After eating the chicken, I added 2 more slices of noodles and mixed them in. That taste is so delicious. At the counter, the shopkeeper's eyes widened as he looked at the 2 bowls of stewed noodles and a large plate of chicken placed in front of Shen He. This is the first time he has met someone who eats so much in all the years he has run the shop. He is indeed a young and strong guy. This amount of food made him think of his grandfather. When his grandfather was dying, he ate this much, and then died of overeating. After all, a 90-year-old man has a much smaller appetite, and this thing is not easy to digest. What a pity. When I came to my senses, Shen He had already walked up to me and said, "Boss, check out." The boss glanced at the bill, pressed the calculator skillfully, and said, "A large plate of chicken is 48, 2 portions of stewed noodles are 24, and 2 bottles of Coke are $6, a total of 78. Upon hearing this, Shen He took out a bottle of soda water from the freezer beside him and said, "Count it as 80. The boss immediately grinned and said, "Okay." After Chen He paid the money, he staggered out of the shop drinking soda water. He returned to the alley and looked at the place where he had beaten someone before. There were broken porcelain pieces all over the ground, some of which were stained with blood. Chen He frowned and said, "You didn't even bother to clean up after you left. You really have no sense of public morality." He used his feet to gather the broken porcelain pieces little by little to the wall. Then he walked towards home with satisfaction. I did another good thing today. Happy. But after returning, I have to think carefully about how to deal with those 2 bastards Wang Long and Zhao Hu. It takes a lot of courage to find someone to slander him. I didn't want to post the stuff, but now it seems I have no choice but to do it in self-defense. At night. The street lights just came on. The middle-aged woman with curly hair walked into the alley holding her little teddy. When she passed by the trash can, she looked at the pile of broken porcelain pieces gathered on the wall and the trash can. I was suddenly furious. He raised his head and started cursing. Before she could finish her curse, the window on the second floor opened and the curly-haired lady sneakily came in with a bag of garbage and threw it directly into the trash can. In an instant, the cursing in the street stopped abruptly. The next moment, the screams like slaughtering a pig resounded throughout the alley, turning on the voice-controlled lights in the homes of nearby residents. Chapter 8 Chingsong Nursing Home. Early morning. Shen He yawned and sat up directly from the bed. I opened my eyes drowsily, looking at the light screen that appeared in front of me with sleepy eyes. Daily tasks. Task 1, survive for 24 hours. Completed. Reward, 0.5 free attribute points. I completed yesterday's daily task and gained 0.5 free attribute points. With this, the free attribute points on his personal panel exceeded 2 again. He got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, he sat down on the sofa and began to look at the daily tasks refreshed for today. Daily task 1, survive for 7 days. Remaining time, 6 days, 15 hours, 36 minutes and 27 seconds. Rewards, 3 free attribute points. Yo-ho! Mission 1 has been upgraded from surviving for 24 hours yesterday to surviving for 7 days. It is estimated that the number of survival days required for this daily task will become higher and higher in the future. I just don't know if the number of daily tasks will change. He continued to look at the second daily task. Daily task 2, explore the surrounding area. It has been 2.5 years since the spiritual energy was revived. Most areas have been destroyed by monsters. Nuclear radiation fills the land. There are crises everywhere. Please try to survive and explore the surrounding areas. Available reward, danger sense. He glanced at the mission requirements, which were very general. They just told him to explore the surrounding area, but didn't say anything else. Could it be that he wants him to walk around the area? If it were really that simple, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Danger perception. It sounds like an amazing ability, like Peter like Spider-Man. If so, that would be awesome. He looked at the brief introduction of Task 2 and was able to roughly guess that Earth Online would appear 2.5 years after the spiritual energy was revived. All countries have been invaded by strange beasts, so dangers are lurking everywhere. But it should be a time point when some resistance has been restored. It looks like this thing has arrived early. If I had really been born at the time described in the diary, I would probably be 2.5 years old like Abe. Abstract, so fucking abstract. He took a deep breath, took out his computer, and sent another document he had prepared to the public mailbox of the company secretariat via email. Since that bastard Zhao who dared to hire someone to plot against him, he shouldn't blame himself for having a strong martial virtue. After doing all this, he got up and planned to go downstairs to have breakfast. After breakfast, I checked online to see if there were any welfare homes or nursing homes nearby, and donated all the rice, flour, grain and oil I bought yesterday. After all, so many things would be wasted in the hands of someone like me who doesn't cook much. While he was sitting in a nearby breakfast shop eating breakfast, he actually found a nursing home not far away on the internet. According to their online introduction, this is considered a cheap nursing home. Most of the time, I survived by relying on the help of kind-hearted people in society. Most of the people who are admitted are lonely elderly people, or those from particularly difficult families. Therefore, this nursing home accepts all donations from the society. Whether it's money or supplies, we need them all. It would be a good place for him to handle supplies. He called a car online. When the car arrived, he took out 100 yuan in cash and asked the other party to help him move the supplies. I just heard that this batch of rice, flour, grain and oil from Chinher was going to be sent to a nearby nursing home. The driver refused to take the 100 yuan no matter what. He had no choice but to give away a pack of cigarettes he had previously borrowed from the company. This time, the driver didn't hesitate and put it directly into his pocket. On the way, the driver said, holding a cigarette in his mouth, "It's rare to find young people like you who are so kind and smart these days." He waved his hand shyly and said, "Thank you for the compliment, driver. I'm just afraid of wasting it." The driver smiled and said, "Don't be modest. You can tell from the looks of it that those things you bought are new. How could you buy so many if you were afraid of wasting them? You're not crazy. You must have been planning to donate them before. You're not blind. And I've actually been to the nursing home you're looking for. It's a place worth donating to. Hearing this, Shen fell silent. The driver said to himself, the nursing home is shabby, but it is very clean inside. And the staff inside are basically people with minor disabilities. Not only are they responsible for taking care of the elderly, but they also have to work part-time to make a living when they are free. It makes people sad to see it. It's much better than those random places on the internet that try to scam people out of their money. Having said that, the driver took a deep puff of his cigarette and then blew out a cloud of smoke rings. Soon, the car stopped in front of Chingsong Nursing Home. I heard that the name of the nursing home was derived from the several green pines in the yard. Considering the nature of the nursing home, it can be regarded as a good wish. As soon as the car stopped, a big yellow dog rushed out of the nursing home and wagged its tail around the car frantically. 1. The fourth-level mutant dog is approaching, please leave quickly and don't joke with your life. Chen He, who had just got off the car, looked down at the big yellow dog that kept rubbing against his trouser legs, and felt the contrast was extreme. Will this little thing become a fourth-level mutant dog in the future? So fiercely. He leaned over and touched the big yellow dog's head, saying, go in and call for help. Before it mutates, grab a handful of dog heads. The next moment, the big yellow dog seemed to really understand what he said and turned around and ran into the nursing home. Chen He and the driver began to unload the things, unloading all the rice, flour, grain and oil that they had brought. As soon as the trunk was closed, the driver opened the door and got in the car without saying a word, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Seeing this, Shen He couldn't help but mutter, this big brother is not afraid that I will run away. He took out his mobile phone to pay the bill, only to find that the software interface showed the message, order cancelled. Message reply, brother, this trip is free, just consider it as a good deed for me. Shen He chuckled upon seeing this. This elder brother is also a man of temperament. He put away his phone and turned to look at the nursing home. I saw a middle-aged man with a slight limp, walking towards me with two young people who walked in a strange way. In the front is the big yellow dog that just ran into the yard. When the middle-aged man saw Chen He and the supplies at his feet, he immediately sped up a bit. He came closer, grasped Chen He's hand, and said, hello, I'm the director of this nursing home. My name is Liu Qing. You must be the kind-hearted person who said online that you would come to deliver supplies. Thank you very much. As he spoke, his gaze towards Shen He stopped at the two young men who were walking strangely. She said rather embarrassedly, they were two abandoned babies who were left at the door of a nursing home a few years ago. They have polio, so please don't be offended. Chen He quickly said, it's okay, I'll help you carry the things in. He bent down and lifted the heaviest bags of rice and flour. Just as he was about to enter the nursing home, he saw a red light flashing on the screen in front of him. 1. The Gemini 6th Order Psychics are coming soon, please leave quickly. 1. The Gemini 6th Order Psychics are coming soon, please leave quickly. 1. The Gemini 6th Order Psychics are coming soon, please leave quickly. Chen He looked at the two young men who walked up to him with honest smiles on their faces, and couldn't help swallowing. These two guys are level 6 psychics. Chapter 9 Trigger Tasks. In front of the nursing home. The two guys with strange postures saw Chen He standing there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking about. They couldn't help but lower their heads and put their hands behind their backs. This kind of expression has never been absent in their lives from childhood to adulthood. Whether intentional or unintentional. It was like a thorn that pierced their hearts deeply, and they couldn't recover for a long time. That is why they stay in the nursing home all the time, unwilling to go out and not wanting to accept other people's strange looks. Dean Liu Qing quickly called out, Xiao Shen, Xiao He, hurry up and move the things. From the looks of it, it's just like greeting a normal person. Liu Qing said, Mr. Shen, even though they walk a little strangely, they are no different from normal people, and they are very hardworking. The elderly people in the hospital also like them very much. Shen He came back to his senses and said quickly, no, the dean misunderstood, I was just lost in thought just now. I heard you just call them hill and river. Hearing this, Liu Qing puffed out his chest and grinned. When they grew up, they insisted on taking my last name, so I named them Liu Shan and Liu Her. It's just raising 2 more sons, I can handle it, and they also help me a lot. I don't understand what all those self-media outlets are doing these days. They are the ones behind it. Shen He nodded slightly and smiled at the two of them. The expressions on their faces improved a lot, and they followed Liu Qing inside, carrying their things. Entering Qingsong nursing home, Chen He could see old people basking in the sun in the yard. During this time, there were 2 caregivers walking back and forth, either wiping the saliva of one old man or helping those 2 old men to settle a lawsuit. Although it looks simple, it is very clean, both the environment and the elderly people. It can be seen that the people here really put their heart into it. Chen He followed Liu Qing and delivered his donated items to the nursing home. Before his eyes, lines of small characters were flashing red light. 1. You have entered the first level cave range, triggering the daily task branch. Explore the complete first level cave. The completion rate of daily task 2 increased by 15%. Chen His eyes lit up instantly. It turns out that daily task 2 has triggering conditions. The range of the first level cave. Could it be that they are talking about this nursing home? In the log, in addition to the mutated animals and plants, there is another kind that drilled out from the center of the earth. It is called the cave by future people. The divisions of the caves are based on the strength of the monsters that come out of them. This place is called the first level cave, which means that the monsters that come out of here in the future will not be very strong. And if this kind of triggering task appears, then the second daily task will not be so simple. It seems that it is not what he thought, and simply walking around will not be enough. After Chen He put his things away, he said, "Director, I wonder if you can find someone to take me around the nursing home. I want to see how this place is different from what was filmed online." Upon hearing this, Liu Qing said, "Okay, then I'll let Xiao Her take you for a walk." As he said that, he looked at Liu Her behind him and said, "You accompany Mr. Shen around the nursing home and introduce the situation of our nursing home. I have to accompany Lao Zhang to purchase some supplies, so I want to accompany you." Liu Her nodded and said, "Okay." Liu Qing nodded, then smiled at Shen He and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Shen." Shen He nodded slightly. Liu Qing took Liu Shan outside, and soon they got into a shabby van and drove outside. Liu Her took Chen He for a stroll in the nursing home. While visiting the nursing home, Liu Her also skillfully introduced to Chen He the current situation of the nursing home, as well as the origins and health conditions of the elderly people in the nursing home. According to him, there are more than 20 elderly people in the nursing home, most of whom suffer from chronic diseases. Fortunately, Liu Qing has always provided medical insurance for everyone in the hospital, otherwise this item alone would have cost a lot. Moreover, there are air conditioners in the elderly's rooms, and there are caregivers to adjust the temperature in summer and winter. There are also consumables that need to be replaced regularly, as well as daily expenses. Therefore, the nursing home has no extra money to carry out repairs and can only try its best to keep the home clean and hygienic. As they walked around the nursing home, the big yellow dog followed them like a bodyguard. Chen He looked at the progress of the task in front of him, which was increasing little by little. When the task of exploring the first level cave was completely completed, he stopped and said with emotion, "Director Liu must be very hard working to support this nursing home." Liu Her nodded seriously, "It's very hard. I saw him sitting in the yard smoking in the middle of the night several times. He never liked smoking." Chen He squatted down and touched the big yellow dog's head. He'd better pet this little guy a few more times before he mutates. In the future, he will be someone who has petted a 4th level mutant dog. Then, he stood up and asked, "Is there a QR code for direct donations in the hospital?" Hearing this, Liu Her showed a hint of joy on his face and said, "Yes, Mr. Shen, do you want to donate?" Chen He nodded and said, "Donate a little and accumulate merit." Liu Her grinned and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Shen, we will use all the donations for the elderly in the hospital, and you will definitely accumulate great merits." Bite. The player gains the favor of Liu Her, one of the 6th level Gemini. Bite. Congratulations to the player for successfully activating the favorability function. Liu Her, 60 friendly. Shen He was stunned. "I guess I've come into contact with quite a few future mutants, right? Why was the favorability function activated only this time? Could it be that it was due to the length of the one-time contact?" Besides the favorability function, what other functions does this crappy thing have? You can't always rely on your own passive triggering, right? In a trance, Liu Har had brought him to the dean's office. The only relatively new thing in the office was a plastic sealed QR code. Liu Har took out a registration book and asked Shen He to do a simple registration. Later, he will write down the specific details of Shen He's donation today in a notebook, and then update it on their online account. Shen He took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. After thinking about it, he directly donated 30,000 yuan. Just think of it as doing good deeds and accumulating virtue to gain peace of mind. Less than a minute after Shen He made his donation, Liu Qing called him, directly to Liu his cell phone. His naturally loud voice instantly echoed throughout the office. Xiao He, who donated 30,000 yuan to our nursing home. After the words fell, Liu He was stunned, then looked up at Shen He and said, Mr. Shen, you donated 30,000 yuan. Shen He smiled and said, I'll do my best. As he spoke, he patted Liu He on the shoulder and said, You are all great. Then he walked out of the office directly. Liu his face was a little dazed, but he was soon awakened by Liu Qing's shout, and hurriedly reported the situation to the dean. Hearing this, Liu Qing on the other end of the phone took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, Okay, I'll go back now and ask Mr. Shen to stay for dinner tonight. Damn it, this is the first time we've received so much donations. I don't need to sell this broken van anymore. Upon hearing this, Liu He hurried out of the office. But in the nursing home today, there is no trace of Chen He anymore. Only the big yellow dog is left, looking up at him and wagging its tail. Chapter 10 Plotting Out Loud. In the taxi, Chen He looked at the few lines of small words that appeared in front of him, with a look of satisfaction on his face. The favorability of Liu He, one of the 6th level twins, has increased. Current favorability, 70. The favorability of Liu Shan, one of the 6th level twins, is activated. Current favorability, 60. The 4th level mutant dog S favorability is activated. Current favorability, 70. Seeing the last column, Shen He was stunned. Unexpectedly, Da Huang could also activate the favorability, and it was 70 at the beginning. But why does Liu Qing, the dean, have no favorability? This is unscientific. Could it be that, in the eyes of the system, he is a dead man? If that's true, then it's scientific. After all, this system is based on the future timeline, and perhaps by that time, Liu Qing will really be gone. He sat in the car and read the favorability introduction carefully. 50 is a stranger, 60-70 is friendly, 71-89 is a friend, and 90 and above are close friends. As for those under 50, they were either Wang Long or Zhao Hu. The lower it gets, the more I hate him. Shen He let out a long sigh and felt relieved. He asked the driver to take a deet to Yunding building. After all, that was where he used to work like a slave. And he also wanted to see how Zhao Hu was doing now. Those materials were directly reported to their higher-ups, so even if Zhao Hu had someone behind him, he would be brought down. In serious cases, he might even be sent to the police station. As soon as the car arrived in front of Yunding building, a line of small words appeared in front of him. 1. Players are approaching the nest of a 2nd-level alien beast. Please cherish your life and stay away from danger. Chen He glanced at the Yunding building, a look of surprise on his face. Will this place become a 2nd-level alien beast's nest in the future? After all, it is one of the landmark buildings. It seems that although the ability to organize resistance has been established in the future, it is still somewhat stretched. After all, the spiritual energy tide came too quickly, and the animals and plants mutated too quickly, and no one could react. Shen He sighed deeply. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. Mr. Shen, why are you here? Shen He turned around and saw that it was Wang Long who spoke. At this moment, he was looking at me with a look of surprise, as if I shouldn't be here. He glanced at Wang Long and said, How can you be so disrespectful to your father? When Wang Long heard this, his face suddenly turned red. He pointed at Chen He with a trembling hand and said, You. Chen He slapped the other person's hand away, but the force was too great and he couldn't control it well, so he slapped Wang Long's hand, leaving a red mark. Wang Long covered the place where he was hit and jumped up and down, crying out in pain, like a funny clown. Seeing this, Shen He couldn't help but grin and said, Sorry. Young man, I'm a little too strong, please forgive me, son. Wang Long endured the pain and gritted his teeth and said, "You've been fired, what are you still doing here? Oh tilde. You don't want to come here to find a job, do you? Forgot to tell me that my brother-in-law has already informed the industry that you can't find a job in Henan province and no one will hire you. Even if you go outside the province, you won't be able to find a job. Just wait for death." Har har har. Chen He looked at Wang Long, who was laughing in front of him, and summoned the panel with some suspicion. Especially the favorability area. For such a long time, this kid hasn't triggered the favorability column. The system was not triggered. I guess this guy either did not awaken his superpowers or died early in the future. Thinking of this, there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Wang Long. Wang Long felt a little scared by this look, and he snorted coldly, saying, "What are you looking at? It's too late to beg for mercy now, just wait for death." As soon as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Wang Long answered the phone swearing, turned around and whispered, "What are you doing? That guy is right in front of me now. When can you get it done?" "What? There are new female students who are in financial difficulties and need help." "Okay, I get it. You'd better make sure it's true. I'll bring some people over tonight. You hurry up and take care of that guy. Don't let him stay here all day, Artilder." Before he could finish his words, he was frightened by a hand on his shoulder and his phone fell to the ground. As soon as I turned around, I saw Shen his smiling face. Chen He pointed to the phone on the ground and said, "You are plotting loudly and discussing how to deal with me in front of me. You also found a new student girl for your brother-in-law. You play like this every day, and you're not tired yet. You said your family was very extravagant, but you couldn't satisfy your sister, forcing her to go to the club to look for young models every day, while you went to support needy female students. Are you guys from the foot basin? It's so messy." Wang Long's face turned pale as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. You are the one who is a foot basin person, and your whole family is a foot basin person." Having said that, he picked up his phone and walked towards the Yunding building. Chen He glanced at the entrance of Yunding building, wondering whether he should go in for a walk. Although this thing doesn't have any prompts to increase the exploration of the area, it may not be the reason why you didn't go in. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of an acquaintance, who was his classmate at Henan University. "I heard that this girl joined an investment bank after graduation. She was originally in Shanghai, but for some reason she came back last year and joined an investment institution in Yunding building." Chen He walked straight up and said hello. Liu Qingqing, who was wearing a small suit and gold-rimmed glasses, turned around and saw Chen He with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although she knew that her old classmate worked in Yunding building, there was no intersection between the two. She also couldn't understand why Shen He would greet her. Chen He came closer and whispered, "Old classmate, please help me. I forgot to bring my work badge. If I don't go in now, I will be late." Hearing this, Liu Qingqing laughed softly and said, "You were confused when you were in school, how come you are still so confused after you start working? But for the sake of our old school friends, I'll help you this time. Don't forget to bring it next time." Shen He said, "Thank you." Having said that, he followed Liu Qingqing and went straight into the Yunding building. After entering the Yunding building, Liu Qingqing went up to the 18th floor. He greeted her and said that he had been working out recently and went straight up the stairs. He waited until the elevator closed before he sighed. "It seems that my old classmate will not have a good future, which is really a pity." As soon as he stepped into the stairwell, a few lines of small words appeared in front of him. "Explore the lair of the second-level exotic beast. Daily task 2 completion rate increased by 55%. Shen His eyes lit up. Feelings really need to come in to trigger the task, and this 45% completion rate is really not low. Including Qingsong Nursing Home, the total is 70%. That being said, after touring the Yunding building, he would be not far from completing daily task 2. Chapter 11 Officer, I report it. Yunding building. Stairwell. Chen He walked up the stairs one step at a time. Every time he went up a floor, his progress in exploring the second-level monster's nest would increase a little. The building has 66 floors in total, integrating office, business, culture, and entertainment. It is a comprehensive building complex. Companies that can open a company here are basically well known in the Central Plains. He went up all the way and there was no obstruction in the stairwell. Even the iron door on the top floor is not locked, allowing people to enjoy the scenery from above. Occasionally I jump off a building for fun. After all, people nowadays are under so much pressure. They want to buy a house and a car, get married and have children, and settle down in a big city. Apart from relying on the help of family, all that is left is to work hard in the city. And most of them have no ability to resist risks. When something happens, it's easy to collapse. Fortunately, not many people jump off the building in Yunding building. Not one has happened in several years, so the roof has not been sealed. Chen He pushed open the iron door on the top floor and walked to the nearby railing to look down. It's quite high. If you jump down, you'll be smashed to pieces. He stood at the railing, stretched, breathed in the fresh air, and turned his attention to the task of exploring the second-level alien beast's nest. Even though we have reached the top floor, we are still a little short of completing the exploration. It seems that I have to go to the underground parking lot later. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone holding his waist and abdomen, dragging him backwards with force. Chen He didn't react for a moment and was actually pulled back 2 steps by the sudden force. He turned his head suspiciously, only to see Liu Qingqing bending over, hugging him tightly, and shouting, "I knew something was wrong with you today, and you even took the stairs to exercise. Are you kidding me? Old classmate, what's wrong with you that you want to jump off the building? Life is so beautiful, think about your family and friends, and the meaning of your hard work. You dare to commit suicide, why don't you dare to live?" Chen He was instantly furious when he heard this. He turned around and pried Liu Qingqing's hands apart little by little. At this moment, Liu Qingqing closed her eyes and kept shouting "No, no," as if he was a beast in human clothing. Shen He tapped the other person's forehead with his free hand. He sighed and said, "Who told you I was here to jump off the building? I just came here to see the scenery." Liu Qingqing opened her eyes upon hearing this, and said suspiciously, "Can you stick your upper body out to see the scenery? Do you know how high this place is? It's the 66th floor. If a crosswind blows over, you will fall down. Are you lying to me?" Upon hearing this, Shen He took out his phone and let him check his account balance. More than 2 million in deposits. For a young person who has graduated and worked for 3 years, this is extremely rare. Not to mention others, even Liu Qingqing, who works in an investment bank, doesn't have so much savings. For a normal person at this age, with so much savings, it is basically difficult to become disgusted with the world. Seeing this, Liu Qingqing stroked her hair awkwardly and said, "Well, you have to be careful too. The wind on the rooftop is really strong." Chen He grinned and said, "Don't worry, old classmate. I cherish my life more than anyone else." Liu Qingqing blushed and said, "Okay, I'm going to work. You hurry up and go down. You'll be late for work." Having said that, he turned around and ran away. Chen He put away his phone and followed him down. In the elevator, the blush on Liu Qingqing's face faded slightly. She glanced at the floor that Chen He pressed and asked in confusion, "Why are you going to the basement level? The first floor below ground is the underground garage. Besides, it's almost time for work in the afternoon, so why go to the basement at this time? You will definitely be late." Shen He smiled and said, "I resigned, and suddenly I remembered that I haven't carefully looked at the place where I have worked for 3 years, so I plan to look at every floor and then find a new job." When Liu Qingqing heard this, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Just before exiting the elevator, he said in all seriousness, "Then I wish my old classmate to find a job he dreams of and have a prosperous future. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget each other." Chen He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I will never forget you as my lifesaver." Liu Qingqing blushed and turned away immediately. Soon, the elevator went to the basement level. As soon as Chen He walked out of the elevator, he saw the elevator door on the other side open at the same time. Wang Long and Zhao Hu were seen walking out of the elevator. Zhao Hu looked unhappy and cursed. That kid surnamed Chen reported the matter to the higher authorities. In 2 days at most, they will send someone to investigate. I asked you to deal with him, and this is how you dealt with him. What good will it do you if I get rid of you, or is your sister planning to divorce me?" Wang Long quickly said, "What a misunderstanding. Brother-in-law, I didn't know that group of people were so slow. They have already promised to take action tomorrow at the latest. Then they will find a way to deal with that Shanghai and then find a way to push the blame on him. After all, he did take 2 million from the company. As long as we go back on our word and record a few short videos for him, he will take the blame himself, and the higher-ups won't target you, my brother-in-law. And those guys knew they were slow, so they found a girl to make amends. Zhao Hu pointed at Wang Long's nose and said, "What the hell time is it now? You're still looking for a girl. Can you think of something serious?" Wang Long scratched his head and said, "But they said they searched for a long time before they found a serious girl with such a big contrast." When Zhao Hu heard this, he stopped walking. Said, "Call them and bring them to the hotel now." Wang Long's eyes widened. "Are? In broad daylight?" Zhao Hu slapped him hard and said, "What's wrong in broad daylight? I'm really angry now." Upon hearing this, Wang Long nodded and bowed and went to make a phone call. Chen He stood in the corner, listening to Wang Long's voice, glanced at Zhao Hu who had already got in the car, and couldn't help but touch his chin. After Wang Long finished the call, he jogged into the car and drove towards the hotel. Upon seeing this, Chen He also left the underground floor directly. After he left Yunding building, his mission of exploring the lair of the second-level alien beast was instantly completed. The mission to explore the second-level alien beast's lair has been completed. Daily Task 2 completion rate increased by 55%. Current completion rate of Daily Task 2, 70%. Chen He looked at the few lines of small words that appeared in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he hailed a taxi and asked it to drive to the hotel that Wang Long had mentioned on the phone. When he arrived at the hotel, he paid the fare, got off the car, and squatted in a corner waiting. Not long after, those idiots who had set up the trap in the alley were seen driving over. The car door opened, and a woman who looked like a proper wife and was wearing a tight skirt got out of the car and went straight to the hotel. Seeing this, Shen He couldn't help but grin. Wait until those idiots opened the car door and headed straight for the hotel. His eyes couldn't help but light up. I originally thought that they were just sending someone here, but looking at the situation, I'm afraid they are setting up a honey trap. Chen He approached the car driven by the thugs and found that the door was not locked. I don't know who left a cell phone inside. How careless. If you really encounter a thief, you will have to pay for your phone. Fortunately, I am a good person. Shen He picked up the phone and made a call directly. "Officer, I report." Chapter 12, Adventures in the 5th Level Lair. After finishing the call, Chen He threw the phone back and considerately closed the car door. As the saying goes, help others to the end and send Buddha to the west. As a good person, you should not fail to do things well, and you must pay attention to details. After doing all this, he hailed a taxi from the side of the road and asked the driver to take him for a ride around the area. Now, there is still 30% left to complete the second daily task. Nowadays, all locations are lit up by triggers, and Chingsong Nursing Home and Yunding Building have already been lit up. The whereabouts of the rest are unknown. So he could only use the dumbest method to try to make up the remaining 30%. Try your luck. See how to trigger other caves or nests. In the car, Shen He complained in his heart. This crappy game doesn't even have a map for AFK navigation. It's really hard to handle. The taxi took Chinher's rental house as the center and began to circle around the surrounding avenues. It was the first time that the driver received such a strange order. He was running around the street while counting the hours, thinking that once this order was finished, the money would probably be enough to pay for the extra hours he had hired for technician number 88 today. The car drove for about half an hour. Chen He looked at the words that suddenly appeared in front of him, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. He patted the back of the chair in front of him and said, "Master, please stop by the roadside ahead." Upon hearing this, the driver quickly responded. He simply stopped the car on the side of the road and watched Chen He pay and leave. He glanced at the payment information on his mobile phone and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I can't afford to pay extra hours for number 88, so I can only order number 18. Although the number is not large, it is significant. Shen He walked for a few minutes and stopped in front of Qingshan Zoo. 1. You are approaching the nest of a 5th level alien beast. Please cherish your life and leave quickly. 1. You are approaching the nest of a 5th level alien beast. Please cherish your life and leave quickly. 1. You are approaching the nest of a 5th level alien beast. Please cherish your life and leave quickly. He glanced at the small words that appeared in front of him and couldn't help but smacked his lips. I didn't expect that during the period of spiritual energy revival, this place would become so powerful. A 5th level exotic beast's lair. I don't know whether it took shape quickly with the first wave of spiritual energy tide, or it took more than 2 years to develop to this level. Places like Yunding Building can provide you with 55% completion of Task 2. Wouldn't it be overfulfillment if we finish touring this place? Chen He turned and walked to the ticket office, bought a ticket, and went directly into the park after ticket inspection. This zoo is quite comprehensive, with inner and outer squares, a special tour line, a panda house, a waterfowl lake, an orangutan house, and a lot of other things. It covers a large area and even has places like Lion and Tiger Mountain and Bear Mountain. Chen He followed the signs and walked inside. Every time he passed an animal habitat, the word warning would pop up in front of his eyes. It's either level 3 or level 4. The pulses kept beating until his entire body became numb. But there is also good news, that is, the completion rate of daily task 2 on his panel is rapidly improving. Just by walking through 3 places, daily task 2 was completed. Bite. Congratulations to the player for having completed preliminary exploration of the surrounding area. Regional map unlocked. Daily task 2 completed. The reward has been issued. Looking at the lines of small words appearing in front of me, Chen He just felt that his head was itchy. He was going to grow a brain. No, it's their danger sense from Daily Mission 2. After a long time, Chen He sat on a bench by the roadside, looked up and let out a breath. Fortunately, the reaction was not too big this time. Otherwise, if so many tourists in the zoo were to go crazy looking at him, he would probably have to move to another planet to live. Chen He stretched his muscles a little, and then felt the feedback from his body. It seems no different from before. I guess this danger perception is like Peter's startle, which will only be triggered when encountering danger. He also took this opportunity to take a look at the map of the area he had just unlocked. It was just a thought. A reduced map with a 1 kilometer area centered on him appeared in front of him. It is densely marked with various areas of exotic beasts above the 3rd level. There is also the words, the largest 5th level exotic beast nest, here. It seems that even the map of this area only shows some light spots that look like nests, caves, or creatures of the 3rd level or above. Why is it not displayed below level 3? Discrimination against noobs, right? Shen He grinned. But it's okay. After all, the map of this area was not what he expected. This crappy game knows how to give people surprises. That's too bad, I love it. Seeing that the second daily task was completed, Chen He followed the crowd and began to wander around the zoo. But in front of it, some warnings still pop up from time to time. Looking at those guys who had undergone the mutation in the future, who were now staying obediently in their work areas and acting cute, Chen He felt very sad. Soon, he saw a group of people gathered not far ahead. In the tiger's working area, about 2 meters away, the hospital has arranged a special passage for it so that all tourists can see it. In the passage, there was a tiger patrolling back and forth at this moment. Chen He stood behind the crowd, looking at their warning and the words, 4th level Tiger King, that appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but stop and watch. But the next second, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. It's danger perception. But it doesn't seem that strong. Chen He calmly retreated to the back of the crowd and protected everyone in front of him. Only then did the faint perception completely disappear. Just when Shen He was confused, the tiger in the passage suddenly turned around and swept its hind legs towards the tourists. Squeak tilde. A large amount of tiger urine suddenly spurted out. Right at the bottom of the passage, the little boy, sitting on his father's neck, took 70% of the damage. There was a commotion among the tourists in the stadium. The tourists behind laughed uncontrollably. Chen He could clearly see that the little boy sitting on his father's neck wiped his face and sprayed out a stream of yellow water. He felt a chill when he saw it. Danger perception. Make great contributions. Chen He rubbed his arms and hurriedly followed the flow of people forward. Now that you are here, you have to watch the whole show, at least your ticket money must not be wasted. In the second half, when Chen He passed by an orangutan park, his danger perception was activated again. He squatted down subconsciously. With a pop sound, a pile of feces hit the face of the young girl who was lying on the side. The latter vomited all over the floor. It is truly heartbreaking to see and choking to hear. How could this future fourth order gorilla king be so shameless? And he bullied a little girl. This zoo is really evil. Chen He no longer had the desire to walk around any further. This place was too weird. It's a waste of ticket money. He left the zoo, hailed a car at the bus stop, and headed towards the village in the city where he lived. In the car, the cell phone kept ringing. Chen He took a look and found that it was a company group that he had not had time to leave. At this moment, there were constant messages, and many of them directly at him. What's the matter? Someone sent a red envelope. Chapter 13. There is a hole. At Xiao Shen, what did you do? Mr. Zhao scolded you in the office all morning. It's more than just scolding him. I even suspect that Chen He dug up his family's ancestral grave. Indeed, he said it all morning without repeating a word. I'm jealous of his cauliflower. Oh my god, is the after effect of the award ceremony so serious? What award ceremony? That thing has long passed. I don't know what Chen He has in his hand. He directly reported it to the higher-ups. No one with the surname Zhao dares to ask the student girl for extra lessons anymore. Why doesn't Mr. Zhao ask female students for extra lessons? Are you kidding me? Picture.jpg. 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 Fuck. Where did you get this photo? Are you sure it's not photoshopped? It's well known that Lao Zhao likes schoolgirls the most, and his wife likes male models. The one in the picture is obviously not a schoolgirl, but a married woman wearing a hip skirt. But having said that, this girl is really plump. I love her so much tilde. Bullshit, my brother-in-law's second uncle's daughter works in the hotel, it must be Lao Zhao. Are there any big melons? Avatar is eating a big melon. Suck it. It is said that this afternoon, after Lao Zhao scolded Chen He made an appointment with a girl, skipped work early and went to the hotel. He was then set up with a honey trap and arrested directly on the bed. Photos and short videos were also taken of him. He was blackmailed for 3 million yuan. Later, I don't know who called the police, and now both sides are in jail. What the hell? 3 million. I'm afraid this is a trap set by someone. I just don't know if such a plump girl would stand up and kick, otherwise she would be in big trouble. 3 million for one time, it's just like this even with gold borders. Sure. The people from above have come to the company, and this time they are determined to get rid of Lao Zhao. The general manager may not be able to continue his job, and Wan Long, his lackey brother-in-law, may also be finished. Lao Zhao was taken down, shouldn't you open some champagne to celebrate? At Chen He, have you found a new job? Do you want to come back? At Chen He, it's such a happy event, we must send out red envelopes to celebrate. Chen He looked at the chat history on his phone with an expression like old man looking at his phone on the subway JPG. Then he quit WeChat. I didn't expect that. That group of people were really setting up a honey trap. Since they couldn't get me, they turned around and went after that bastard Zhao Hu. He is really honest and remembers what he said before. Never beg for money on your knees. They just managed to stand up once, but ended up being thrown into police station. What a bunch of poor little creatures. And judging from the messages in the group, it seems that people from the board of directors have entered the company. If the documents he had leaked were to be strictly investigated, then this bastard Zhao Hu would never have a chance of turning things around this time. For him, it was indeed something worth celebrating with champagne. Lao Zhao is a good person. They didn't dare to deduct a single cent from my severance pay and commissions. When we drink later, we must toast each other from a distance. Thinking of this, Shen He smiled even more, and patted the back of the chair in front of him, saying, "Master, let's go to the nearby night market." Hearing this, the driver said, "It's too early now. It's only a little after 6 o'clock. The girls haven't started work yet." Chen He? "Master, I'm going to the night market to eat barbecue." "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, it's okay, it was a misunderstanding." Shen He leaned back suddenly. "What are you talking about? Does he look like some kind of deviant guy?" Just as Chen He was about to speak, the car under him suddenly braked to a stop. Inertia caused him to fall forward instantly. He held the back of the seat in front of him tightly with his hands, so he did not hit it. Just as he was about to speak, he felt the car suddenly lurch forward. Bang! Someone rear-ended someone. Shen He sat back suddenly, and after stabilizing himself, he asked, "Master, what do you do for a living?" The driver scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Chen He rubbed his wrist and said, "What decent driver would drive like this? Is there a pothole ahead? You braked so quickly." The driver pointed ahead and said, "There really is a big hole." Chen He was stunned when he heard this, and looked in the direction the driver pointed, only to see a big hole collapsed in the middle of the road ahead. The surrounding cars all stopped and some people got out of their cars to check the pit. Some people also stood on the roadside and took out their mobile phones to call the police. Chen He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked, "When did it collapse?" The driver unbuckled his seatbelt while cursing, and said, "It just collapsed. With a bang, 4 or 5 cars disappeared in an instant. I was shocked. Is the driver behind me crazy? He can't even stop the car. I just bought it." The driver cursed while opening the car door and walked out, then went around to the back to negotiate with the BMW that was about to rear-end him. The next moment, a hot girl in a short skirt walked out of the BMW. The ferocious expression on the driver's face suddenly disappeared. Chen He also opened the car door and walked out, came to the edge of the pit, and carefully looked around the collapsed area. There was no cavity at the site of the collapse, and compacted soil was all around. But how could this thing suddenly collapse 3 or 4 meters? There can't be something that suddenly sucked away all the soil here, right? This thing is unscientific. At this moment, there were still several cars emitting smoke at the bottom of the pit, and the conscious people inside were struggling desperately to escape from the cars. The car was still smoking. If it exploded, we would be trapped inside and burned to death. There were many people standing on the edge of the pit, but no one dared to go down. After all, the sudden pit has a drop of 5 or 6 meters. Although the edge of the pit is not a 90-degree right angle, it is not something that ordinary people can go down. Chen He looked at the person struggling in the car below and his brows instantly frowned. Such a big hole collapsed here, and it's a main road, so both sides are probably blocked. If we really have to wait for rescue to arrive, the car below might be on fire. He looked around, found a gentle slope, and descended carefully. Chen He is not a saintly bitch, but if he really encounters such a situation, it is hard not to rush to save people on impulse. In particular, he has a physique that is twice that of an ordinary person. 5 minutes later, Chen He landed easily at the bottom of the pit. The moment it landed at the bottom of the pit, a few lines of small words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Trigger temporary mission: rescue the humans captured by the 3rd level Earth Dragon and taken into its lair. Time limit: 3 hours. Quest reward: Earth Dragon Armguard left arm. Looking at the few lines of small words appearing in front of him, Chen He suddenly made a tactical retreat. What the hell? It would be fine if it was just to trigger the task, but why is the reward a hand, and for a left-handed person? And that Earth Dragon, are you talking about earthworms? Chen He took a deep breath and ran directly to one of the cars that looked better opened. He opened the car door and dragged out several passengers who had been knocked unconscious. As the passengers of the first car were dragged out, the crowd watching at the edge of the pit burst into cheers. The taxi driver stood at the edge of the pit, pointing at Chen He and said, "That's my passenger, my passenger." Chapter 14 Earth Dragon. The bottom of the pit. Chen He dragged the people who were knocked unconscious in the 2 cars to a relatively safe place, and then looked at the car that started to smoke. There were only 2 young people in the car, and the girl in the passenger seat was constantly waving at him to save people. The boy in the driving seat was holding his lower abdomen in pain, his head resting on the steering wheel, covered in blood. Chen He walked forward and took a look, immediately showing a shocked expression. At this moment, he even forgot that the car was smoking. The woman in the passenger seat said quickly, "Hurry up and get us out. My boyfriend is rich. He will give you a lot of money after we get out." Chen He glanced at the boy in the driver's seat who was in agony and said, "Save him first." The co-pilot shouted angrily, "It's not bitten off. It won't hurt to delay for a while. Get me out first. Hurry up." Hearing the other party speak, Chen He was shocked. Is this something he can listen to? This young couple really has a lot of fun. He glanced at the woman, told her to shut up, and then went straight to the driver's seat. The boy in the driver's seat barely raised his head, and at the same time, his hands moved much faster and closed the blood-stained zipper. As soon as I looked up, I saw Chen He's increasingly shocked expression. He immediately said in a shrill voice, I'm fine, it's just that my foot is stuck and it hurts when I move. Shen He forcefully opened the car door and took a look. The boy's foot was stuck on the slightly bent accelerator. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. The seatbelt has been unfastened at this moment, and all that remains is to pull the person out. It's just that the slightly bent throttle is difficult to deal with. If you have something, you can try to pry it open a little, but it's difficult to do it with bare hands. Even with his strength twice that of an ordinary person, he couldn't move that thing. As if he could see Chen his dilemma, the boy in the driver's seat struggled and said, "There's an engineer shovel in the camping kit in the trunk." Upon hearing this, Shen He nodded and said, "Wait." As he spoke, he came to the trunk. It is estimated that when the car fell, the front of the car touched the ground first, but there was no problem with the trunk and it could be opened. Chen He found the engineer shovel that the boy mentioned, and then walked around to the co-pilot's seat to take a look. The passenger door was slightly deformed and stuck, but the man was in good spirits and not seriously injured, though the door couldn't be opened. Chen He weighed the engineer shovel and smashed the car glass directly with the handle. "Use the sharp edge to cut the seat belt," he said to the woman, "Climb out by yourself." After saying that, he went straight back to the main driving seat, took a look at the situation, reached in with the handle of the shovel, and began to pry the accelerator. Fortunately, this guy is a rich man, and the engineer shovel he bought is sturdy enough. Just by prying the accelerator slightly, the boy struggled to pull his foot out and was dragged out of the driving seat by Chen He. On the other side, the woman also climbed out from the passenger seat. Chen He placed the boy where he had placed the others, and then ran to rescue the people in the remaining two cars. Fortunately, the car was strong enough and there were almost no serious injuries. At this moment, someone at the edge of the pit had found a rope, tied one end to a tree trunk on the side of the road and slid down, and he also planned to come down to help. The sounds of fire trucks and police cars could also be heard in the distance. Chen He glanced at the task panel in front of him and estimated that the mission would be completed once these people were pulled up. It seems that the task is simple. But even so, he still couldn't help but want to complain. Why is the reward for this quest so stingy? Only half of the equipment was given, and only an Earth Dragon arm guard was given, for the left arm. Outrageous. Which bastard planned this game design? Let him see it, let that dog planner see why the flowers are so red. Just as someone was coming down from above, the soil on the opposite side suddenly broke open, and a black thing emerged from it, opening its mouth to bite towards Chen He came to his senses immediately and quickly held the engineer shovel in his hand across his body. Bang! The huge impact force knocked Chen He away. The crowd watching at the edge of the pit suddenly cried out in surprise, shouting, "Monster!" and some of the timid ones even sat down on the ground. Suddenly, more than half of the onlookers disappeared. The hero, who was almost falling to the bottom of the pit along the rope just now climbed up swiftly by pulling the rope. Chen He was hit so hard that his head was pounding and he was seeing stars. He stood up from the ground holding the engineering shovel and looked at the monster in front of him. It looked like a black earthworm. But the size is indeed a bit too big. It's enough to swallow people. Was it agreed that the first wave of spiritual energy tide would come 2 years later? How come it's only 2024 and there are already monsters? Chen He coughed violently a few times, coughing out the dirt in his mouth, and then held the engineer shovel tightly in his hand. Not far from the black earthworm, the woman who had been rescued not long ago screamed and ran to the rope the moment she saw the monster, intending to use the rope to climb out of the pit. The sound immediately attracted the black earthworms. The black earthworm burrowed into the ground in an instant. When it broke out of the soil again, a mouth-like opening suddenly appeared at the front of its body, and it swallowed the screaming woman. In just a blink of an eye, he swallowed the woman completely from head to toe. Chen He could even vaguely see that the screaming girl was still wriggling and struggling inside the black earthworm. This scene immediately frightened everyone. At this moment, there was no onlooker at the edge of the pit, only a few people were left at the bottom of the pit. Someone ran towards the rope hanging from above, hoping to use the rope to escape. Some people were so frightened that their legs went limp and they couldn't move at all. The only ones left were those who were knocked unconscious and the unlucky engineer shovel boy. Chen He just took a look and rushed over immediately. Now he finally understood why the title of the temporary mission was "Rescue the Humans Captured by the Third-Level Earth Dragon and Taken into its Lair." It turns out there really is an underground dragon in this place. It just doesn't match the mission. This Earth Dragon is far from being at level 3. The level 3 described in the mission should be a few years later. Otherwise, I would have died instantly after that collision. The Earth Dragon swallowed the screaming girl, and its body moved much slower than before, and it could hardly burrow into the ground. When Chen He rushed forward, the Earth Dragon squirmed and tried to crash into him. It's a pity that it was too close to the ground, otherwise I could try a sliding tackle. Chen He jumped sideways, first avoiding the impact of the Earth Dragon, and then swung the engineer shovel in his hand fiercely. It directly cut through the surface of the Earth Dragon, and with the help of the Earth Dragon's own momentum, it actually cut a long and narrow wound. Countless mucus gushed out from the wound and spread all over the ground. Chen He held the engineer shovel tightly with both hands to steady himself and avoid being thrown away by the struggling body of the Earth Dragon. After the Earth Dragon calmed down a little, he pulled out the engineer shovel and chopped it down fiercely. The sharp engineer shovel chopped down instantly, and there was almost no resistance on the surface of the Earth Dragon, so a section was cut off. The screaming woman's feet were also revealed. Judging from the other party's movements, if he continues to be swallowed, I'm afraid he will lose his life. Chen He ignored the constant twisting of the cut section of the Earth Dragon, stepped forward, grabbed the screaming girl's ankle with one hand, and pulled it out forcibly. The screaming woman's body was covered with earthworm mucus, her skirt was lifted up, revealing her spring scenery. He grabbed the ankle and threw it directly towards the man with the wound in the lower abdomen. He controlled the force very well and at most caused soft tissue contusion. When the screaming girl landed on the ground, Chen He directly chopped at the Earth Dragon with an engineer shovel. Chapter 15 Activating Achievements. Phew! The sharp engineer shovel instantly cut into the Earth Dragon's body, and disgusting mucus flowed out from the wound. The Earth Dragon felt pain and instantly drilled underground. The compacted soil in front of it breaks apart easily like tofu. In addition, the screaming girl in his body was pulled out by Chen He, making his movements much lighter. In just a moment, he had penetrated half a meter. Upon seeing this, Chen He immediately embraced the Earth Dragon, using the engineer shovel as a protrusion and pulling it out with force. A tug of war developed between the two. The Earth Dragon struggled to drill deeper into the soil, although its speed was much slower than before. But it still keeps drilling down. Soon, Chen He's body was already close to the ground. If he continued like this, he would either let go or the Earth Dragon would burrow into the soil. Or he would hold on to it tightly and be dragged in by the Earth Dragon. But once buried in the ground, Chen He will be at the mercy of this Earth Dragon. Chen He gritted his teeth and grinned, "You bastard, are you trying to see who's stronger?" Panel, at some points. As Chen He's mind moved, 1.1 of the remaining 2.1 free attribute points on his panel were added to strength. The remaining 1 point was added to physical strength. Without reservation. The next moment, Chen He could clearly feel a huge force suddenly generated in his body, and he pulled the Earth Dragon out directly. The force was so great that it even lifted him up and caused Chen He to fall backwards with him. A ground dragon more than 2 meters high instantly hit the smoking car. The car, which was already on the verge of explosion, suddenly burst into flames, directly engulfing the Earth Dragon. Chen He saw that things were not going well and rolled over instantly to avoid the burning flames. He came to the more than 1 meter long stump of the Earth Dragon that he had just cut off. Then a powerful shot. In an instant, the more than 1 meter long remains of the Earth Dragon were kicked into the flames. At the moment when the Earth Dragon's limbs were kicked away, Chen He could even see that the opponent's wounds had begun to heal slowly. I have to say, the vitality of this thing is really powerful and terrifying. If Chen He moved slower, he would have been able to burrow into the ground and leave. I'm afraid it won't take long before it turns into a brand new Earth Dragon. Looking at the increasingly fierce fire, Chen He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the boy whose pants were stained with blood and said, "Good car, it burns quickly." The boy with blood-stained pants came to his senses and looked at his car, which was almost burned to ashes, feeling like crying but unable to cry. He just bought the car. Woo 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 tilde. Chen He stood in front of the burning car, and lines of small words appeared in front of him. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd level Earth Dragon and gaining free attribute points +3. Activate achievement, fight against opponents of higher levels. At this time, footsteps were approaching quickly from the edge of the pit. Chen He didn't have time to study the few lines of small words that appeared in front of him. He just turned his head and saw several firefighters in orange fire suits sticking their heads out. I saw a burning car in the pothole and a dozen people not far away who were not seriously injured. The firefighters breathed a sigh of relief. One of them shouted loudly, "Don't move down there, we will be down soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw ropes being thrown down from above. Several firefighters went down at the same time. On the other side, there was also a fire truck, and several firefighters were using water cannons to attack the burning car. Chen He raised the engineer shovel in his hand and said, "Brother, where did you buy this shovel? It's really sturdy." If the engineer shovel had not been strong enough, he would have broken several ribs when the first wave of earth dragons hit him. The boy with blood-stained pants smiled bitterly and said, "I bought it online. I was planning to go camping today. If you like it, I'll give it to you." Shen He said, "How can I be so embarrassed about that?" As he said that, he folded the engineer shovel, hung it around his waist, and walked towards the edge of the pit. A firefighter asked, "Comrade, are you injured? Do you need us to help you up?" Shen He waved his hand casually and said, "No, go save them." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the rope and climbed up towards the top of the pit. His movements were quick and there seemed to be no problem. When they reached the edge of the pit, someone lent a hand and pulled him up. Shen He looked around. Fire truck, ambulance, police car. Riot vehicle? This thing is here too. As soon as he came back to his senses, he saw a man in uniform approaching him. He saluted first, then said, "Hello, comrade. I am Chen Zhao from the South City branch. I just received a report from the masses that a monster appeared here." Having said that, he leaned over and looked down into the pit, but found nothing unusual. Chen He pointed at the car that was being put out of fire and said, "Look. Over there, it's not a monster, it's just a slightly overgrown earthworm." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao just nodded and said, "I see." Suddenly, the corners of Shen He's mouth in front of him twitched, and an itchy feeling from the bones came over him, making his body twist involuntarily. A clear voice rang out, "Captain, he's about to show his true form." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhao slapped him and said, "Stop reading novels and go get a stretcher. He probably has internal injuries." Chen He sat down on the ground, grimacing. Sure enough, if you had too much at one time, you will feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the reaction this time was not too big, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. When several nurses came over with a stretcher, Chen He had already stood up from the ground and said repeatedly, "Captain Chen, I'm fine, no need for a stretcher." As he said this, he jumped back and forth, to show that he was in good health and enjoyed everything he ate. Chen Zhao was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand, telling the stretcher not to come over and to go save other people first. He looked at Shen He and confirmed again, "Are you sure you're okay?" Chen He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I feel good now. I'm strong enough to kill a cow." Chen Zhao nodded and said, "Then let's temporarily allocate medical resources to other people, but if you have time, I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup. By the way, I just heard someone say that you were the first to go down and save a lot of people this time. After I go back, I will apply for a bravery award for you from the bureau. If the award is given, I will contact you. I hope you can take some time to come and claim the award." Shen He nodded and said, "No problem." At the rear pothole, a police officer looked at some traces on the wreckage of the vehicle and exclaimed, "Captain, we found something here." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao immediately trotted over. Chen He also saw the owner of the voice that said he was going to reveal his true form. She looked like a young policewoman who had just started work. She walked with a shaky step, like a rabbit police officer. He pulled away and walked outside, shaking the mucus off his hands as he left. It's slimy, snot-like, and a bit gross. Chapter 16. Wow. Golden Legend. The place where the accident occurred. Shen He walked through the crowd of uniforms and reporters, looking at his new achievements as he walked. Fight across levels. Obtained by killing high-level opponents. With this title, you can increase your current attributes by 15% when facing someone stronger than you. This achievement can continue to grow, and the current kills of higher-level enemies can increase the gain. Looking at the achievement introduction of Fighting Across Levels. Chen His eyes lit up instantly. Increase existing properties by 15%. In other words, when facing someone of a higher level than oneself, all of ones for dimensional attributes can be enhanced by 15%. Wow! Golden legend. It's really a good thing. Moreover, at this stage, killing higher level enemies can also improve achievements. If we can kill a 4th level monster, wouldn't it be possible to increase it to 20%? Wow, this is really unthinkable. Especially since this thing is a typical late game ability. The higher your attribute value, the greater the enhancement will be. It is almost as good as the previously activated Escape from Death. Escape from Death is a life-saving skill. When facing an enemy 3 levels higher than you, there is a 50% chance of escaping. Fighting across levels is a magical combat skill. To sum up: fight, have fun. Chen He was laughing so hard that his eyes were almost invisible. He didn't even care about the 3 free attributes he was rewarded with for killing the 3rd level Earth Dragon. When you kill the 1st level Mutant Rat King, you give him 1 point of free attribute. Now that I have killed a 3rd level Earth Dragon, why am I only given 3 points of free attributes? This crappy game even made him wonder if the crappy planner had blacklisted his free attribute points. Otherwise, why would a 3rd level Earth Dragon be given 3 free attribute points? Swindler, big swindler. He stopped a car on the side of Chinher Road and headed straight to the nearby night market. He had done so much and hadn't had time to eat dinner yet. He was so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his back. As soon as he got into the taxi, he saw a few lines of small words appear in front of him again. Bite. Congratulations to the player for completing the temporary mission, rescuing the human being who was captured by the 3rd level Earth Dragon and taken into its lair. Quest reward: Earth Dragon Armguard left arm, to be claimed. Chen He was stunned when he saw the few lines of small words in front of him. Then he gave up the idea of receiving it directly. After all, it was the first time for him to receive this kind of reward, so who knows what it looks like. If I really take out an arm guard, I will be in trouble for the car I have picked up. The driver must have been scared silly. Suddenly, he looked at the driver's seat in front of him. Through the rearview mirror, he could clearly see that the driver was looking at him through the rearview mirror from time to time. Shen He was just about to speak. Then I heard the driver say excitedly, "It's really you." Chen He was stunned when he heard this and asked, "Master, do we know each other?" The driver quickly said, "Before, you took my car and said you were going to eat at a food stall. Halfway through the journey, a big hole suddenly collapsed on the road, and then you got out to save people. At that time, my car was rear-ended by a female driver. Have you forgotten?" After hearing this, Shen He finally reacted. "Isn't this the taxi I took before? Unexpectedly, I just hailed a taxi and actually ran into this big brother. What a fate! What a fate!" Chen He grinned and said, "The car was rear-ended, and you still have the mind to drive it. How much did the female driver pay to me?" The driver slammed the gear lever when he heard this and said, "I get angry just talking about this." Chen He was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why, she didn't compensate you?" The driver said, "Originally, when I saw a girl getting off the car, I didn't ask her to pay much. After all, the collision wasn't serious, so a compensation of 100 or 200 yuan would be fine. I just asked her to apologize to me. As a result, the girl refused to accept the offer and insisted on using insurance. Then the traffic police came and saw us arguing. They asked us to move our car and go to the traffic police mediation room to have someone mediate between us. I told her to apologize to me and pay me $300. The woman still refused to pay and insisted that she had plenty of money. She kept asking me for a higher price, from 3,000 to 30,000 yuan. She just refused to apologize and pay 300 yuan. When Chen He heard this, he immediately became interested. Then what? You are not willing to apologize even if you have to pay 30,000 yuan. Brother must have made a big profit. It would take at least 2 months to earn that much, right? The driver said, "That's impossible. You're talking as if I'm short of money." Shen He widened his eyes and asked, "You didn't want it?" The driver shook his head and said, "Yes, but I'm not short of money. I just didn't want her to apologize because she was so pretty." In the end, we signed a mediation agreement. She transferred 30,000 yuan to me, and then left. I didn't expect to run into you not long after I left the house. I was planning to go and see what's going on. Have the people been rescued? Chen He gave a thumbs up and said, "Great. The people at the bottom of the pit have been rescued. They are probably all in the hospital by now. Upon hearing this, the driver said, "Thank goodness you are brave enough to go down and save people, otherwise it would be hard to say." After a while, the driver took him to a nearby night market and said, "The food on this street tastes the best and is the most hygienic." Chen He got out of the car and was about to pay. The driver waved his hand and said, "No charge, consider it my treat. You did something today that I wanted to do but didn't dare to do. I admire you. Besides, I have money, so I don't mind this." After saying that, he turned the car around and drove away. There was a shallow dent on the rear of the taxi, left by a rear-end collision. Seeing this, Chen He just waved at the rearview mirror, then turned and walked into a street in the night market. The driver was right. The food on this street is really good, clean and hygienic, and most importantly, it tastes good. By the time Chen He finished eating, it was almost 9 o'clock. He called a car online and drove directly towards his rental house. The street lights were all on at this moment. When Chen He returned to the corridor on his floor, he just happened to see Lei from next door walking over with a few express deliveries. After seeing Chen He, Lei immediately smiled and said, "Hey. Brother Chen came back so late today, did you go on a date?" Chen He raised his head and said, "I went to do good deeds. In a few days, the municipal bureau will give me a reward for bravery." Lei immediately rolled his eyes at him and said, "You are telling lies with your eyes open." Chen He was a little depressed. Why is it that no one believes the truth these days? He looked at the thing in Lei's hand and said, "What is this thing you bought? Why does it look so weird?" Lei picked up the things in his hand and said, "Ambient light, fill light, camera with built-in beauty function, sound card." Chen His eyes widened. Are you guys in this industry so unscrupulous these days? Lei opened the door and said with a sweet smile, "What are you thinking about? I want to change my career and become a host. I can dance a little bit and call him Brother Wuji. Wouldn't it be easier to make money than now? But if you have any ideas, my previous conditions are still valid." Chen He immediately opened the door and said, "Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the door. Lei rolled his eyes, then walked into the house mumbling and closed the door. Chapter 17 Experiment. In the room, Chen He sat on the sofa and rubbed his hands, looking at the words, "to be collected," with great anticipation. Decisive choice to receive. The next moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him, becoming more and more dazzling. With such a bright light, is it possible that another golden legend will emerge? No wonder this Earth Dragon arm guard only has one left arm. It's rare for the dog planner to have a conscience. As the light disappeared, a soft object like an eye sleeve fell into his hand. Chen He? He picked up the eye sleeve with 2 fingers and looked at it in front of his eyes. It looks like this thing was made by peeling a layer of skin from a ground dragon and then making it into this shape. I recall the appearance of that Earth Dragon and the sticky, snot-like liquid. Chen He couldn't help but feel a chill. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he wished he could grab that bastard and give him a good beating. Whose arm guards are ice sleeves? Then, a few lines of small words slowly appeared before his eyes. Earth Dragon arm guard left. Wearing conditions, strength 3 points, stamina 3 points. This arm guard is made of the skin of a 3rd order Earth Dragon. It has strong defensive capabilities and can also amplify the corresponding attributes of the worn part, enhancing overall recovery capabilities. Good planning, good baby. Shen His eyes suddenly lit up. It has strong defense, increases corresponding attributes, and enhances overall recovery ability. Isn't this definitely a magical outfit? But why do these wearing conditions feel like they are based on my own attribute points? The dog planner wouldn't be watching him behind his back, right? Shen He looked around suspiciously. Finally, he set his sights on the Earth Dragon arm guard. It was called an arm guard, but the more he looked at it, the more it looked like an eye sleeve. And it's the same model as those old ladies who ride electric bikes to buy groceries. A thought occurred to him. Then I saw an icy sleeve instantly appear on his left arm, as if it had disappeared into the skin. But he can also show it if he wants. Chen He moved his left hand slightly and felt that there seemed to be no difference from before. Suddenly, he was stunned. Something is wrong, there is a huge difference. Both the strength and speed seem to be much stronger than before. About 30%. This bonus is twice as high as the achievement of fighting across levels. I really got myself to produce something good. He looked at the table in front of him, wanting to try out the power of the Earth Dragon arm guard. After hesitating for a long time, I finally gave up. There's something wrong with the table, and I'm afraid I'll have to pay at least $3,000. Although he is not short of money and the landlord will not go to great lengths to determine the damage, he still cannot waste money. When I have time, I will look for slaughterhouses nearby. Spend a few $100 and see if you can kill a cow with one punch. As for the defensive power of this Earth Dragon arm guard, he hesitated for a while, then ran to the kitchen to get a knife, intending to test the defensive power of the Earth Dragon arm guard. Just as he was preparing for the experiment, there was a sudden knock on the door. He walked to the door with a knife in hand and opened it. Wang Long, looking disheveled, appeared in front of him holding a brick, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen He. Was quite surprised and said, Son, why are you here? Didn't the company send you to the police station? He originally thought that those things he had stabbed were. Not only can Zhao Hu be sent in, but Wang Long can also be sent in together. But unexpectedly, the unlucky guy encountered a honey trap along the way. Before the company took any action, he went to the police station for tea. Wang Long looked at Shen He and gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Shen, it's you. Why did you expose this matter? My brother-in-law is finished. When he gets out of the police station, the company will also file a lawsuit. By then, he will go to jail seamlessly. I will be finished too. Now, I want you to be finished too. As he said that, he immediately raised the brick in his hand and prepared to hit him hard. Son, speak properly. As soon as the words fell, Wang Long's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. The brick in his hand fell to the ground, making a dull sound in the night. He forced a smile, squinted at the kitchen knife beside his neck, and said, Dad, what are you doing? Your son is going to jail, and you still took the time to come and play a little joke with you. You don't need to use a knife, right? Shen He glanced at Wang Long and grinned, what a coincidence, Dad was just joking with you too. Wang Long swallowed his saliva and said, all kidding aside, can my son stand up now? It's going to rain, I have to go home and close their windows, or the police won't be able to find me. Shen He smiled and tapped Wang Long's shoulder with the blade of his knife. He said, go ahead. My eldest son, if you run into any problems next time, come find me. I'll go to the kitchen and get the money to help you solve it. Wang Long's heart trembled. Threaten. A naked threat. Whose good person went to the kitchen to get money? He forced a smile, carefully leaned back, and then sat down on the ground. He said with a tut-tut sound, you are an adult, why don't you know how to clean yourself up? Hurry up, the ground is dirty. His tone was so gentle when he spoke that Wang Long vaguely saw the figure of his father. Wang Long quickly got up and ran towards the stairs in panic. Shen He sneered and glanced at the brick left on the ground by the other party. After muttering something like, how uncivilized. He doesn't even know how to take away the trash, he just picked it up. Then he looked at the position of the trash can below and aimed carefully. Bang! The brick fell to the ground and shattered. Woof woof woof. The sound of dogs barking was heard. The next moment, a familiar soprano roared, who is that heartless person who threw a brick on the ground and almost hit my son on the head? Do you have any shame? Get out here and I'll sit on you to death. He immediately shrank his neck, went back into the house and closed the door. He sat back on the sofa, holding a kitchen knife in his right hand, and gestured at his left arm for a while. Finally I made up my mind and paddled across carefully and gently. TSK. No feeling. There is not even a white mark. He gritted his teeth and paddled forward using only 10% of his strength. A tiny white mark suddenly appeared on his left arm. 7 points of strength. The white mark has expanded a little, but it is far from breaking the skin. He suddenly became excited. His current physical fitness is comparable to that of 3 healthy adults combined. In the end, even after using 70% of his strength, he still couldn't break the defense of his left arm. It seems that this Earth Dragon arm guard is much stronger than he imagined. Then he changed hands with the kitchen knife and cut his right thumb. His tilde. Blood spurted out instantly. But then, the wound quickly scabbed over within 3 seconds and recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the overall recovery ability improved by the Earth Dragon arm guard? It's really amazing. Chen He looked at the wound on his hand and smiled foolishly. Just an Earth Dragon arm guard has this effect. I wonder if there is an Earth Dragon set. If there are any, and I gathered them all, wouldn't I be like an Earth Dragon, unable to die even if I were chopped into 13 pieces? Can we form a football team to play football? Chapter 18 Main Mission. Soon, a night passed. Early morning. Shen He sat up from the bed and subconsciously looked at his left arm. Well, not much different than the right arm. But having said that, he could clearly know that the Earth Dragon arm guard was on his left arm, he just couldn't feel it. This is great, you can wear it all the time without any discomfort. The most important thing is that no one will see it. He got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, he sat on the sofa and looked at the screen in front of him. The daily tasks have been refreshed. Daily Task 1, survive for 7 days. Remaining time, 5 days, 15 hours, 47 minutes, 58 seconds. Rewards, 3 free attribute points. When Shen He saw Task 1, he couldn't help but yawn. This daily task really takes up a portion of the daily tasks. It looks like it will have to continue for a few days. That is to say, in the next few days, he only has 2 daily tasks left. And 3 free attribute points are really enough. As a newbie, if you want to survive, shouldn't you quickly get into the main quest? Is this bastard planner just slacking off? He hasn't given us any main quests yet. Playing a triggered task with me across here. Sun Zei, you are really good at having fun. Do you want me to praise him for having the maximum degree of freedom? Chen He continued to look at the second daily task. Daily Task 2, give up your turtle fist. Task requirements, be methodical. Task time limit, 8 hours. Task reward, skill attribute point +1. As a regular player of Earth Online who is about to leave the beginner guide, you should not just rely on brute force to swing your fist. Chen He? You bastard, you look down on me again? What happened to the turtle fist? Didn't he use his turtle punch to knock down a few big guys who came here to commit fraud a few days ago? Just relying on brute force. He is so elegant, why do you say he only relies on brute force? You stupid planner, get out here. I'll beat you up with one punch. Chen He was filled with anger, and he wished he could kill the stupid planner who made the design with a punch on the spot. Suddenly, he saw a spot of light appear on the screen in front of him. Click to take a look. Wow. Main quest. Could it be that the crappy planner heard my complaints just now and temporarily added a main task for me? If that's the case, then this world is really just a huge makeshift team. No, maybe it's not just this world. Shen He looked carefully. Main Mission 1, practice more if you are not good at it. Task requirements, achieve first level strength, all values increased 10 points. Task time limit, 30 days. Quest reward, Earth Dragon suit complete version missing left arm. Your current stats are not even as good as a mutated mouse. In order to avoid being eaten by the mouse, please hurry up and increase your stats. Chen He looked at the lines of small words that appeared in front of him, and his face turned red. 1. Red temperature warning. Damn it, I just killed a 3rd level Earth Dragon yesterday, and today's additional main quest evaluation said that I was not even as good as a little mouse. Who are you looking down on? What kind of mouse is so awesome? Bring it out and see it. As Shen He's blood pressure soared, lines of small words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. First Order Mutant Rat King. Strength, 4. Physical Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Spirit, 6. Call. Shen He breathed a sigh of relief. If you are not as good as a mouse, then you are not as good as a mouse. Why do you speak so harshly? He jumped up from the sofa, put the key in his pocket, pushed the door open and walked out. After closing the door, open it in the room next to his. Chen He ignored the red screen flashing in front of him and greeted Lele. Morning, are you going downstairs to have breakfast? No, it just so happens that since you are going downstairs, please help me take the garbage down, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave Shen He a shake of garbage. This time, the outside of the garbage bag was cleaned very cleanly, and I didn't see any battle-damaged black stockings, which was disappointing. Chen He was carrying the garbage, looking at the door that had closed again in confusion. Is it so tiring to be a host now? Then, he opened Lele's favorability and took a look. Level 5 Storm Queen Lele. Favorability, 80. His tilde. With such a high favorability, no wonder he thinks about his virgin skills every day. Chen he trotted downstairs. He threw the garbage into the trash can, and as soon as he looked up, he saw an old man climbing up the outer edge of the second floor. It looks like he is old Lee who lives on the third floor of this building. But isn't he old Lee already 91 years old? How come you are still so energetic? He looked up and said, Old Lee, why are you playing Spider-Man so early in the morning to exercise? Old Lee, who had just climbed to the second floor, didn't lower his head and cursed, bullshit, the old man went downstairs to buy breakfast and forgot to bring the key, so he climbed up and went in to get the key. Upon hearing this, Shen his mouth twitched involuntarily. He glanced at the security windows on the third floor and said, Old Lee, your house has security windows, how did you get in? Upon hearing this, Old Lee looked up towards his home. Outside the window, I saw the anti-theft window standing there neatly. It looked quite new and should have been installed just in the past few days. Instantly, Old Lee cursed, fuck, I forgot about the anti-theft windows I installed yesterday. He glanced down and quickly climbed down the same way he came. Shen he almost laughed out loud. But looking at Old Lee's nimble figure, he held back and quickly left the community, planning to have breakfast first. After Chen he had breakfast. While walking on the road, I was thinking about how to complete daily task 2. Although the time limit for this daily task is a full 8 hours, there are now 7 hours and 15 minutes left. But it is still difficult to complete. Give up your fists and fight with rules. Could it be that this is a reminder for myself to sign up for a class? Chen his eyes lit up instantly. This seems to be a solution. It doesn't require any turtle punches, but it's easy to follow some rules. You can just sign up for a class and learn for a few hours. With your own understanding, it is not difficult to have some rules. Just do it. He took out his cell phone and checked on the map to see if there were any fighting classes nearby. Well, it has to be an adult class. A few minutes later, he looked at what was displayed on the map on his phone and his eyes suddenly lit up. It really does exist. There are various classes in a large shopping mall nearby. Taekwondo, free fighting, Sonder, women's yoga. Chen he raised his hand to hail a taxi and said, Master, go to Galaxy New World. Upon hearing this, the driver started the car immediately by turning on the meter. After a moment, Chen he looked at the street scene outside through the car window and frowned slightly. He said, Master, I am a local, please don't give me a detic. Upon hearing this, the driver quickly said, I'm a taxi driver, can I take a detic for you? Right away, we'll be there in 10 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and turned directly out of the ring road. Chapter 19 My brother is awesome. 10 minutes later. Galaxy New World, the main entrance. The driver pointed to the time on the center console and said, Brother, I wasn't kidding you. If I said 10 minutes, it would be 10 minutes. Not a minute's difference. Chen he laughed twice, if you really take that ring road, it will probably take more than 10 minutes. He scanned the code to pay, then pushed open the car door and walked out. Inside the taxi, the driver sighed, lamenting that people's hearts have changed and the world is fickle. Isn't it just the ring road? The earth is round, and the ring road is also round. You can still get to your destination by going around it in a circle. Why bother too much? Chen he followed the instructions on the map on his phone and went directly to the second floor. As soon as he went up to the second floor, he saw several men in Taekwondo uniforms lying in front of a store. A police officer was taking a statement on the spot. The subject of the investigation was a man wearing clothes from a maternity and baby store. The man said excitedly, they came here to pick a fight, and they were the first to start. I saw that they were wearing these clothes, so I thought they were good at fighting, but who knew that they fell down with just one punch? The police officer nodded slightly and said, well, I'm listening, please continue. Shen he glanced at the logo on the Taekwondo uniform. Isn't this the Taekwondo gym that I was planning to visit? How come they were all defeated? They are so weak. Chen he mixed in the crowd and said to a man who was taking pictures and eating watermelons next to him, brother, what's going on? Even the police are here. The man said without even turning his head, let's have a group fight. A new maternity and baby store opened and asked its employees to distribute flyers on the second floor. They had a conflict with the flyers distributed by the Taekwondo gym, so a group of people came to us. I originally wanted to pick a fight, but when I started, I couldn't even beat these people from the maternity and baby store. If someone hadn't called the police, the fight would probably still be going on now. There are so many people gathered here now. I'm afraid the short video has already been posted online. I guess their taekwondo gym won't be open for much longer. A man beside him grinned and said, I told you that these things are just for show, but my son still insisted on arguing with me, saying that they are handsome. Don't I know whether they are useless or not? Last time I was out driving a truck with a load of wooden planks for their assessment, but when I passed a speed bump, they cracked a large part of it. When I was unloading the load, they even stopped me from leaving. Chen, he said, is there such a thing? The man cursed and said, of course. I only made $1,000 on that trip, but I lost it all. Shen he glanced at the people lying on the ground and couldn't help smacking his lips. This thing is probably not as good as the turtle punch. It seems that I have to choose one from Sonder and free fighting, just learn the posture and complete the task first. Chen he walked through the crowd and saw the innocent faces of the employees of the maternity and baby store as he was leaving. It can be seen that they don't know that this group of people are so weak. He just threw 2 punches and fell to the ground. Chen he walked through the second floor, where there were many different types of training classes, both for juniors and adults. When passing by a yoga training class, he stopped and looked at it critically for a while. The yoga clothes matched with the soft and graceful figure looked very attractive. Soon, he arrived at the Sonder training class. There was a poster at the door of the store. On the poster was a sturdy man with a series of titles below. But it seems that the most valuable one is the opponent's city championship. Yes, it is the city championship, not the world championship. As soon as Shen he walked into the door, he saw a woman in sportswear walking over and said with a sweet smile, Sir, welcome to Li Ding's Sonder training class, it's nice to meet you. How happy. Sir, you are really humorous. You like to play such old jokes at such a young age. Chen he changed the subject, your boss is quite honest. He uses his own name as the signboard of the training class. Li Jiaojiao smiled and said, my brother has always been like this. Although the name of our training class is not impressive, the coach's ability is top-notch. When it comes to Sonder, he is not only the champion in our city, but if he hadn't had an accident that year, he would have also been the provincial champion. Chen he glanced at her and said, Li Ding is your brother. Li Jiaojiao stretched out her hand and said, my name is Li Jiaojiao, and I'm the female Sonder champion of Xiangxiang City. Nice to meet you. Chen he extended his hand and shook it, saying, my name is Chen he, and I'm a recognized good man who has done what is right and brave in the South City branch. Li Jiaojiao smiled and said, your self-introduction is quite interesting. Are you coming here to learn about Sonder? Let me tell you, without saying anything else, my brother is the most powerful in our Xiangxiang City. My family's Sonder is derived from Bajikan, which includes punches, kicks, throws, and weapons. It's a proper Sonder martial art. If you want to find someone better than my brother, then you have to go to the provincial capital. Well, there may not be one in the provincial capital, I guess I'll have to go to the national team. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a clear voice behind her, Jiao Jiao, stop bragging and come to work. There are female students coming to practice boxing. Li Jiaojiao responded, then turned and walked inside. Li Ding came closer and said, want to learn Sonder? My place is not cheap. It's basically one-on-one teaching. The most common class is 100 yuan for 1 hour. My class is 500 yuan, also for 1 hour. If you just want to learn more, I suggest you take a trial class, which is free. Hearing the other party speak, Shen he nodded and said, okay, I'll take a look first. Li Ding led Shen he inside and said as they walked, looking at your body shape, you have done some fitness, so it shouldn't be difficult to learn. Chen he followed him into the only 2 group classes in the training class. Looking at the courses inside, Shen he scratched his head and said, Coach Li, is there anything similar to martial arts routines in Sonder? Li Ding said, yes, Sonder itself is derived from martial arts, and it is a simplification of martial arts. The simplest routine is footwork, straight punch, step back and turn and whip punch, a combination of them. When Shen he heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this the structure of the mission requirements? Coach, I want to learn this. Li Ding was stunned for a moment, and said, even the simplest combination of routines requires a period of practice to master, and the fastest way is one-on-one teaching. Are you sure you don't want to experience it first? Shenhe raised his hand and said, no need for experience, just sign up for your class and start practicing right away. If possible, I'd better pack it this morning. Li Ding scratched his head. It was the first time he had seen such a student. Just to get to know the students, they wanted to buy a course for 500 yuan. And you want to protect him as soon as he arrives? Li Ding said calmly, I suggest you sign up for a class first. Normally, one class is enough to master some routines. He waved his hand, no, just buy a morning course first. If the effect is good, I will buy more courses. Hearing this, Li Ding fell silent. If you push the money away again, it would be impolite. You can't give up money just for the sake of your conscience. What's more, this person doesn't look like someone who is short of money. Li Ding smiled and said, okay, I'll take you to get the card now. I don't have any classes today. After getting the card, change your clothes and warm up, and then start today's class right away. Shenhe nodded. Following Li Ding, he walked to the front desk and boarded for lessons directly. Chapter 20 Progress 80%. Next, follow my lead. Footwork, yes, that's it, the movements are very spiritual. Next is a straight punch. Hook. Swinging punch. And then combine it with the footwork and practice it all together. Step back, whip kick. In the training room, Li Ding looked at Shenhe, who was becoming more and more organized, clapped his hands vigorously and said, well, you are very talented. It only took you 1 hour to master most of the routines. You are the most talented student I have taught for 2.5 years. He slowly stopped and looked at the panel that appeared in front of him. Daily Task 2, give up your turtle fist. Progress, 30%. The progress is still a bit slow. He had completely mastered the simple routine taught by Li Ding, but he didn't expect that he had only made 30% progress. He looked at Li Ding and said, Coach, can you teach me all the Sonder moves? Hearing this, Li Ding frowned and said, if I teach you all the moves, you will only learn a lot without any refinement, and you won't be able to lay a solid foundation. Shenhe said, it's okay, I just like new tricks, we can talk about the basics later. Hearing him speak, Li Ding sighed inwardly. Then he said, okay, I'll play it again for you to watch. Come to think of it, his praise for Shenhe just now was not really for the few thousand yuan in tuition fees. Shenhe's performance was indeed beyond his expectations. He is also the most talented person he has ever seen in his 2.5 years of teaching, but it's a pity that he is a little old. If you start practicing from a young age, you might be able to win a national championship. Li Ding collected the tuition fee and did not treat it as a perfunctory request. Directly in front of Shenhe, he performed all the Sonder and combination routines he knew. After stopping, he couldn't help but breathe slightly. He turned to look at Shenhe and said, this is the entire set of Sonder moves, but the moves are static, and people are alive. Talented people can dismantle these moves and reassemble them for use. This is considered real Sonder. How much of the tactics did you remember? There was a thoughtful look in Shenhe's eyes. Then he nodded and said, I've written it all down. Li Ding was stunned for a moment and asked, what did you say? Shenhe glanced at him, then imitated Li Ding and started to perform Sonder moves. Although it is very rough, I have indeed written it all down. What remains is for Li Ding to correct it bit by bit. Looking at Shenhe, who was practicing Sonder, Li Ding stared and raised his hand to touch his short hair. After Shenhe stopped, he walked up and said, I was wrong just now. You are not the most talented person I have seen in the 2.5 years I have been teaching, but the most talented person I have seen since I learned Sonder. You really haven't practiced before. Shenhe shook his head. Li Ding heard this and grinned, then said, okay, you continue to beat me and I will be responsible for correction. Shenhe responded and started punching. 2.5 hours passed. 12:30 noon. Li Ding stood aside, sweating profusely and pouring water into his mouth. He drank a whole bottle of water before stopping. Then he looked at Shenhe, who was hardly sweating. Confused, he said, such good physical strength? That's strange. I, the coach in charge of correcting the movements, am tired. How come he doesn't get tired after practicing the routine over and over again? He stood in the middle of the field, looking at the player panel in front of him, and decisively added the last bit of his physical strength. Player, Shenhe. Strength, 3.1. Physical strength, 5.0. Agility, 2.0. Spirit, 3.2. Remaining points, 0. Evaluation, you are a healthy adult male. After years of exercise, your physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, but you still have a long way to go to reach the first level. He looked at his player panel and let out a long breath. In order to adapt to their high-intensity training, he added 2 of the 3 free attribute points he had previously obtained to physical strength. The remaining 1 is added to the spirit. Otherwise, as a newbie in Sonder, he would not be able to remember all the moves even if he tried his best. I don't know if it's because of the boxing. He added 3 free attributes to himself, but there was nothing unusual, he just felt very hungry. How strange. Chen He glanced at Li Ding and said, "Coach, it's almost time. Why don't we come here first in the morning and then come back after lunch? I think we can continue practicing for another 2 hours and it should be enough." Upon hearing this, Li Ding immediately said, "Okay, go eat first. You must be hungry after practicing for so long. There are a lot of delicious food here. Go and have a good meal." Shen He nodded and walked outside. Wait until Chen He leaves. Li Dingzai leaned slightly against the wall to relax himself. At this time, Li Jiaojia jumped out from behind the door and said with a smile, "Brother, why do you act so tired even though you make money? Isn't that guy just a newbie? Just teach him some simple moves first and it will be enough for a few days of practice." Li Ding glanced at her, then stood up and stretched his body a little to relax his muscles. Then he said, "If only it were that simple. Chen He is very talented, more talented than you and me. If we practice for a while in the afternoon, we will be familiar with almost all the routines." Li Jiaojia stared and asked, "So fast? Then why did he charge 30,000 yuan?" Li Ding stared at him and asked, "How much?" 30,000. Li Jiaojia nodded weakly and said, "He said that the 30,000 yuan was for my private lessons. He also said that after he has mastered the Sonder routine, he would like to learn Bajikan from me." Li Ding tapped Li Jiaojia's forehead vigorously and said, "You are going to tire your brother to death." The dining area on the 3rd floor. As Chen He walked, he looked at the player panel that only he could see. Daily Task 2, Give up your turtle fist. Progress, 80%. I have to say that this progress is quite good. But he doesn't have much time left. The mission deadline is only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If the mission is not completed by then, it will be a complete failure. But it shouldn't be difficult to complete the task. He and Li Ding agreed to continue the class at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By then, as long as all his movements were corrected, it should be almost done. When practicing Sonder, what surprised him most were the Li Ding brother and sister. At the first moment of contact, a warning sounded in front of him, which was why he chose to stay. Li Ding. 5th level martial artist. Li Jiaojiao. Level for martial artist. Although they are not mutants, they should not be too bad. At least one has reached the 5th level and the other has reached the 4th level in strength. If you can still be alive after a few years, you can be considered a tough guy. Shen He walked for a while and then stopped in front of a buffet restaurant that mainly served meat. He glanced at the sign, which featured a variety of meats, refined carbohydrates, and a variety of after-meal fruit desserts. 288 one person. In this 3rd-tier city, it can be considered a high-end buffet. Shen He touched his stomach and felt that his appetite was now so big that he could eat a pig in 3 bites. This young boss must be taught a lesson. Chapter 21 Mission completed, Career Panel. Let's have some high-quality carbohydrates to fill our stomachs first, so we won't be hungry while waiting for the steak. I want a set of flame steak. 20 skewers of grilled pork belly, and 1 Mexican-style pizza. Master, 2 more cheese steaks, please. By the way, the steak should be well done. I'm not used to eating it with blood on it. It's disgusting. Another set of thick-cut steak with cheese. Barbecue area. Chen He held a bottle of drink in one hand and stuffed sushi into his mouth with the other. By the way, he also performed a dish reading show in front of the crowd. Several barbecue chefs looked at Chen He's rather skinny figure, and one of them finally couldn't help but remind him, "I know our place is more expensive, but you can't eat like this, right? If you can't finish it, you'll be fined." Upon hearing this, Chen He raised the drink in his hand and said, "Master, don't worry. It's still unclear whether this amount can fill you up." After he finished the sushi in his hand, he picked up the Mexican pizza and started eating. Roll the freshly baked pork belly into the pizza and take a bite to enjoy the aroma. The seat he chose was not far from the barbecue grill, and soon the flamed steak was served on the table. It took about 40 minutes. There were already many plates in front of Shen He. After finishing his steak, he even picked some fruits and a dessert and ate them slowly. Several diners who had been paying attention to this place all widened their eyes. Some people even secretly took photos with their mobile phones. Not far from Shenhe, several chefs at the barbecue table almost dropped their steaks to the ground because their hands shook. They have been working here for more than half a year, but this is the first time they have seen someone eat so much. 288 per person. It's considered a return on investment. Only after the CD operation was over did Shen He rub his stomach. I weighed it in my mind and felt that being 80% full was just right. I 1T eat too much and 1T miss my martial arts practice in the afternoon. The staff who had been secretly watching Chen He saw that not a single bit of the tabletop was wasted in Chen He. Suddenly I felt numb. Chen He was holding a half-full bottle of drink and waved to the chef in the barbecue area, "Master, the meat is well grilled. I'll come again next time when I have time." The barbecue chefs responded in their busy schedule. Chen He swaggered out of the buffet restaurant, then looked at the time. There were still more than 40 minutes until 2 o'clock. He found a massage parlor nearby and lay down inside to enjoy the massage for 30 minutes. Unfortunately, regular massage parlors don't have so many stories. Nor can we hear the little sister talking about her sick mother, gambling father, school-age brother, and her broken self in a sad tone. By the time Shen He walked out of the massage parlor refreshed, there were only 10 minutes left until 2 o'clock. He slowly came to Li Ding's Sonder training class. At this moment, the door of the training class was still open. Chen He walked in familiarly and came to the training room. Not long after, Li Ding pushed the door and walked in. After seeing Chen He immediately smiled and said, "You came so early." Shen He said, "Time is tight. Can you correct all the movements before 4 o'clock?" Li Ding thought for a moment and said, "It should be possible. You learn very quickly." It was still not a compliment, because in his opinion, Shen He was indeed a quick learner. At the beginning, perhaps because I couldn't control my body, my movements were a little distorted. But with his guidance and correction, Chen He's movements became more and more standardized. He looks like a veteran who has practiced for several years. It's a pity that I'm a little old, but if I start practicing now, I might have a chance to win a championship. As Shen He warmed up, he said, "Okay, then as soon as possible. By the way, coach, I heard that you first learned Bajikan, which is inherited from your family. Can you teach this skill to others?" Li Ding also said warmly, "What can't be passed on?" The old man is eager for people to learn it. There are fewer and fewer people willing to learn this kung fu. If you want to learn it in the future, I can teach you anytime. Chen He said, "Okay, I will study hard when I have time in the future. Wait until the warm-up is complete." He then began to practice the Sonder moves that Li Ding taught him, and his movements became more and more skillful. Li Ding stood by, giving instructions or correcting things from time to time. Time passed quickly. 3:30 in the afternoon. Li Ding said with emotion, "You are really the most talented person I have ever seen. It's like God is chasing you and feeding you. In just a few hours, I learned all the Sonder moves, and also learned 80% to 90% of how to generate power. Are you interested in competing? I am confident that I can take you to the national competition." Hearing this, Shen He waved his hand and said, "Forget about the competition. Sonder is just my hobby. I have more serious things to do." Li Ding was stunned for a moment, and said, "What is your main job? It should be working hours today, right?" Shen He grinned and said, "Save the world." The words fell. On the light screen that appeared in front of his eyes, Daily Task 2 had been completed. It seems like there's something special going on. Daily Task 2, give up your turtle fist. Task requirements, be methodical. Task time limit, 26 minutes and 37 seconds. Task reward, skill attribute point +1. As a regular player of Earth Online who is about to leave their beginner guide, you should not just rely on brute force to swing your fist. Bite. The mission has been completed and the reward has been issued. Chen He took a closer look and was stunned for a moment after confirming that it was not free attribute points but skill attribute points. Come to think of it, this was the first time he had seen skill attribute points. What's the difference between this thing and free attribute points? He looked carefully and found that the plus sign behind his attribute points was still gray. In other words, no points can be added. So where are these skill attribute points used? Just when Shen He was confused, a few lines of small words appeared on the light screen in front of him. Byte. Congratulations to the player for activating the career panel. Currently activated profession, martial artist. Progress, 10% not yet started. After seeing the activated career panel, Chen He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "You really want me to explore it on my own? What a rubbish planner." The skill attribute points in the second daily emotional task are used for this. I don't know how much this skill attribute point can be improved. He was also a little confused, even though he had just learned the Sonder routine. But according to Li Ding's evaluation, it should be not much different from those who have practiced for several years. The result on the panel shows that not only have I not yet started, but I have only made 10% of the progress. In the training room. After hearing what Chen He said, Li Ding smiled helplessly and said, "You are quite good at joking. No wonder my sister said that you are very humorous." Shen He shrugged and said, "I've always been so humorous." Li Ding stretched his body and said, "Since you mentioned Bajikan before, and there is still half an hour today, I will teach you a standing posture, the 8th level standing posture. You can stand in the standing posture after training in the future. It has many benefits. It can strengthen the lower body, relieve muscle soreness, train core explosive power, and improve qi and blood as well as physical fitness." When Shen He heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Okay." Li Ding walked to the center of the field and started standing still, while at the same time telling Chen He the precautions of standing still. Shen He watched from the side. In just a few minutes, he could clearly feel the difference in Li Ding. He seemed to be able to vaguely hear the blood rushing in Li Ding's body like flowing water, and the strong beating of his heart. The breathing is continuous, and between each inhalation and exhalation, there is something different. Chapter 22 Attack here. In the training room. Li Ding slowly finished his exercise, and then said to Shen He who was standing beside him, "Come, stand still, and I will correct you. Remember, pay attention to what I just said." Shen He nodded slightly, "Okay." He came to the field, went over it in his mind, and then began to stand still, imitating Li Ding's method. Li Ding stood aside, watching his movements carefully. Take corrective action from time to time. Use sound to guide him to feel the flow of qi and blood in his body, and the changes in the adhesion between his tendons, bones and flesh. Chen He followed Li Ding's guidance and felt his body more and more clearly. It was as if he could feel every inch of his flesh and blood. Just 3 minutes passed. Chen He stood there, and the charm of his standing meditation was even stronger than that of Li Ding. He closed his eyes tightly, and seemed to be able to feel the blood in his body rushing through his veins, flowing like mercury slurry. My heart was beating wildly in my chest. Bang! 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 The sound of the heartbeat was like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, deafening. The flesh and blood on his body changed accordingly, the muscles were relaxed at this moment, and a strong energy seemed to be growing. This mysterious feeling made him unable to stop. Li Ding, who was observing him at the moment, looked at Chen his current state. He raised his hand and touched his head again, feeling somewhat confused. Is that it? Looking at Shen He who was in the state of standing meditation, Li Ding couldn't help but think, is he really a genius? I don't know how much time passed. Chen He slowly came back to his senses from the standing meditation state. He could clearly feel that the physical strength he had consumed in practicing Sonder routines seemed to have recovered a lot. Moreover, his control over his body became more and more proficient. During this period, as his physical attributes continued to improve, he was always very careful when walking, sitting and lying down. Because of his strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, it is easy for him to mess up something. But now, he could clearly feel that practicing the 8th level stance seemed to allow him to more skillfully control the surging power of his body. He glanced at Li Ding and couldn't help but think in his heart, no wonder he can become a 5th level martial artist in the future, he really has something. Then, he glanced at his martial artist panel. Occupation, martial artist. Progress, not yet started 20%. Although I haven't gotten started yet, my progress has increased to 20%, which is doubled. It seems that this level 8 pile is indeed a good thing. Beside him. Li Ding looked at him as if he were a monster, and it took him a long time to recover. After a moment, he coughed lightly and then looked back at the time. In fact, it hasn't been too long since Chen He started standing in the stance. But Chen He himself felt as if only several hours had passed, which was indeed somewhat strange. Li Ding stood there, thinking about his words for a long time, but still didn't know what to say. He was really envious of the state of Shen He just now. He started practicing the 8th level pole under the guidance of his grandfather when he was young, and it took him 2.5 years to master it. It was also thanks to his family's Bajikan and the 8th level stance he practiced since childhood. So after he switched to Sonder, things went very smoothly and he achieved his current results. But the boy in front of him got the hang of it after just practicing the 8th level pole for the first time. It really came true. The gap between people is greater than the gap between people and dogs. Li Ding sighed inwardly, and then said, "It's getting late. When you go back, practice diligently. Remember to come to class when you have time. It's useless to rely on routines alone in Sonder. It is important to be able to respond to situations as they arise." Shen He nodded and said, "Okay." He followed Li Ding and walked out of the training class. At this time, Li Jiaojiao walked out of a training room, glanced at the two of them, and said, "Is the training over?" Li Ding nodded and said, "It's over." Li Jiaojiao looked at Chen He and said, "My brother told me that you learn very quickly. Can we have a competition later?" Chen He glanced at Li Jiaojiao's small figure, shook his head and said, "Forget it." Li Jiaojiao frowned and asked, "Why? Do you look down on me?" Shen He touched his nose and said, "I'm a little strong, I'm afraid I'll make you cry." When Li Jiaojiao heard this, her face suddenly turned serious. She took out a protective gear from the side and slapped it a few times. Said, "Come, I want to see how strong you are." Seeing this, Li Ding said helplessly, "Jiaojiao, stop making trouble. It's getting late. It's time to get off work." Li Jiaojiao said, "No, I have to see how strong he is today. He really thinks he is born with supernatural powers. A newcomer's expansion period takes at least 2 months of training, and he started expanding right after training. I have to make him face reality, so that he won't be beaten by reality in the future." Chen He took a look at the protective gear, which was quite thick. He looked at Li Jiaojiao, who was holding the protective gear in front of him, and said, "Okay, I'll hold back a little and try not to hurt you." Li Ding. Li Jiaojiao's face flushed, and she slapped the protective gear in front of her. "Don't hold back, use all your strength and attack here fiercely. How can I be afraid of a newcomer like you?" Chen He measured the distance, and then kicked it directly with 3-point strength. Bang! Li Jiaojiao flew out and sat down on the ground. Li Ding's eyes widened instantly. He saw clearly just now that his kick really didn't use any strength, not even any skill. In the end, he kicked Li Jiaojiao away. He knew his sister very well, she was no different from a man. He has also been practicing martial arts since he was a child and is stronger than ordinary boys. Just kicked away like that. Could it be that he was really born with supernatural powers? Li Jiaojiao stood up from the ground with a grimace and rubbed her aching arm. He glanced at Chen He and said, "Boy, you are awesome." Then, she glanced at Li Ding and said, "Brother, he is much stronger than you. If he gets on the boxing ring, he will be invincible." Li Ding patted his sister's head and said, "I won't go to the boxing ring." Li Jiaojiao sighed and said, "What a pity." Chen He smiled and said, "Okay, it's getting late, I'll leave first. Come over to practice boxing when you have time." Li Ding nodded, "Okay, let me know in advance when the time comes." Chen He responded and walked out of the training class directly. "Wait until Chen He leaves." Li Jiaojiao put her hand on her brother's shoulder and said, "Such a good seedling, aren't you tempted?" Li Ding rolled his eyes at her and said, "What's the point of being moved? He clearly said that he won't go to the boxing ring. This is just his hobby." Li Jiaojiao touched her chin and said, "Interesting, but that's true. He doesn't look like someone who is short of money. After teaching others for a whole day, did he figure out what they do? He spent 30,000 yuan in one go and bought my brother. Could he be a rich second generation?" Li Ding said, "Save the world." Li Jiaojiao. After Chen He walked out of the new world of Galaxy, he looked up at the sky and felt a sense of relief in his heart. There are still 2 years before spiritual energy revives. That should be enough for him to develop. The system that arrived 2 years earlier, plus the next 2 years, is enough for him to show his talents. But before that, he had to find time to go back and visit the grave. See if there is any smoke coming out of it. Maybe this is his parents and grandparents blessing him in heaven. Chen He came to his senses, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and asked the car to go to the village in the city where he rented a house. Sitting in the car, he looked at the light screen in front of him that only he could see. Focus on the main mission. Main mission 1, practice more if you are not good at it. Task requirements, achieve first level strength, all values increased 10 points. Task time limit, 30 days. Quest reward, Earth Dragon suit complete version missing left arm. Ignore the slightly sarcastic comments that follow. He glanced at the mission reward, then looked at his left arm, feeling the aura of the Earth Dragon arm guard on it. I cursed the damn planner in my heart. I got the left arm of the Earth Dragon arm guard by my own strength, and it turned around and stole my reward. After scolding, I felt relieved. Then I began to think about how to complete the first main task within 30 days. Now he has 26.7 attribute points left to reach 10 points in all attributes. The gap is not small. It depends on whether we can complete the daily tasks that give attribute points next time. If you can't brush it out, you can only find some little things to kill. After all, this is the easiest way at the moment. It is also the safest way. Chapter 23 Abstract Everyday Tasks. In the evening, around 8 o'clock. After dinner, Chen He entered the urban village and walked towards his rental house. When passing by the trash can, he stopped and smoothed out the A4 paper stuck on it with a curious look on his face. Who is the shameless person upstairs who threw garbage everywhere? The garbage is all over me and my son. Isn't it disgusting? If you have the guts, stand up and I will bite you to death before I let my son go, you bastard. Chen He read the content above and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Fortunately, what he threw away that night was not a garbage bag, but a brick. There are so many people without manners these days. Can't they go downstairs when throwing away the garbage? Shen He crossed the alley and went straight to the staircase. When he returned to the door of his house, he could still vaguely hear "thank you, brother" coming from Leilei's room. It seems that she really made money from live streaming. He opened the door, went home, and sat down on the sofa. After a moment's pause, Shen He then stood up and began to stand on the 8th level pile in the room. You've already learned it, so you can't waste it. Moreover, he could feel that this martial art was of greater help to him than any other Sonder routine. About 3 minutes. Chen He once again sank into the mysterious feeling he had in the training class. Feel the blood rushing through your veins and the muscles wriggling all over your body. The heart beat strongly in the chest. There is energy growing. When Chen He slowly opened his eyes, it was almost 12 o'clock. This time, I stood there for nearly 4 hours. It really surprised him. Suddenly, he looked at the personal panel in front of him. Player, Shen He. Strength, 3.13.2. Physical strength, 5.0. Agility, 2.02.1. Spirit, 3.2. Remaining points, 0. Evaluation, you are a healthy adult male. After years of exercise, your physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, but you still have a long way to go to reach the first level. In the strength and agility columns, 0.1 attributes were added respectively. When he was practicing the 8th level of pole in the training class before, he could vaguely feel it. It's just that the property panel did not change at that time. Now it seems that this 8th level pile can indeed increase one's physical attributes, but it takes too much time. Moreover, the bonus is not clear enough and it is difficult to guess the specific value. Shen He touched his chin and thought about it. Although the bonus is unclear and cannot be estimated, if you insist on standing still every day. So after a month, you will have to add at least a few attribute points. In this way, the pressure on myself to break through 10 in all attributes within a month is less. Shen He clapped his hands suddenly. Just do it. Anyway, he doesn't have to work like a slave now, and he has too much time to spare. Chen He walked into the bathroom, washed up, and lay directly on the bed. No words were spoken that night. Early morning. Around 8 o'clock. Chen He sat up from the bed, then skillfully brought up the light screen and checked today's daily tasks. Daily task 1, survive for 7 days. Remaining time, 4 days 15 hours 49 minutes 18 seconds. Rewards, 3 free attribute points. The daily task 1 that was previously completed still occupies 1 more task position. Another wasted daily mission. Chen He yawned and lowered his gaze to look at the refreshed daily task 2. Daily task 2, reinforce the shelter. This city has been damaged too badly. There is not enough manpower to cleanse it. You must hurry up and reinforce your shelter. You can survive until you reach the first level before leaving. Quest reward, alloy long sword. Looking at the daily task 2 above, Chen He suddenly fell silent. What a psycho! Just before, he asked me to explore the surrounding area, and now he asks me to stay in the reinforced shelter. Isn't this totally crazy? It couldn't be that the previous task was for him to check all the rooms in this building, right? Where on earth did such an abstract golden finger come from? Why can't I get any tasks that give me free attribute points? Could it be that this thing is really precious? And the alloy sword as a mission reward, isn't this a regulated knife? If he really took it out, he would probably be arrested immediately and sing tears behind bars while holding the iron bars. Chen He struggled for a long time, but finally sighed deeply. It doesn't matter. Since this thing has been brought here 2 years in advance, what's wrong with being a little more abstract? The reinforced shelter should be referring to your own rental house. How do I reinforce this thing? If I really start the construction, I'm afraid the landlord will come and kill me. Otherwise, try taping down the windows later. He saw his compatriots in coastal areas doing the same during typhoons. Should this be considered reinforcement? Shen He thought about it and nodded. Well, why not? Next is the main mission 1. There is no difference except that the mission time limit is reduced by 1 day. But it's okay, it can be used as a countdown. After skipping the main quest, there is actually more content. Side quest 1, the beginning of a martial artist. With the revival of spiritual energy, true martial artists have emerged. Please cheer for them and applaud them. Who says that those without supernatural powers are not heroes? Task requirements, first level martial artist. Quest reward, complete understanding of martial arts beginners edition. Current progress, not yet started 25%. Chen His eyelids jumped, and as he looked at the side quest that popped up in front of him, a hint of joy rose in his heart. This dog's planning is indeed quite abstract sometimes. But it is really clear at the critical moment. This side quest is very good, and the extra 5% progress should be the result of standing still last night. I made a lot of progress easily. It seems that this task is not difficult. The dog system finally knows how to do something. Chen He let out a long sigh, then stood up and went into the bathroom to wash up. When everything was ready, he pushed the door open and went out, planning to go downstairs to have breakfast first. Then bring a roll of tape and try to draw a character on the window to see if you can complete the second daily task. After Chen He went downstairs, he skillfully ordered a bowl of tofu pudding and spicy soup. Then drown a fried dough stick first, and then drown a steamed dumpling. After spending 10 minutes to finish his breakfast, he went to a nearby convenience store, bought a roll of tape and some food, and left. After returning home, he put his things away and started taping the windows. In just a few minutes, the word was painted on all the windows of the apartment he rented, making it look particularly strange. After the last piece of tape was put on, Chen He seemed to hear a ding sound. He sat on the sofa and called out the task column. Daily task 2, reinforce the shelter. This city has been damaged too badly. There is not enough manpower to cleanse it. You must hurry up and reinforce your shelter. You can survive until you reach the first level before leaving. Quest reward, alloy long sword. The mission has been completed and the reward is waiting to be collected. Shen His eyes suddenly lit up. It really works. He directly collected the mission reward. The next moment, a long sword with a scabbard fell directly at his feet with a clang. Chen He. Is it so careless? He bent down to pick up the alloy sword, pulled it out and held it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. After a moment, he came to a conclusion. Nice sword. After being sharpened, these are strictly controlled knives and can only stay at home and collect dust. It's just that the material of this thing looks a little off. He sheathed the sword, put the alloy sword back into his bedroom, and prepared to go out to the training class to practice boxing with Li Ding. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw the still charming landlady standing outside. The landlady was carrying a bag and holding a bunch of keys in her hand. After seeing Chen He, the landlady's eyes lit up instantly, and she said with a smile, "Young man, it's time to pay the rent." Chapter 24 Reward. Looking at the still charming landlady outside the door, he couldn't help but think of Abin's high school grades. Doesn't he seem ideal? The landlady waved her hand and said, "Xiao He, did you listen to me? It's time to pay the rent." Shen He scratched his head. Isn't the rent always due at the beginning of the month? The landlady frowned and said, "I have something to do this month, so I have to pay the rent a few days in advance. Hurry up and renew the rent." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a big character on the side window. The landlady pushed Shen He away and came to the window. Pointing at the tape, he said, "Xiao He, what are you doing? Why are there so many tapes on the window?" As she spoke, she walked around the room to check. There is a big character on almost every window. I was immediately furious. He said loudly, "Do you know how difficult it is to clean the tape? How can I rent out the house in the future? People will lower the price when they see it. You must give me an explanation for this matter." Chen He picked up the remaining half roll of tape from the table beside him and handed it over. "No. Tape." The landlady's chest rose and fell with anger, like white waves in the water. She snatched the tape and stuffed it into her bag fiercely, saying, "I'm telling you, you have to clean up these tapes today, otherwise I won't refund the deposit in the future." Chen He took out his cell phone and transferred 1 month's rent. He said, "Okay, I will definitely clean it up today. Besides, didn't the weather forecast say there was going to be a typhoon? I'm just taking precautions." The landlady laughed in anger. "This is inland, you know. How can a typhoon be so powerful? How did you get into a key university when you are so bad at geography?" As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and checked it. After confirming that the rent had been received, she walked outside. As he walked, he muttered, "Didn't you say you were unemployed? Why are you so quick to pay me?" Shen He pretended not to hear her. He walked out of the house and closed the door again. Then he went downstairs, hailed a taxi, and drove towards Galaxy New World. Come to Li Ding's Sonder training class. There seemed to be a little more people today, but since it was a weekday, there weren't too many people. At least Li Ding is free. After seeing Chen He, Li Ding came forward and said, "I'm here, but it's not early. It's almost 10 o'clock. Chen He said, "It's okay, I'll practice until 12 o'clock and then go to have lunch." Li Ding nodded, then took Chen He inside and went directly to the training room. This is a training room that belongs exclusively to Li Ding. Under normal circumstances, he would not teach one-on-one in this training room. So this place is very quiet and will not be disturbed by others. Li Ding said, "What are you going to practice today? Should we continue to practice routines and standing exercises, or practice confrontation?" Shen He said, "Practice confrontation." After being corrected by Li Ding, Sonder routines and standing meditation basically do not have any mistakes. So when he has time, he can practice on his own. This time he came here just to practice confrontation and try out actual Sonder combat. Li Ding nodded, and then started to get equipped. Chen He followed his example and put on equipment together. After everything was ready, the two came to the center, where there was a protective mat on the ground to reduce the damage caused by falling and hitting. Li Ding said, "Next, you will attack and I will defend. Let's see how well you can handle it." "Oh, right, hold back a little. You are a man of supernatural powers. I can't handle you." Chen He responded and then rushed forward. At the beginning, Chen He simply attacked according to the Sonder routines taught by Li Ding, using only 30% of his strength. Following Li Ding's moves, he changed his tactics little by little. 30 minutes later, Li Ding jumped back and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "All right, no more fighting, let's just stop here." He rubbed his sore arms and thighs. Although Chen He only used 30% of his strength, the force was still not small. In addition, his speed was very fast, so even Li Ding had to keep his concentration and watch him closely. Li Ding took a breath and said, "It's a real loss for the country if you don't play in the game." Chen He stood there and relaxed his body, and said, "How is my level now?" Li Ding thought for a moment and said, "Your level is better than an amateur, but that doesn't mean you've practiced well. It's simply that your strength is strong enough and your speed is fast enough." You still need to hone your skills and practice your moves and sets. Shen he nodded. When he was teaching confrontation just now, he could also feel some of the problems that Li Ding mentioned. He hasn't done enough to control his body. The 8th level pile cannot be broken. Li Ding said, next, continue to practice the routines. I will help you watch from the side. If you practice the routines thoroughly enough, according to your potential, you can almost touch the edge of professionalism. Shen he responded and just took a short break for a few minutes. Then I started practicing Sonder routines. Li Ding stood aside, giving instructions from time to time. Although the current action of sinking into the river is well done, the technique is still a little lacking. The proficiency is not enough and there is still a lot to pay attention to. It was almost 12 o'clock. Only then did Chen he slowly stop. Li Ding stood aside and couldn't help but touch his head. Then he said, your progress is really a bit scary. If you practice for a few more months, I don't think your skills and proficiency will be as good as yours. With your strength and speed, you will be the best Sonder fighter in Xiangxiang City. Hearing this, Shen he grinned and said, Coach, you're too kind. I'm still far from that. Li Ding smiled and said, I'm not as loudmouthed as my sister. What I said is the truth. Do you still want to practice this afternoon? Just as Shen he was about to speak, he heard his cell phone ringing. He motioned for a moment. Then he walked aside and answered the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. After hearing the other party speak, Shen his eyes widened. Captain Chen from the South City branch. Did you really get the application for the reward for bravery? 2:30 in the afternoon. Okay, I have time. And there's a bonus. Okay, I'll be there this afternoon. Well, see you this afternoon. Li Ding, who was not far behind him, was stunned when he heard Shen his words. After listening for a long time, I heard the words, heroic act, and bonus. Chen he hung up the phone, turned around and walked over, saying, I probably won't have time to come over for practice this afternoon. I have to go to the South City branch. Li Ding didn't care when he heard that. Okay, then I'll just notify the other students to come to class this afternoon. Go to the branch office, you. Nothing. I did a good deed a few days ago, and the police station applied for reward for bravery for me. Li Ding immediately gave a thumbs up and said, Great. Chapter 25 Chen Zhao's reminder please read. In the training class. Looking at Li Ding who gave him a thumbs up, Chen he waved his hand and left. As soon as he left the training class, Li Jiaojiao walked out of the training room next to him, sweating profusely, and it seemed that she had just finished class. She glanced outside the door and said, Brother, what were you talking about just now? Why do you look like that? Li Ding touched his head and said, Nothing. Li Jiaojiao touched her chin and said, Something's wrong. Are you guys saying bad things about me again? Is that kid coming to training this afternoon? Li Ding glanced at her and couldn't help but reach out and touch his sister's forehead. Who else but you would say bad things about others behind their backs? Are you still thinking about sparring with him? You can't even block his kick, aren't you afraid of being beaten and crying? No, I just want to ask him why he doesn't participate in the competition. Then forget it. He won't be participating in the competition, and he won't be coming over this afternoon. I guess he'll have to go to the South City branch. Which South City branch is Brother Chen Zhao in? What are you doing there? Get the prize. Award for bravery. It said that I saved someone a few days ago. The South City branch applied for it. Oh my god, he really is a good man recognized by the South City branch for his bravery. I thought he was joking with me. It's the same buffet restaurant as yesterday. This time, Chen he booked a seat online in advance and got a coupon worth 30 yuan. From 288 person, it became 258 person. After entering the store, his eyes lit up instantly. He took a look at the freshly baked pizza and picked it up with the plate. The customer who was about to take the pizza couldn't help but ask, Dude, can you finish it by yourself? Chen he patted his chest and said, It's guaranteed to be finished. The person who had just asked the question touched his head. I thought to myself, what's wrong with this guy? He spent nearly $300 to have a buffet, and only picked up the cheap food to eat. How can he make his money back? Then, he saw Shen he eating pizza and walking towards the barbecue area. He said to the chefs who were grilling meat, Masters, I'm here again. I'll give you 30 skewers of grilled pork belly first. 1 flame steak, 1 cheese marbling steak, and 1 steak, well done. Upon hearing this, several chefs looked up at Shen He, and then started to make steaks. Shen He chose a seat closest to the barbecue area to start eating. 40 minutes later, Shen He left the buffet restaurant with a half-finished bottle of drink in his hand, as the waiter saw him off. The boy who had wanted to get the same pizza with him before almost popped his eyes out. It was the first time he saw someone eat so much, a whole pizza and several steaks. Is this still a human being? At this moment, Shen He was walking around slowly to digest the food. Although I ate a lot this time, I was still only 80% full. After all, eating too much is not good. Since his stats have been getting higher, he's been eating more and more. If he didn't have some savings, he really wouldn't have been willing to eat here for 2 days in a row. The food is really delicious, but it's also really expensive. Shen He took a few steps to help digest his food. Then she skillfully turned into a massage parlor and stayed there until 2 o'clock before leaving. Around 2:30. South City branch. Shen He got out of the taxi, paid the fare, and then walked towards the office area. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the rabid police officer who had said he would show up, walking towards me with a limp. Coming closer, he asked, "Comrade, what can I do for you?" Shen He looked at the sweet-looking but somewhat confused female police officer in front of him and couldn't help but smile. "I don't recognize you so soon. It was your Captain Chen who asked me to come here to receive the award." "Oh, the Bravery Award." Hearing this, Officer Rabbit's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "It's really you. I thought I was seeing things. Last time you showed up, you were just like the monster in the novel. You scared me." Shen He said helplessly, "I have saved so many people and gained so much merit, but you actually noticed it." Upon hearing this, Officer Rabbit's eyes widened, with an expression of unclear but impressive. At this moment, Chen Zhao's voice came from not far away, "Mr. Shen, please stop teasing her. My apprentice is stupid to begin with. If you tease her again, she will become even more stupid." Upon hearing this, Officer Rabbit knew he had been tricked and immediately glared at Shen He. Chen Zhao walked forward and shook hands with Shen He. He said, "This time, the reward for your bravery is a certificate and 200,000 yuan. The bureau paid 100,000 of it, and the remaining 100,000 was paid by the people you rescued. We didn't agree at first, but they insisted on giving it, or they would ask us for your information. You said before that you didn't want to have too much contact with them, so our bureau took the initiative to agree to it." Upon hearing this, Shen He gave a thumbs up and said, "Thank you very much, Captain Chen." He didn't expect that the reward would be so generous, a full 200,000 yuan, and a medal. But it's normal, after all, he saved a lot of people that day. He also killed a man-eating earth dragon. Chen Zhao took Shen He into an office to receive the reward. After the process is completed, he then asked, "According to our bureau's investigation of local surveillance and professionals' analysis of the potholes, the road collapse was most likely caused by that earth dragon. This earthworm is actually an earthworm, but this is the first time I've seen an earthworm this big. So the higher-ups asked me to find you to understand the situation and talk about the confidentiality regulations." Shen He raised his eyebrows frivolously, "Secrecy clause." Chen Zhao coughed lightly and said, "This incident is too shocking, but fortunately, the thing was burned and not many people saw it. Only a few of you actually saw it. The others have already signed it. It's nothing, actually. I just told you to keep it a secret, that's all." Shen He nodded slightly, he could understand. After all, what kind of earth dragon can grow so big that it can swallow a person and hollow out the city roads? After a brief understanding, Shen He signed a confidentiality agreement, and that was the end. Chen Zhao put away the confidentiality agreement, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Try not to go to remote places in the future. These days, many people have called the police and reported seeing large wild animals in the city." Hearing Chen Zhao speak, Shen He's eyes lit up. This means that animals and plants have begun to mutate since this year. So 2 years later, after the first wave of spiritual energy tide appears, third-level monsters will appear directly. This creature, which could be called a demonic beast, began to slaughter towns and villages, causing countless deaths and injuries. After Chen Zhao said that, he stood up and sent Shen He out of the police station. Before leaving, Chen He also saw the rabbit police officer secretly glaring at him angrily, which was so funny. He raised his hand and said, "Wu Xiao Xiao, see you again if we are lucky." Upon hearing this, Officer Rabbit's eyes widened, obviously not understanding how Shen He knew her name. After Shen He left, he looked back at Chen Zhao's back. 1. 1. Fourth Order Earth-type mutant. Captain Chen will be a remarkable person in the future. He is a 4th-level Earth-type mutant who has survived in Xiangxiang City. He is indeed quite powerful. Chapter 26 Wild Snorlax seeking follow-up reading. In the evening, around 8 o'clock. After dinner, Chen He walked towards the village in the city where he rented a house. As he passed by a construction site, he suddenly looked back. There was nothing behind except the street lights standing quietly on both sides of the road. The construction site here is a relocation project for an urban village. The original plan was for the village in the city where Chen He rented a house, but when it came to planning, the one next door was chosen. At that time, everyone in the entire urban village cursed at me for a long time. He turned his head to look in the direction of the construction site, then looked behind him, and always felt that something was staring at him. But after careful observation, nothing was found. Could it be that I was affected by what Chen Zhao reminded me in the afternoon and became so suspicious? But since the other party has reminded me secretly, that means someone has indeed seen the monster, and there may even be video evidence. Plus the earth dragon from before. Doesn't this mean that the revival of spiritual energy has actually begun, but the degree of recovery is not enough? Otherwise, how could it be possible that its first official appearance 2 years later would be a 3rd-level monster? Thinking of this, Shen He couldn't help but grin. If this is true, then he probably doesn't have much time left to develop. Who knows when a real 1st-level Rat King will jump out? He still remembers the insults the system had inflicted on him. His current attributes are really not as good as a mouse. When Chen He thought of this, a scene of himself being beaten violently by a 1st-level Rat King seemed to appear in his mind. This feeling made his scalp tingle. Hurry back and practice the 8th-level stance for a while, and work hard to improve your attributes. You must upgrade your attributes to their 1st level within 1 month. Otherwise, he would not feel safe at all. Chen He walked into the urban village and then returned to his floor. Walking in the outer corridor, he could still hear the voice of "Thank you, Brother Wuji" coming from Leilei's room. I guess we have caught someone who pretends to be a big shot on the internet. He opened the door and walked into the room, then started practicing the 8th-level stance directly in the living room. It was almost 12 o'clock. Chen He slowly finished his training and glanced at his player panel. There were no obvious changes in his attributes. But he could feel some changes in himself, and that was enough. He went into the bathroom to wash up and then went to bed. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Chen He sat up from the bed, skillfully summoned the light screen, and began to check today's daily tasks. Daily task 1 is still the task of surviving for 7 days. But now the time has been reduced to 3 days. He glanced at the 3 free attribute points in the reward column and couldn't help but sigh. These 3 free attributes are really hard to obtain. Next comes task 2. Seeing the refreshed daily task 2, Chen His eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? Daily task 2, monsters are out, your life is at risk. Recently, there are fewer survivors nearby. Rumor has it that a new monster seems to have appeared here. It likes to hunt survivors who travel alone, which has seriously affected the safety of this ruined camp. Find it and solve it, so that you can live safely. Task reward, 2 free attribute points. Looking at the newly refreshed daily task 2, Chen He couldn't help but touch his chin. This bastard, on one hand, let me hide, and on the other hand, let me deal with the monsters nearby. Isn't this a bit too contradictory? However, according to the nature of this system, the monsters that he can solve head-on, even in the future, are not powerful monsters. If I can really find it, then I would have gained 2 free attribute points for nothing. Thinking of this, Chen He suddenly had an idea in his mind. Why not want something that is free? He thought about it and found a shoulder bag to put away the folding multifunctional engineer shovel given to him by the boy who liked to play tricks, and carried it with him. As for the alloy sword rewarded by the system, there was absolutely no way he could carry it with him. After all, that thing is sharpened and is a strictly controlled knife. How could he, a recognized good man who was brave and courageous in the South City branch, carry such a thing with him? The engineer shovel is very useful. As for the main quest, like the daily quest, the time limit has been reduced by 1 day. I 1t add up the word count here. As for the first side quest, the martial artist's progress increased by 5%, reaching 30%. It's another prosperous day. Chen He went straight out the door carrying a shoulder bag, and sent a message to Li Ding on his mobile phone while walking. I 1t go there to practice today. He had to hurry to find the monster running around nearby. According to the system's prompts, that thing likes to sneak attack pedestrians walking alone, and basically launches attacks in secluded places. This is exactly what Chen Zhao reminded him about. Could it be that the monster mentioned in Daily Task 2 is the same one that Chen Zhao reminded us about? Shen He walked while looking for messages on his phone. Especially on the Tongcheng website, he specifically looked for the latest news to see if anyone could provide him with any clues. It's just that all the posts on their website seem to have been cleaned up. There are many posts that mention something vaguely, but as soon as you click on them, you see a screen saying the post has disappeared. Chen He was quite impressed. The authorities acted really quickly, and judging by the intensity, it must have taken a lot of effort. No wonder Chen Zhao seemed a little mysterious when he reminded him. Suddenly, he saw a post in the same city. Help! Jimei Gate, I was walking alone on the road and felt like I was being followed. Trigger the keyword, alone. Chen He clicked indecisively. Help, ladies. I'm 160 centimeters, 240 centimeters tall, a chubby queen type, a little pretty, with nice facial features. Last night when I was going home, 3 men followed me and took secret photos of me, even using flash cameras in places where there were no street lights. How could there be such a lowly man in Xiangxiang City? I'm really scared, they won't do anything to me, right? Jimei Gate, please give me some advice. Chen He looked at the content of the post and immediately made a tactical retreat. 160, 240. What kind of niche numbers are these? Which one is height and which one is weight? He thought that this girl had encountered a monster alone, but it turned out that she had encountered a human. And with her size, who can move her? He slid down patiently. Another post caught his eye, instantly triggering the keywords, something big happened, what was photographed? Brothers, something terrible has happened. Guess what I photographed? Chen He narrowed his eyes and clicked indecisively. Brothers, yesterday the 3 of us drank too much and found a wild Snorlax on the road. We chased it for a long time and risked our lives to take a picture of its back. Look. Hurry and check it out. I'm afraid the authorities will delete it soon. Picture JPG. Chen He looked at the picture on the image and took a deep breath. Now he finally understood what those 2 numbers meant. Chapter 27 Then, let us cooperate. Please read. Chen He looked at the post on the local website with an expression like an old man looking at his phone on the subway. It is not difficult to see from these posts that the mental state of the residents of Xiangxiang City is pretty good. At least they look more abstract than the other. Originally, he planned to look for clues on the local city website to see if he could find any trace of the monster mentioned in Daily Task 2. Now it seems that it is a bit uncertain. Basically, all posts that may be photos of monsters taken by residents have been cleaned up by the authorities. Even if it was posted not long ago, at most the post name will be left. Just click in and you will find that the post has disappeared. This undoubtedly brought him considerable difficulties. No wonder this mission has no time limit. But then again, if he couldn't find the monster, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Could it be that this Daily Task 2 will also occupy the same position as Daily Task 1? Then will he be able to complete his daily tasks in the future? For Daily Task 1, he had no choice but to wait for the time to complete the task. But if the second daily task is not completed, it will greatly slow down his development progress. Thinking of this, Shen He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then continue looking for clues on the local mobile website. Although the official cleanup is very powerful, some clues are always left behind. On the Tongcheng website, even if you click on those posts, most of them show the words disappeared. However, some surrounding scenery will remain on the cover of the post. As long as you look along the lines of the scenery in the photo, you'll always be able to find some clues. Suddenly, Chen He saw a post that had just been published, with the title Brothers, has the spiritual energy revived? Guess what I photographed last night? This title captures the essence of self-media and immediately attracted a lot of attention. The most crucial point is that the post was made more than 10 seconds ago. He made a prompt decision and clicked on it directly. This time, the authorities seem to have not cleaned up in time, and there are pictures in the post, which seems to be the construction site near Chinhar urban village. On the roof of a building on the construction site, there was a cat-like creature worshipping the moon. Moreover, the person who posted the message deliberately zoomed in the camera, and under the moonlight, one can clearly see the anthropomorphic pious expression on the cat's face. First floor, holy shit. Is this true? Cats worship the moon. Second floor, this is obviously photoshopped, probably some pet blogger did this, tell me. What's your dosho ID? Seeing that you're so attentive, I'll give you a follow. Third floor, this cat is worshipping the moon and absorbing the essence of the moon. Could it be that it has become a spirit? Fourth floor, impossible, that person said that after the founding of the country, no spirits are allowed. Fifth floor, that's outrageous. If you really want to revive your spiritual energy, don't drag me down with you. Otherwise, I'll be angry if I watch you flying from the ground. Sixth floor, don't worry, I won't pull you down. I'll invite you to my Emperor banner as a guest. This post violates community rules and has been deleted. This account has violated the speech rules and has been banned. Chen he just saw the sixth floor, but found that 2 lines of words suddenly popped up on the screen. The post is gone. He smacked his lips and said, the official speed is really fast. Suddenly, he recalled the appearance of the cat. Why did it look so familiar? It seems like I've seen it somewhere. However, it is not yet known whether this cat is the man-eating monster that the system mentioned. Otherwise, go look for it first. Chen he had an idea and ran straight to the nearby construction site. According to the usual time, the construction site would have started work at this time. But when Chen he arrived at the place, he found that there was no one on the construction site and there seemed to be some extra cameras around. In a hidden corner, there were a few people who seemed to be keeping an eye on the direction of the construction site. Shen he was stunned for a moment and glanced at a pancake stall nearby. It was only morning, and there were still 2 or 3 hours before noon, but some people had already started selling pancakes. And he's an acquaintance. Chen he walked over with a shoulder bag and said, "Boss, give me a set of pancakes, an egg, a chicken fillet, and a bag of spicy shredded pork." Hearing this, the boss was stunned for a moment, and then began to make pancakes clumsily. Chen he almost laughed out loud at the clumsy technique and the pancakes that were constantly being patched. Then he coughed lightly and said, "Brother Chen, are you getting up so early to play cosplay?" Chen Zhao heard this and looked up at Chen he. His expression froze for a moment and he said, "Why are you here? Aren't you on a mission? Don't make trouble." Chen he whispered, "Are you looking for the cat that worshipped the moon last night?" Chen Zhao's expression suddenly became serious, and he asked, "How do you know? Did you see him last night?" Chen he shook his head, "No, I just saw the post while walking, but it was deleted in less than a minute." Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you, hurry up and leave." Chen he quickly said, "Don't. Maybe we can still cooperate." Chen Zhao glanced at Chen he with some suspicion. Shen he said, "Seeing that you attach so much importance to this construction site, I guess you also want to find the cat, or maybe you want to find something else. Didn't you say before that there were monsters that attacked passers-by? The best way is to find someone to lure it out. You know my skills. I can even defeat a 10-foot-long earth dragon with my bare hands. How about I make you some bait? With me here, at least you don't have to worry about safety issues. It's definitely worth it." Chen Zhao looked confused and asked, "Did I ever tell you that there were monsters attacking people in the city? When did I ever tell you that?" Chen he said solemnly, "Yesterday afternoon, when I was receiving the reward for my bravery. Before I left, you secretly reminded me not to go to remote places. How could you have forgotten so quickly?" Chen Zhao scratched his head. He originally didn't remember telling Shen he about these things, but it sounded like he said them. Moreover, he was indeed somewhat tempted by Shen he's proposal. After all, someone had already discovered traces of monsters in the city half a month ago, but no one took it seriously at that time. Monsters have been appearing more and more frequently these days. There were even several incidents of attacks, but they were all suppressed by the higher authorities. This is also the reason why he led the team there so quickly when he heard there was a monster last time. But that earth dragon was obviously not what he was looking for. Chen Zhao said with some embarrassment, this does not comply with the regulations. Chen He patted his chest and said, as a good person, a righteous citizen who likes to do what is right, how could I give up such an opportunity to do things for the people? Are the so-called regulations more important than the safety of the people? Hammer of justice. Chen Zhao showed a conflicted look on his face, and then said, I'll ask for instructions from above. Shen He nodded. Immediately, Chen Zhao skillfully swept the pancake, which had been burnt beyond repair, into the trash can. Then he took out his cell phone, walked aside and made a call. After a while, Chen Zhao came back, stretched out his hand to Shen He and said, then, happy cooperation. Shen He stretched out his hand and shook it tightly with him, serve the people. Chen Zhao. Chapter 28 Murder Case. Please read it, please don't support the book. Near the construction site, Chen Zhao waved towards a place not far away, and saw Wu Xiao, a man with a broad mind, running towards him. You stay here and watch over the pancake stand. I have something to tell him. Yes, master. At this moment, Wu Xiao was wearing clothes that looked very youthful. She went straight to the pancake stall and tied an apron around herself. Chen Zhao said to Chen He, let's go. Come with me to the car to discuss the follow-up matters. Chen He responded and then greeted Wu Xiao. After receiving a pair of cold eyes, following Chen Zhao, they walked towards the parking space under a tree not far away and got into the car one by one. As soon as Chen He sat in the passenger seat, he saw Chen Zhao throwing a bag at him. Take a look. These are the images of monsters that have been captured in the past month. They are called monsters, but in fact they are more like enlarged versions of animals. Originally, this matter needs to be kept strictly confidential. But the night before yesterday, the son of a big boss had his head bitten off by something when he came out of the bar. The matter became a big deal. We were told to solve the case at all costs and as quickly as possible. Otherwise, your proposal may not be passed. Upon hearing this, Shen He curled his lips and said, it's still the big guys who have influence. He opened the file bag, which contained a series of photos, most of which were blurry. Only a few parts are clear. The blurry ones, with only vague outlines, are certainly not common animals in Xiangxiang City, nor are they wild animals nearby. I always feel that it looks like some magnified cats, dogs, or even big rats. As for the clear photos, the most eye-catching one is the yellow cat worshipping the moon on the rooftop of the construction site, and it was taken last night. In addition, there are some clearer photos. There are wild cats the size of large dogs, dogs the size of calves, and even flies the size of basketballs. Altogether, there are more than a dozen types. How come he had never heard of it before? The authorities were able to keep the news so secret. Sharp. Next, there are some photos of the victims. A total of 3 people died, one of whom was found in an alley near the bar, with only a headless body left. No, the next photo was of his head, thrown near a trash can. The wound looked like a bite wound. This is what Chen Zhao said, the recent victim, the descendant of a high-ranking official. Others were cut in half as if by a sharp blade. The organs were scattered all over the floor and the blood had drained away. The impact of this incident was so serious that some nearby residents moved away. But without exception, all of them signed a confidentiality agreement. I also received some compensation. As for the family of the deceased, they also received a large sum of compensation and signed a confidentiality agreement. Chen Zhao pointed at the 2 halves of the body and said, this victim is from your neighborhood. He's only 18 years old. He just got admitted to a key university, Henan University. After the class reunion, he was cut in half on the way home. Fortunately, he was found in time, otherwise it would have caused a great impact. Chen He looked at the body in the photo, stroked it with his fingers, and said, I think I've seen him before. Chen Zhao blew out a smoke ring and said, it's normal. After all, he lives near you. When I visited him, the neighbors spoke very highly of him. He is sunny, cheerful and helpful. It's a pity. According to experts, it is very likely that he was killed by a mutated praying mantis. You know that thing, right? The 2 front limbs are very sharp. If it were enlarged to the size of a large dog, it could really kill people. But this body, other than being cut in half, had almost no damage. So we don't understand why this thing wants to kill him. It doesn't seem like hunting, but more like simple hunting. There is another one whose throat was bitten off by a mutant cat, but the East City branch is investigating that case. What we want to investigate is the mutant mantis and the guy who killed the son of a high-ranking official. Chen He looked at the photos in his hand, which showed 3 lives. I didn't expect it to be suppressed like this. Although he still understood it in his heart, after all, this was just a meme on the internet. But once it occurs, it will cause social panic and even some vicious incidents. But now that I know all this, I can't help but feel dissatisfied. Shin He asked, where should we start investigating? Chen Zhao threw the cigarette butt into their homemade ashtray in the car and took out the photo of the decapitated corpse. He said, start investigating from him. The place where he died is not too far from here. It's in an alley behind the bar. The time of death was dusk. You can try to throw out bait to find the murderer. If you have enough energy, go to another location at night and try to find the mutant mantis. Shin He nodded and said, okay, we can start anytime. Chen Zhao glanced at him and said, okay, in that case, come back with me and report back, and then I'll apply for some equipment for you. Chen His eyes lit up instantly, and he said, pistol? Then I have to practice hard. Chen Zhao laughed out loud and said, what are you thinking about? Defensive equipment, arm guards, stab-proof clothing, and the military dagger collected by our director, I'll get it for you too. Chen He smacked his lips and said, that's fine, it's better than nothing. Chen Zhao smiled, then stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for the South City branch. South City branch. Chen Zhao took Shin He into a conference room where there was a middle-aged man sitting, who sounded like the director of the South City branch. He first praised Chen He, and then told him to be careful. Chen Zhao went to the equipment room to collect equipment. Since he couldn't get the stab-proof suit, he brought a bulletproof vest for Chen He and also picked out a pair of military boots. From what he said, he asked his old comrade in arms to buy the boots for him. During this period, he also went to the director's office and stole a military dagger given to him by the director's old comrade in arms. After seeing the military dagger, the director's face turned green. But because Chen He was still at the scene, he just glared at Chen Zhao furtively, then got up and left. Chen Zhao pretended not to see it and instructed Shin He to put on a bulletproof vest and military boots. After Chen He put it on, he moved around for a while. Although it is somewhat heavy, it has no effect on the river sinking activities. And these military boots seem to have something special. Chen Zhao said, okay, I'll take you to the bar street to explore the terrain, and also let you know some secluded corners where monsters are likely to appear. When the time comes, I will bring some people and follow you not far behind. If we really encounter them, just shout through the headset and we will be there at any time. Shin He patted his chest and said, don't worry, leave it to me. Chapter 29. Please answer when you hear it. At dusk, around 6:30. After dinner, Chen He started strolling in the alleys near the bar street. In the plans they made, they chose relatively remote alleys. Not far from the high-ranking official's son who was killed. This kind of thing is really a matter of luck, and no one can guarantee that the bait will catch anything. Just like those fully armed fishermen and the fishing nest experts. There is still a large number of air forces. In the end, those who want to save face will buy other people's catches, or even sneak into the market to buy fish. Of course, they can't do that. If you can catch the monster, you can catch it. If you can't catch it, you can't catch it. There is no third way. Chen He looked around, referring to the area map he had opened. It can display all monsters and caves above level 3 within a 1 kilometer radius centered on him. Looking at the radar chart floating in the upper left corner of his eye, there was a gleam in his eyes. He actually found something. Judging from the size of the light source, it should be a third-order existence at a future point in time. Hidden just at the edge of the area map. Chen He recalled the scene when they came to investigate the scene in the afternoon. The other party seemed to be hiding under his nose at that time. If he remembered correctly, that location should be a building that had been half demolished. Not far from the bar street. Many young men and women who are looking for excitement in bars will go to that place when they feel like it. In addition to saving money on rent, the most important thing is excitement. It satisfies some of their quirks. Chen He walked along the planned route, only stopping when passing by the building. He raised his foot and walked directly into the building. In a car slowly following around another corner, Chen Zhao looked at the light source on his tablet that suddenly changed direction. He immediately asked, Chen He, why did you change the route? The next moment, Shen his voice came from the headset, I have made some small discoveries, but I am not sure. You guys stay away and wait for my signal. Hearing Shen his answer, Chen Zhao immediately called up the detailed information of the building. Just an ordinary building that was half demolished. If it weren't for that accident, it would have been completely demolished and razed to the ground today. They had been to that place before, but found nothing during the search during the day. Inside a dilapidated building. Chen He turned off his headset, and then, looking at the light source that was getting closer and closer in front of him, he directly pulled out his engineering shovel. There was a click. The engineer shovel recovered instantly. Holding an engineering shovel in one hand and a flashlight in the other, he walked towards where the monster was hiding. Getting closer. When he was about to reach a half-hidden underground cave entrance in the corner, a scarlet warning sounded before his eyes. Warn. Warn. You have entered the hunting range of the third-level mutant dog. Warn. Warn. You have entered the hunting range of the third-level mutant dog. Warn. Warn. You have entered the hunting range of the third-level mutant dog. Chen He clenched the engineer shovel in his hand, looking at the warning in front of him, his expression becoming more and more solemn. It turned out to be a dog. However, if it can reach the level of a third-order mutant dog in the future, it will prove that this thing is strong enough. Moreover, the fighting power of dogs and earth dragons is completely not on the same level. We have to think of a way. He bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it directly towards the cave entrance not far away. The next moment, there was the crisp sound of stones falling to the ground. Then a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the cave and rushed directly towards Chen He at an incredible speed. Chen He subconsciously swung the engineer shovel in his hand. Clang! The moment the two collided, the black shadow was smashed away. Chen He also saw the full picture of the black shadow. It was a fierce dog that reached his waist, and was probably even taller than him when standing upright. No wonder he was able to bite off the second generation's neck and even his head with one bite. But this time, like the other two murders, he just killed people and didn't seem to be hunting. It's really strange. Chen He held a flashlight in one hand and an engineering shovel in the other, slightly bent his body, and stared at the mutant dog opposite with high concentration. The achievement of fighting across levels increased its attributes by 15%. This allowed him to clearly feel that he had become much stronger. From the dark ruins of the building, the growl of a mutant dog could be heard. Chen He held the flashlight upside down so that the light was facing the direction behind him, plunging his surroundings into darkness. It seemed that it was because of this action that the mutant dog, which was growling, suddenly pounced forward. The next moment, a dazzling light shone instantly. The mutant dog in midair suddenly felt dizzy and could only open its mouth and bite based on its sense of feeling. Chen He stepped back to one side to dodge, and at the same time, he swung the engineer shovel in his hand vertically down, and the sharp edge directly cut a huge wound on the mutant dog's waist. Scarlet blood spurted out, filling the entire ruined building with a foul smell. The mutant dog just landed. Chen He had already attacked from the side, and the engineer shovel in his hand slashed upwards, directly scratching his neck. It's a pity that the mutant dog's reaction speed is too fast. Even if it is injured, it can still move forcefully. The blow that could have chopped off the dog's head only left a wound on its neck. The violent light in the mutant dog's eyes slowly faded. Instead, there was a look of horror. Although it had just awakened, it knew that if it continued like this, it would probably die here. Seeing that he had already passed Chen his side, he ran directly towards the exit. Chen his eyes widened instantly and he said, "How can I let you run away with the attribute points I have obtained?" He swung the engineer shovel in his hand. There was a flicker of light in the darkness. The engineer shovel pierced directly into the mutant dog's lower back, knocking it to the ground in an instant. Shen He walked forward. The mutant dog has not died yet. Its strong vitality supports it to keep breathing and try to stop the loss of life. Chen He pulled out the engineer shovel and stabbed it down hard at the mutant dog's neck. With all his strength, the dog's head fell off in an instant. The next moment, the words, "Free attribute points +3, suddenly appeared on the light screen in front of him. There was a flash of surprise in Shen his eyes. This is not the reward for completing daily task 2, and the task has not yet been shown as completed. Doesn't this mean that this mutant dog is not the monster mentioned in daily task 2? This is trouble. I have to hurry up and find that guy and kill him, otherwise I might not be able to complete my daily tasks in the future. Without daily tasks, how could he complete the main quest within a month? He turned on the headset and instantly heard Chen Zhao's voice. Chen He, if you hear me, please answer. Please answer if you hear me. Chapter 30. Unfortunately, the real boss was not killed. Shen He heard it. Over. Over your head. Why couldn't we get in touch just now? We almost rushed over directly. Nothing, I guess I encountered the murderer, but now it's resolved. You can come and clean up the place. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the headset. Chen He couldn't hear any movement in the headset and couldn't help but look at the exit. Why are all of you silent? Could it be that they were all angry because he just made a joke and asked them to come and clean the floor? No way. Are all these police officers so stingy? Just as Shen He was thinking, the familiar car suddenly stopped at the exit of the ruins of the building. Chen Shu and his companions entered the room cautiously and slowly, holding a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Shen He waved the flashlight at them and said, "Don't be afraid, it has been solved." After seeing Chen He, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they all fixed their eyes on the mutant dog's headless corpse on the ground. When Chen Zhao saw the corpse, he was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Is the dagger so easy to use?" Their head was chopped off. Chen He waved the engineer shovel in his hand and said, "This thing is more useful." Chen Zhao. How come he didn't notice that this guy was carrying an engineer shovel with him? I didn't see it when I got the equipment before. Chen He said, "If nothing unexpected happens, this guy should be the murderer. After I came in, it rushed out directly from the basement." Basement? Chen Zhao was stunned when he heard that, and then looked in the direction of Chen His flashlight. After seeing the hole, he frowned and said, "Go back and check who the previous owner was." When the building was reported, there was no basement. This thing is illegally built. Notify the Housing and Construction Bureau and don't forget to impose the fine. Then he asked the rest of the people to put away the mutant dog's body. Several people excitedly put the corpse into the body bag. This was the first time they caught a mutated animal. Not to mention, this thing is very likely the murderer who killed the high-ranking official's son. Just go back and let the forensic doctor confirm it. Then the case is solved. The case was solved so quickly. They also captured a mutant dog. Even if it was a corpse, they had done a great job. After all, this is the first time that there has been any gain in the mysterious cases in Xiangxiang City over the past month. After these things mutated, they seem to have become smarter. It is difficult to find any trace of them. While the others were cleaning up the bodies, Shen He focused his attention on the progress of his own martial arts. Martial artist. Current progress, 50% not yet started. Wow, after the battle just now, the progress of my mission, the beginning of martial arts, has doubled. Increased from 25 to 50. Sure enough, the way to make rapid progress is to fight. Fight, have fun. Then he pulled up his personal dashboard. Player, Shen He. Strength, 3.2. Physical strength, 5.0. Agility, 2.1. Spirit, 3.2. Free attribute points, 3. Skill attribute points, 1. Evaluation, you are a healthy adult male. After years of exercise, your physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, but you still have a long way to go to reach the first level. The panel has undergone some minor changes. There is an additional column for points, separating free attribute points and skill attribute points. That one skill attribute was obtained when he completed the previous daily task too. It is related to Sonder routines. Chen He thought about it, and then looked at his martial artist column. There was also a plus sign after the progress. While everyone is busy, he clicked on the plus sign next to the martial artist column. The next moment, something seemed to flash in his mind, and some special muscle memory seemed to emerge out of nowhere in his body. When he got familiar with his current body, he looked at the panel again. Martial artist. Current progress, getting started 50%. Shen His eyes lit up. This is how the skill point of emotion is used. It allows them to directly step into the entry level from the entry level, but no one knows what changes will occur next. I don't know if one can be considered a first level martial artist after reaching 100% of the entry level. If so, then this task doesn't seem to be too difficult. As for his 3 free attribute points, they are good things. He should keep them for future use. After all, there might be a big battle at night. If you are injured, adding 1 point to your physical strength will allow you to recover directly from minor injuries. It works wonders at critical moments. Just when Shen He was feeling happy, Chen Zhao's voice came from the basement not far away. He walked over with a flashlight and shone it downwards. Chen Zhao was standing at the stairs at this moment. When he looked up, his expression looked a little strange. After he climbed up, he said to Wu Xiaoxiao, who was guarding outside the door, "Notify the second team to come over, let them take notes, and collect the remains." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoxiao responded immediately. Chen He squatted at the entrance of the basement and looked inside. Under the light of the flashlight, you can clearly see a lot of bones scattered in the basement below. Judging from the characteristics of some bones, they should be human bones. There were even some scarlet blood streaks on some of the bones. Chen He looked a little ugly, and something seemed to be rising in his throat, but soon under his extraordinary mental strength, the discomfort slowly disappeared. Chen Zhao took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Then he said, "Those who have reported missing persons in the area this month are probably in grave danger." He now finally understood why the son of a high-ranking official had only his head bitten off. I guess by that time, the mutant dog was full. Shen He coughed lightly and said, "What should we do next?" Chen Zhao said, "Are you tired? If not, go to the area where you live and see if you can find the mutant mantis." Upon hearing this, Shen He responded, "It's not tiring. How much effort does it take to kill a dog?" Chen Zhao nodded, then asked Shen He to take off the law enforcement recorder on his chest and replaced it with a new one. Said, "Wait until we get to the place before opening it." After hesitating for a moment, he added, "The law enforcement recorder must be used. Don't mind. It requires some record analysis. I will try to get more rewards for you." Chen He grinned and said, "It's okay. I'm a good citizen who is brave enough to do what is right." Chen Zhao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted Chen his shoulder. Then the two got in the car. "Leave 2 people here to guard until the second team arrives." They drove towards the urban village where Chen He lived. In the car, Chen Zhao kept smoking. He originally thought that he would be happy now that the second-generation murder case was over. But when he saw the pile of bones in the basement, he couldn't be happy at all, and he even felt more and more stressed. How come this fucking world suddenly became like this? It feels more and more unfamiliar. Chapter 31, All In, is a kind of wisdom. 8 o'clock at night. According to previous time, Chen He would have already started to erect level 8 piles at home at this point. But tonight, he walked in some small alleys of the urban village for the first time. This was the second mission the South City branch received, to find the murderer who cut the victim in half. This was also Chen He's second collaboration with the police in order to complete his daily mission too. Based on the inferences of experts from the province and the collection of information, it can be preliminarily determined that the murderer is a mutant mantis. However, this creature has strong camouflage and is difficult to find, so normally you can only rely on luck. As for the mutant dog whose head was chopped off by Chen He in the evening, the body has now been taken directly to the airport. It was said that it would be sent to a secret research institute for relevant research. If the mutant mantis can be eliminated this time, its body will also be sent to the research institute. As for whether this mutant mantis is the mutant beast mentioned in his daily task too, that depends on whether luck is on his side. There are less than 4 hours left until midnight. If we can't find it before midnight, we will lose 2 free attribute points in vain. At this moment, Chen Zhao's voice was heard in Shen He's earphone. Since the murder happened, there have been a lot more surveillance cameras in the area to search for the whereabouts of the murderer. In order to assist in this operation, Chen Zhao applied for some permissions to connect to nearby surveillance footage. They were in the car, except for following Shen He within 100 meters. The ultimate goal is to observe the nearby surveillance footage and look for traces of the mutant mantis. Chen He walked in the alley, occasionally glancing at the area map that had been open for a long time. It's really convenient to have this thing. He just needs to follow the outermost alley and move closer little by little. Stick to the range and ignore the caves and nests. Just look for the single spot of light of a monster nearby. Speaking of which, except for the mutant dog, it is actually not easy to find monsters above level 3 in this area. Not all animals and plants can complete evolution under the tide of spiritual revival. It took about half an hour to walk. The range of the sinking river was getting closer and closer to the place where the child was killed. On the edge of his area map, special light spots belonging to monsters actually appeared. But it wasn't one, it was two. Chen He narrowed his eyes slightly, took out the engineer shovel directly, then walked out of the coverage of the street lamp and headed towards the dense green belt not far away. It is called a green belt, but in fact it is just a green landscape outside an unfinished building. Because the real estate project was left unfinished, this place has been unattended and has become overgrown with vegetation. From the outside, it looks like a small jungle. The two light spots on the regional map are now less than 100 meters away from Chen He's location. Judging from the distance, it should be in the center of this jungle. Holding a flashlight and an engineer shovel, Chen He carefully lowered the beam and approached the light spot on the area map. Soon, he found four dim lights flickering in the moonlight. However, two of the faint lights are gradually dimming. 1. You have entered the territory of the third-level mutant mantis, please leave quickly. 1. You have entered the territory of the third-level mutant mantis, please leave quickly. 1. You have entered the territory of the third-level mutant mantis, please leave quickly. Chen His eyes lit up instantly. Now we have found the real culprit. After he approached cautiously, he suddenly raised the flashlight and instantly saw two intertwined figures. That is, a female praying mantis devouring a male praying mantis. In other words, they have just finished mating and reproducing. Chen He pulled out a military dagger from his waist and threw it out instantly without waiting for the female mantis on the tree to react. Great strength works wonders. The dagger accurately pierced the male mantis's head, killing it with one blow. Free attribute points +3. Daily task 2 has been completed. The reward has been issued. You have triggered a temporary task. Escape from the pursuit of the female mantis that is about to be promoted to a 4th-level mutant beast. The female mantis will be promoted to a 4th-level mutant beast in 30 seconds. At that time, an indiscriminate killing mode will begin. Countdown, 29. Look at the small text prompt triggered in front of you. Chen He felt a little unwell. Although he knew that the 4th-order mutant beast indicated by the system might not even be as powerful as a 1st-order mutant beast at this point in time. But there is definitely an improvement in strength. He was able to steal the chicken successfully just now, but now it's no longer possible because he has to face an angry female mantis. He glanced at the female mantis that had stopped eating and swallowed involuntarily. The opponent's body size is much larger than that of the male mantis, and it is estimated that its value is also much larger than that of the male mantis. There are only a dozen seconds left now, there is no way to escape. Just do it. What's more, Chen Zhao and the others have already started calling Chen He through the headset and may rush here at any time. Chen He took a deep breath and found an excuse into the headset to get away with it. They were temporarily stopped outside. After all, with their strength, if they really rushed here, even if they had guns in their hands, they would most likely end up being wiped out. But fortunately, there are still some opportunities. Now, there are 5 more free attribute points on Chen He's personal panel. Adding the 3 free attribute points from killing the mutant dog before, the total amount is 8. Even if we go all in, we may be able to fight it. Even if he cannot win, the achievement of escaping death can allow him to escape from here. Dark blue, add some. Chen He started adding points directly. First, increase strength by 3 points. Taking into account that mantises are extremely fast, he added 3 points to agility. The remaining 2 points should all be added to physical strength. In an instant, huge changes occurred on Shen He's personal panel. Player, Shen He. Strength, 6.2. Physical strength, 7.0. Agility, 5.1. Spirit, 3.2. Free attribute points, 0. Skill attribute points, 0. Evaluation, you are a healthy adult male. After years of exercise, your physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. You are very close to the 1st level, but don't forget to improve your mental strength. Feeling the huge energy growing in his body, Chen He's body began to twist. But with a highly concentrated mind, it was briefly suppressed. He needed a battle to allow his body to adapt to the surge in power. That female mantis is the best opponent. Chen He exerted force with his feet, and the whole person jumped out instantly, crossing a distance of several meters in almost an instant. Then he suddenly jumped up and swung the engineer shovel in his hand to hit the female mantis's head hard. A second before the engineer shovel fell, the female mantis jumped away instantly, and the shovel hit the male mantis's body. Before Chen He landed on the ground, he pulled out the dagger from the male mantis's head. Then he put it back into his waist. At this moment, small scarlet words began to jump in front of his eyes. 1. You have been targeted by a fourth-order mutant beast. Please escape quickly. Please escape quickly. Chapter 32, Great Harvest. 1. You have been targeted by a fourth-order mutant beast. Please escape quickly. Please escape quickly. 1. You have been targeted by a fourth-order mutant beast. Please escape quickly. Please escape quickly. In the jungle. Chen He ignored the scarlet words jumping in front of his eyes and stared at the female mantis not far away. The other party was standing about 10 meters away from him at this moment. In the moonlight, you can clearly see the opponent's two sharp forelimbs that are shining with a faint light. There was also a terrifying body that was nearly as tall as a person. The enormous power contained in it, combined with its sharp forelimbs, is no wonder it can cut a person in half with one blow. At this moment, Chen He looked at the female mantis without any fear. I can even feel the blood boiling in my body. With the blessing of their fighting across levels achievement. His current value is infinitely close to the real first level. The special feeling coming from his body seemed to urge him to have a hearty battle immediately to adapt to this surging power. Whoosh tilde. The female mantis exerted force with her hind legs and rushed directly towards Shenhe. When it arrived in front of him, it swung its front limbs in an instant, trying to cut Shenhe in half. Chen His face darkened slightly, and he simply rolled over to avoid the attack. The sharp forelimbs were like long knives, directly cutting off the small tree as thick as a fist behind it. The opponent's speed is very fast, almost equivalent to Shenhe's agility of about 4 points. If Chen He hadn't gone all in and improved all his attributes, it would have been difficult to dodge. Chen He steadied his body, turned around and swung the engineer shovel in his hand directly at the opponent's lower limbs. The female mantis dodged with a light jump. Then he continued to stare at Shenhe, apparently looking for Shenhe's weakness. Shenhe steadied his body and fixed his eyes on his abdomen. When he just arrived, most of the male mantis had been eaten by him, and now the female mantis's belly was bulging. And judging from its previous actions, the almost full female mantis's movements were affected. Otherwise, it should be faster. Chen He confronted it with the engineer shovel in his hand for less than 3 seconds, and the female mantis rushed over again. He swung his front legs and was about to chop towards Chen He. Chen He made up his mind and held the engineer shovel upright in front of himself, taking the blow head on. But the female mantis's forelimbs had already sunk halfway into the engineer shovel. If he had a little more strength, he might be able to cut the engineer shovel off directly. Chen He seized the opportunity, twisted the engineer shovel backwards, freed his other hand, took out the dagger from his waist, and stabbed it suddenly at the joint of his forelimb. This attack was unreserved. In an instant, the sharpest part of its forelimbs was cut off at the joint. He even faintly heard the roar of the female mantis. After Chen He cut off the female mantis's front limbs, he raised his foot and kicked sideways, with his toes instantly kicking directly into the female mantis's belly from the side. Suddenly, a stream of green mucus spurted out from the wound. This time, Chen He really heard the roar of the female mantis. Their high-frequency sound caused tinnitus in his ears, and it seemed that blood was flowing out of it. The female mantis forcibly pulled out her other intact forelimb and tried to escape into the distance. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Shenhe's eyes. Still want to escape. He threw the dagger in his hand instantly and stabbed it directly into the body of the female mantis. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the head, so it didn't kill the person in one blow. Then he picked up the engineer shovel, and with his other hand forcibly pulled off the mantis blade stuck on it, and rushed out in an instant. The already injured female mantis could only barely escape at this moment. The speed is much slower than before. In just a few seconds, Shenhe had already caught up with the mantis and instantly swung his forelimbs to chop at its waist and abdomen. He actually chopped off its already deflated belly at the joint. This time, the female mantis had no support and fell to the ground instantly. Chen He looked at the female mantis in front of him, which was still breathing, and raised his hand to pierce its head with his forelimbs. At the same time, the female mantis used up her last bit of strength and swung her intact forelimbs towards Shen He. It directly cut through Shen He's outer clothes and got stuck inside his bulletproof vest. Shen He was so scared that he jumped back. Then he looked down at the hole in his bulletproof vest with some fear and was shocked. He never thought that even in this state, the female mantis still had the strength to swing its forelimbs, wanting to die with him. Fortunately, I wore a bulletproof vest today. Otherwise, I would definitely be ripped open by this bastard. By then, your intestines and organs will fall all over the ground. Even if you have free attribute points, you will die in this damn place, right? Thinking of this, Shen He broke out in a cold sweat. He spat fiercely at the female mantis corpse on the ground. Then he reactivated the headset and asked Chen Zhao and others to bring people over. Upon hearing that Chen He had acted on his own again and killed 2 mutant mantises, Chen Zhao and his companions were frightened out of their wits. After all, Chen He is just a caring citizen who is helping them with their mission. If something really happens, it will be a big trouble. Chen He heard a chaotic sound coming from the other end of the headset, and it sounded like several people were in a panic. The next moment, lines of small characters appeared in front of him. The temporary mission has ended. Task reward, 2 free attribute points. When Shen He saw this, his eyes lit up. When the temporary task was triggered before, he didn't pay attention to whether there would be any rewards after completing the task. I didn't expect it to really exist. Although 2 points of free attributes are not many, it is an extra output after all, which is still very good. Then, more small words appeared. Congratulations to the player for killing the 4th order mutant mantis and obtaining +5 free attribute points. The achievement, Fighting Across Levels, has been updated. Fight across levels. Obtained by killing high-level opponents. With this title, you can increase your current attributes by 20% when facing someone stronger than you. This achievement can continue to grow, and the current kills of higher-ranked enemies can increase the level. These were the free attribute points he gained after killing a 4th order mutant mantis. A total of 5 points. All in all, his player panel had accumulated a full 7 points of free attributes. In this way, he is not far from completing the main task and stepping into the real first level. The most important thing is the achievement of Fighting Across Levels. The increase was increased from 15% to 20% of the current attributes. If you complete the main quest in the future, you will get the Earth Dragon set. I'm afraid his attributes will far exceed the first level. Then, Shen He called up his own Martial Artist column. Martial Artist. Current progress, getting started 65%. The progress has increased by a full 15%. Okay. Fight, have fun. Chen He looked at the lines of small words floating in front of him, his face full of joy. In the darkness not far away, several beams of light were approaching, along with the sounds of chaotic footsteps and the voice of Shen He shouting. It was Chen Zhao and others who came quickly after receiving the news. Chapter 33. We are not trashy. I'm here, Tilda. Who is that? Put the flashlight down and don't shine it in my face. It hurts my eyes. Chen He waved his hand with a look of disdain, signaling Chen Zhao and the others to move the flashlight downwards. Chen Zhao and his companions came closer and confirmed that His body was intact, with no missing limbs. Then he said very quickly, "Why are you acting on your own again? If there is any problem with your safety, it will cause a big trouble." An ordinary person specially approved by their South City branch to assist the Bureau in catching murderers. It is not in compliance with regulations in itself, and this matter is subject to special approval. Their deaths were considered martyrdom. But if His life is endangered, it will be a big deal. Whether it is public opinion or laws and regulations, it will cause the Chengnan branch and Chen Zhao himself to get into big trouble. Chen He opened his hand and turned it around, saying, "Isn't this okay? I'm fine." Then he pointed to the female mantis corpse on the ground, and then to the half-eaten male mantis corpse not far away. Said, "After I came in, I found that there were a total of 1.5 mutant mantises here. When I came here, the male was eaten half by the female. It was more cruel than a divorce. It scared me. I slid over, the white knife went in, the green knife came out, and I stabbed the guy to death. Then the female went berserk, and had no choice but to fight back in self-defense, stabbing the female to death as well." Chen Zhao was also relieved to hear that Chen He still had time to joke. Although Shen He said it lightly, looking at the surrounding situation and the miserable condition of the female mantis. He could also see that the battle was probably quite brutal. Chen Zhao looked in the direction that Shen He pointed, and saw that the body of the female mantis was still relatively intact. Although it had been dismembered, the parts could still be put together. However, only the upper body of the male mantis remained, and the lower body was probably in the stomach of the female mantis. It's really miserable. Although he had heard before that female mantises would eat male mantises after mating, this was the first time they had seen it. Moreover, both of them are mutant beasts that are as tall as a person. From this perspective, even if these beasts mutate and gain intelligence, some instincts cannot be changed. This made him feel a little more relaxed. Beside him, Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the female mantis corpse on the ground and said in shock, "This thing is so big. It feels bigger than Master Chen Zhao." He slapped Wu Xiaoxiao on the head and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The other team members were also amazed when they saw the corpse on the ground. Although they all knew that they were facing a mutant beast, the mutant dog at dusk was still within their scope of cognition. But the mutated mantis now was really beyond their expectations. It was as tall as a person, and its sharp forelimbs were like a sharpened knife. No wonder he can cut people in two. Chen He stood aside and warned, "Don't touch the front limbs of this thing. It's quite sharp and almost cut off my engineer shovel." As he spoke, he showed the almost scrapped engineer shovel in his hand. Suddenly, there was another exclamation. After all, this engineer shovel is a good thing, and it is also made with modern technology. Even if they were asked to chop it with a knife, they might not be able to chop it into this shape. This mutant mantis was able to actually chop an engineer shovel into pieces in one blow, so its combat effectiveness is naturally needless to say. Chen Zhao arranged for someone to bring body bags to collect the 1.5 bodies of the mutant mantis. At the same time, notify the bureau to send someone to do a trace identification, take photos and record them, seal them for archiving, and then clear the traces after completion. After all, these things are not suitable for ordinary people to know now. Just hold it down for as long as you can. Suddenly, Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the torn clothes on Chen He's chest and abdomen and exclaimed, "Are you injured? Why aren't you bleeding?" Chen He rolled his eyes at her and said, "Can't you just hope for my good?" Wu Xiaoxiao knew that she had said the wrong thing, so she stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao immediately looked towards the place where Chen His clothes were cut. Through the torn clothes, you can see that the bulletproof vest inside has been cut in half. He took a deep breath and said, "The bulletproof vest is torn." Chen He waved his hand and said, "I'm not injured. Fortunately, I have this bulletproof vest. Otherwise, I would have been ripped open by that bastard. They are very fast and their front limbs are sharp. It is not something that ordinary people can deal with. If we notify you to come here, I think it would be lucky if 1 or 2 of you survive." Hearing this, a strong man who was carrying the corpse said, "We are also professionally trained. This group of people are all good players selected from the South City branch. And some of them are retired from the army. During his tenure, he solved many cases." Although they saw that the mutant mantis was very powerful, they felt dissatisfied when they heard Shen He talk about them like trash. No matter what, they won't end up being wiped out, right? We are not weaklings. Chen He took off the law enforcement recorder on his chest and put it in Chen Zhao's hands. Then he grinned and said, "Go back and review the situation to see how many seconds you can survive under the blade of this female mantis. By the way, study whether you can shoot it with your speed." After hearing what Chen He said, Chen Zhao understood how difficult this mutant mantis was to deal with. He said to the man who spoke, "Shut up and get to work." Chen Zhao turned to look at Chen He and said, "I'm sorry to bother you this time. I will apply to the higher-ups for a reward for helping solve the case. I estimate it will be much more than your last bonus." Chen He smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Captain Chen." Chen Zhao said, "When the matter is done, I will send a car to take you back. I will contact you as soon as the bonus comes in." Chen He waved his hand and said, "No, I can go back by myself. I don't live far away." Chen Zhao was ultimately unable to convince him. After leaving the woods, Chen He took off his battle-damaged bulletproof vest, but his shoes were given to him by Chen Zhao. As for the military dagger, both of them pretended it didn't exist. He is the director anyway, so I don't feel bad if his son sells my land. Besides, they captured 3 mutant beasts in just one day, which was a great achievement. I don't think the director would feel bad about the military dagger. Chen he simply thought this thing was useful. The mutant mantis almost cut his engineering shovel in half, but this was a good thing that the boy who liked to play trick sport at a high price. But this military dagger can compete with the forelimbs of the mutant mantis. And it can easily break armor. You can also carry it with you, which is much more convenient. However, he still planned to wait for a time, perhaps until the reward from the South City branch came down. He had to take the alloy sword that the system rewarded him to the bureau for registration. If he could carry that thing with him, his safety would be greatly improved. However, he still needs to find some time to practice sword skills. I don't know whether the Bajikan passed down by Li Ding's family has the saying of turning the fist into a sword. Chapter 34, Seize the time to improve yourself, rookie. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Zhao and others drove all their way without stopping and went straight to the South City branch. The director received the news and was waiting in front of the main building. Next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. After parking the car, Chen Zhao trotted forward and said, "Director, the mission is successfully completed." The director nodded slightly and said, "Very good, you are worthy of being my capable men. The bones you found today have also been identified. According to the forensic examination, it was probably dragged in by the mutant dog and eaten. There are bite marks all over it. The previous owner had nothing to do with this matter. We have already gone to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau to negotiate. The one next to me is from the Southeast Regional Research Institute. He is responsible for escorting the mutant mantis corpse this time." Chen Zhao heard this and said with a surprised look in his eyes, "As far as I remember, it took less than an hour for the news to come back. In the evening, they sent someone to the airport to take the mutant dog's body away on a special plane. How come there are already people from the research institute coming here at night?" Chen Zhaodao, director, "Which research institute is this from?" The director frowned and said, "Keep it secret. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. There are some units that even I am not qualified to know about." The man in the suit stepped forward, held out his hand and said, "Captain Chen, thank you for your hard work this time." Chen Zhao shook his hand. Then he said, "The body of the mutant mantis is in the car. Do you need help moving it down?" The man in the suit shook his head, "No, just use these 2 cars to take me and the research materials to the airport. There will be a special plane by then. Oh, and I also need to take away Mr. Shen's battle video. This is also a request from above." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao quickly said, "Our bureau also needs to study the battle video to deal with possible changes in the future." His words were very cryptic, but everyone standing here knew it well. The world has changed. When it was discovered that a suspected large wild animal was killing people in the city, and there were more than one case, they can sense this. Especially now that it has been confirmed that these animals have mutated, the tests in the future will be even more severe. They need more experience in dealing with these mutant beasts to reduce their own casualties. The man in the suit smiled and said, "You can make a copy. Of course, this kind of video can only be used for internal review and must not be leaked." After hearing this, Chen Zhao let out a long sigh and nodded, "I understand." Immediately, he came to the director and whispered, "Director, Mr. Shen has helped a lot this time. You have to help bear the pressure from above, and you must not let the enthusiastic citizens feel disappointed. And there are rewards." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the director. The director patted Chen Zhao on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, this person is not only from the research institute, but also from the capital. The latest instructions have been issued for internal circulation only. There are more than one person like Mr. Shen, so don't worry too much. And from today, a temporary order has been issued. For this related incident, there will be a complete set of process specifications and incentive measures, which will be borne by local finances." Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in Chen Zhao's eyes. This time, the above process went unexpectedly fast. Only then did we determine how long the mutant beasts had appeared, and there were actually new instructions. There is even a complete set of procedures. The man in the suit also smiled and said, "Don't worry, Captain Chen, there are many people like Mr. Shen in this world, and through the analysis of the mutant dog and earth dragon incidents, Mr. Shen's strength is only upper middle class. He is safe. If you encounter similar incidents in the future, your cooperation can continue. Chen Zhao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you for telling me." The man in the suit waited until the bureau made a copy of the battle video, then got into the car with the original. Escorted by another team from the bureau, they headed straight to the airport. The director glanced at Chen Zhao and said, "I heard from Xiao that everything went smoothly and no one was injured. Where is the dagger my comrade in arms gave me?" Chen Zhao looked up when he heard this. What dagger? Maybe it was lost in the battle. Upon seeing this, the director kicked him. At night, after Chen he returned home, he could still hear Leilei's live broadcast when passing through the corridor. Especially hearing the other party's continuous thanks. He was filled with emotion. Since the rise of the live streaming industry, the quality of offline content has been getting worse and worse. I don't know how many netizens have been shouting on the internet, calling for the restoration of the real economy and the crackdown on online live streaming. The price, which used to be 2 or 300 yuan, has now increased to 2 or 3,000 yuan. Malicious price gouging. Internet crimes are unforgivable. After returning home, Chen He sat down on the sofa and no longer had the heart to practice the 8th level pole. After 2 consecutive battles, even he is a little tired now. He took off his battle-damaged jacket and threw it aside, then opened his player panel. He already has 3 attributes above level 5, no wonder the reviews say he is very close to level 1. There was also a reminder in the evaluation, asking him not to forget to improve his mental strength. In this case, it's okay if the other 3 attributes are biased, but his mind must not be distracted for a moment, otherwise it will easily affect his control over the body. Look at the 7 free attribute points above. Chen He thought for a moment, then directly increased his spirit by 4, his agility by 2, and his strength by 1, and went all in. The main focus is on finding a balance. With the direct addition of 7 free attribute points, a strange feeling suddenly surged into his body. A tingling and numb feeling came from deep in my bones. Chen He didn't care about being tired and started practicing Sonder routines in the living room. People who often cheat and add points know this. At the critical moment, you have to move and give yourself a fighting feeling. Soon, until the discomfort in his body disappears. He then sat back down on the sofa. Then he opened his player panel and took a look. Player, Shen He. Strength, 7.2. Physical strength, 7.0. Agility, 7.1. Spirit, 7.2. Free attribute points, 0. Skill attribute points, 0. Evaluation, you are already a quasi first level rookie. In this chaotic world, you are still an ant at the bottom. Hurry up and improve yourself. Rookie. Now, he seems not far from the 10 attribute points required for the first level. But overall, 11.5 attribute points are still needed. If it weren't for today's bumper harvest, I'm afraid more free attribute points would be needed. But it's a good thing. After all, the pressure on his next main task, 1, has been decreasing. If he is lucky enough, he can probably reach the first level ahead of time and complete the main mission 1. Shen He prayed silently in his heart. I hope Captain Chen can seize the time and come up with more cooperative projects to gain benefits for himself. Chapter 35 Redefining, Go. The next morning. The first thing Chen He did when he opened his eyes was to check whether the daily tasks had been refreshed. As his attribute points increased, some of his minor ailments had long since disappeared. Now I sleep well, and eat a lot without gaining weight. Good. He glanced at the taskbar and found that the time for daily task 1 had been reduced to 2 days. Soon, this daily task 1 will be completed and will no longer occupy a taskbar. The reward of these 3 free attribute points is now in your hands. However, this thing is really hard to earn. Similar to daily task 1, main task 1 also has a time limit reduced by 1 day. However, according to the current progress, completing the task ahead of schedule is basically a foregone conclusion. So you don't have to worry about the main quest. He was actually looking forward to it after he entered the first level and completed the main task. In addition to the Earth Dragon set that lacks the left arm version, will there be any other rewards? If he guessed correctly, Earth Online appeared as a game template, so there must be something else. Things like shopping malls, battle modes, interactive systems, etc. No matter how high the degree of freedom is, you should still have what you need, right? Then, he lowered his gaze and looked at Daily Task 2. Daily Task 2, Plunderer's Attack. This ruined camp seems to have been targeted by some looters. They want to plunder all the supplies here and even intend to eliminate the official restoration forces and turn this place into a new paradise for monsters. Only by thwarting their conspiracy and trickery can you continue to survive here. Task reward, 3 free attribute points. Chen He looked at the daily task 2 appearing on the light screen in front of him and fell silent. Why does he feel more and more that there is something wrong with this system today? When you are hiding away, shouldn't you turn a deaf ear to the outside world and just stay at home? Why does this damn system ask me to deal with the monster one moment and the predator the next? Is this still the decision of Gua? When others play Assassin's Creed, killing everyone is considered a perfect infiltration. If I have solved all the factors that affect my survival, can I be considered to have succeeded? This system came 2 years early and caused me to have problems. The mental state is even more abstract than that of contemporary netizens. He sighed deeply. But even if we want to get rid of those so-called predators, we have to tell him when the predators will come, right? Daily mission, is he coming today? Chen He first put down the second daily task, and then looked at his martial artist column. Martial artist. Current progress, getting started 66%. His eyes lit up. Wow. How come the price went up by 1 point just after I slept? Could it be that I digested the combat experience again in my dream at night? He stood up and went into the bathroom to wash up briefly. Then I had a cup of black coffee on an empty stomach and started practicing Sonder in the living room. After a quick call, I went downstairs to have breakfast. I have no idea about daily task 2 for now, so just ignore it. I have nothing to do today, so I went to the gym to practice boxing. 11:30 a.m. Leading Sonder training class, inside the training room. Chen He raised his hand and punched Li Ding directly in the abdomen, which made the latter vomit bile. Li Ding took a few steps back and held out his hand, saying, "No more fighting, no more fighting. You are simply not a human being." Today, after having breakfast, Chen He went directly to the training class to practice boxing. Continue to practice muscle memory from the beginning, and slowly start actual combat training with Li Ding. I have to say that Li Ding is indeed very strong. Even though all of Chen His attributes exceeded 7, he almost found an opportunity to hit him in the body. It's a pity that the physical gap between the two is too big. The lack of skills was completely crushed. Even if Li Ding could really hit Shen He, his attack power would not cause any pain to Shen He. But if Chen He punched him, even if he only used 20% of his strength, Li Ding might not be able to withstand it. Li Ding stood there with his back bent, and it took him a long time to calm down. He looked at Shen He with shocked eyes and said, "You are stronger now, and faster than before." The difference in Chen His physical fitness could not be hidden from him at all. But he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why was there such a big improvement when there was only 1 day difference? Could he be the 1 in a million martial arts genius? Chen He gave a thumbs up and said, "Coach Li is still a good teacher. After learning Sonder from you, my physical fitness has improved a lot. My strength is getting stronger and my speed is getting faster." Li Ding waved his hands and said, "Go away, you're saying this, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" He stood up straight and said, "With your current level, I can only teach you some technical things. I can't teach you anything else. Otherwise, return your money." Chen He said, "I signed up for work, how can I quit just like that? Isn't there something I haven't learned yet? Keep it. I'll come here every now and then to practice, and I'll eventually spend it all." This time it was Li Ding's turn to give a thumbs up and said, "Okay, you are rich." Shen He stretched his body a little and said, "Coach Li, do you know swordsmanship? I've been interested in it lately." Li Ding was stunned for a moment, and said, "Why do you want to learn swordsmanship? Western fencing or traditional swordsmanship?" Chen He thought about the alloy sword rewarded by the system and said, "It's the kind passed down by our ancestors." Li Ding touched his chin and said, "That's a big difference. Sword dances, routines, and practical sword techniques are all different. The only thing they have in common is that they are a lot more expensive." Ding dong. The cell phone message sounded. Shen He took out his phone and unlocked it, revealing a bank message. "Your account 9,641 deposited 500,000 yuan of Darshir currency on July 14th, and the available balance is 3,039,689 yuan. P.S. Police mission rewards have been issued." Shen He was stunned. 500,000. Unexpectedly, the reward for this mission was quite generous, which was really beyond his expectations. Li Ding, who was standing next to him, glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. There was a sudden silence. Chen He put away his phone and said, "It's okay if it's a little expensive, but it's best if it can be used in practice. Do you have any teachers or coaches to recommend?" Compared to him, he was searching around like a headless fly. Recommendations from people in the industry like Li Ding are more reliable. Moreover, he could also see that Li Ding had been teaching him seriously during this period of time without hiding anything. Li Ding thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed one, but my childhood friend is now a martial arts director on a film crew, so he may not be able to answer." Shen He said, 100,000. Li Ding's eyes widened before he could finish his words. It was like a duck with its throat pinched. He swallowed and said, "What do you mean? 100,000 a month?" Shen He shook his head and said, 100,000, 10 days. Upon hearing this, Li Ding immediately clenched his fist and hammered his chest, looking heartbroken. Chen He glanced at him and said, "Is it too little?" Li Ding took a breath and said, "It's not too little, but watching that bastard make money is more painful than killing me." Chapter 36 Plan. Seeing Li Ding beating his chest and stamping his feet, Shen He walked up and patted him on the shoulder. He said, "You really are afraid of your brother's hardship, and you are also afraid of your brother driving a Land Rover. Don't think too much. I'll treat you to a meal. You can contact your childhood friend and see if he's willing to earn the 100,000 yuan." Hearing the words, "Please have a meal," Li Ding immediately calmed down. He immediately said, "Okay, where should we eat?" Chen He raised his index finger and said, "I know a pretty good buffet restaurant nearby." Hearing this, Li Ding said with a look of disdain, "Just eat at the buffet." After spending these few days together, the relationship between the two became more and more like old friends who had known each other for many years. "So when it comes to speaking, I don't have any reservations." Shen He said, 288 per person. Li Ding stared and said, "It's so expensive, I have to eat it." Chen He glanced at Li Ding, then took him outside. At this moment, Li Jiaojiao is still teaching female members, so it seems they can only wait until after class to have the staff meal. As Li Ding walked, he contacted his childhood friend on the chat app. Chen He found a group purchase coupon for 1 or 2 people on the internet. After getting the discount, the price instantly dropped from 288 person to 228 person. Saved another $120. It's really like riding a bicycle to the bar. Save where you can and spend where you can. Soon, the two entered the cafeteria. Chen He skillfully took a freshly baked pizza, and then went to find the barbecue chefs to order food. Li Ding listened to Chen his fancy name of the dishes and immediately said, "We don't need that much. We can't finish it." Shen He glanced at him and said, "This is mine. You can order whatever you want. Not everyone eats as little as you do. Thin dog." Li Ding stared at the barbecue chefs and said, "Who are you looking down on?" "Chef, 2 thick-cut steaks and 1 pasta." Chen He grinned, and his taunting tone instantly reached its maximum. Not far away, a waitress looked over here and said to the middle-aged man next to her, "Manager, that customer is here again." The manager said, "I see." The waitress smacked her lips and said, "Every time he comes here, he eats a lot, and the cost is way over the limit." The manager pointed at Li Ding and said, "It's okay. Here comes something inedible. We won't lose money this time." Just then, the receptionist came over with a glass of watermelon juice and looked in the direction the two were looking. Then he said, "Oh, they bought it in a group and saved 120 yuan. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately covered his chest and said, "Fuck." 40 minutes later. Chen He sat there drinking juice leisurely, watching Li Ding eating the last piece of meat. He smiled and said, "If you can't eat, just eat less. You said you have such a small appetite, why did you order so much?" Li Ding struggled to raise his head, and then leaned back on the chair. He said slowly, "What a monster, he is very strong and eats a lot. He can eat as much as 3 or 4 people. By the way, I have made the contact. My childhood friend is willing to take on this job. $100,000, 10 days. Don't worry, he will definitely teach you everything he knows, but he is currently in a nearby crew and probably won't be able to come and teach you in the short term. Do you want to wait for him, or should I help you find someone?" Chen He was stunned for a moment and said, "Don't the nearby crews all go to Hengjian?" Li Ding rubbed his belly and said, real location shooting. I just came out of Hengjian. I plan to stay nearby for half a month. Shen He said, is it far? Li Ding took out his phone and looked at the map, then shook his head, not far, about 100 kilometers, just over in Charnyuan. Chen his eyes lit up and he said, my hometown. I'll go look for him in the next 2 days, you can ask if it's convenient. Li Ding was stunned for a moment and asked, is it so urgent? Chen He smiled and said, it's not too urgent, just going back to visit the grave. He has been out for such a long time and hasn't been home yet, so this time they just happened to get together. Go home and visit the graves to see if there is any smoke coming out of the ancestral tombs. Li Ding tapped the phone screen a few times. After a moment, he looked up and said, okay, he said it's no problem, but because he still has to follow the group, his time is limited every day, so he will give you a cheaper price. Chen He waved his hand and said, no need for cheapness, just teach me. Li Ding lowered his head and operated for a while. Then he said, sure, as long as he stays there for 1 day, he will teach you for 1 day, no extra money. Shen He smiled and said, thank you very much. The two sat there for a while before getting up and leaving. After the two left, the manager came over with a waiter to clean the table. Seeing the plates piled up on the table made me feel even more distressed. 2:30 in the afternoon. Chen He appeared at the South City branch carrying a long package. I happened to meet Chen Zhao at the door. He waved, Captain Chen, here. When Chen Zhao looked up and saw Chen He immediately came over and said with a smile, the reward from the bureau has been sent to your card, right? Chen He nodded and said, yes, it's 500,000 in total. Chen Zhao said, the Earth Dragon and Mutant Dog are 100,000 each, and the Mutant Mantis is 150,000 each. No tax is required. By the way, what are you doing here this time? Chen He took out the package from his back, untied it directly, and said, report it. Chen Zhao took a look and his eyes lit up immediately. He said, wow, good stuff, but you are lucky. If you had come a day earlier, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Shen He was stunned for a moment and asked, what happened? Chen Zhao said mysteriously, there are new rules from above, specifically for those mutant beast incidents. I can't say much, but it's a good thing anyway. He led Shen He all the way inside and said, come on, I'll give you this sword for your reference, so you can carry it in the future. It took no more than 10 minutes. Chen He had an extra certificate in his hand, with the official seal of the South City branch on it. Chen Zhao escorted him all the way out of the South City branch. Outside the South City branch, Shen He glanced at the documents in his hand and scratched his head. So simple? He put away the things, then hailed a taxi and went back to put the alloy sword back. Then I took a car and drove to the nearest 4S store nearby. In the future, I won't even have to go to work, and I might even have to run around. Buying a car will make things a lot more convenient. It took me almost 2 hours to choose. Finally, I chose a Tank 700, which cost about 500,000 yuan. The most important thing is that it is sturdy and durable. What's more, there are cars in stock, and you can drive away by swiping your card. When Chen He finished his dinner and returned to their village in the city, many people turned to look at the new car. Most of the people living in the urban villages are migrant workers. There aren't many workers living here who can afford a car worth around 500,000 yuan. As soon as he parked the car downstairs, he saw Lei walking down the stairs, apparently preparing to have dinner. After seeing the Tank 700 behind Chen He, Lei's eyes suddenly lit up. Just trot over and touch here and there. Then he said, little brother, have you made a fortune? You bought such an expensive car just like that. You're not some rich woman on the list, are you? Your sister even said she would support you after she became famous. Chen He said helplessly, I bought it with the severance pay. I plan to go home for a while tomorrow. Hearing this, Lei looked up at Chen He and said, when you go back this time, will you come back? Shen He nodded and said, of course I'll come back. After all, this city is densely populated, and the probability of encountering various mutant beasts is definitely higher than in my hometown. If he doesn't come back, how can he save the world? Chapter 37 The Light of Righteousness. After hearing Chen his words, Lei's expression became noticeably happier. She waved her hand and said, I'm going to eat. I have a live broadcast later in the evening. I can't go hungry. Shen He waved his hand and said, goodbye. Watching Lele walking out of the alley, Chen He locked the car and went upstairs. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, he returned to the village in the city. Until now, he still had no clue on how to complete daily task 2. After all, this thing is too vague and there is not even a single clue to be found. And the predators? These days, biker gangs have disappeared for more than a decade, so where do these predators come from? Could it be that he was lucky enough to encounter a home robber? Shen-He shook his head and went straight upstairs. I guess that daily task 2 cannot be completed this time. I just don't know if a new task will be refreshed tomorrow. If I don't refresh the task, it would be a big loss. After Chen-He went upstairs, he started practicing the 8th level pile in the hall. The 8th level pile can not only slowly increase his personal attributes, but also improve the progress of the martial artist. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He will go back to his hometown early tomorrow morning. Let's see if after learning swordsmanship from Li Ding, can I improve my progress as a martial artist faster. By the way, take a look at what kind of daily tasks can be triggered in your hometown. Wait until about 11 o'clock at night. Chen-He slowly finished his practice and went into the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he lay down on the bed. But before he fell asleep, he heard a slight sound coming from the door. It sounded like someone was tinkering with his door lock. Chen-He immediately sat up from the bed and walked quietly to the hall, making sure that someone outside was fiddling with the door lock. He stood behind the door. These days, I haven't seen anyone breaking into a house for a long time. If Zhao Hu and Wang Long had not been sent in by him, he would have thought that it was them who were causing trouble again. The key is that I am still at home. With a click, the door lock opened. Someone outside pushed open the door cautiously and walked in quietly. Seeing this, Shen-He couldn't help but touch his chin. He is really a burglar. But my buddy is still at home, and you just came in. Didn't you mark the spot first? The local thieves are too unprofessional. He pushed the door open casually. Bang! The door closed instantly, making a loud noise. The thief, who had just walked to the sofa, was startled. He turned around hurriedly and shone the flashlight towards the door. The next moment, as Chen-He pressed the switch on the wall, the whole room lit up instantly. Chen-He looked at the thief in front of him, who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, with dyed yellow hair, and was looking at him nervously. He ignored the thief's gaze, took out his cell phone and made a call. Captain Chen, I'm sorry to call you so late. I caught a petty thief here. Do you want to send someone to pick him up? After hearing what Chen-He said, the yellow-haired boy immediately took out a folding knife from his pocket. Seeing this, Chen-He frowned slightly. After saying a few words to the person on the other end of the phone, he hung up. He looked at the yellow-haired boy in front of him with a serious look and said, Boy, do you know that there is a huge difference between burglary and robbery? The yellow-haired boy said in a trembling voice, I can't be caught. Make way, or I. Before he could finish his words, he felt a figure suddenly appear in front of him. I saw Shen-He raised his hand and made a big gesture. With a slap, the yellow-haired boy fainted and fell on the sofa instantly. He bent down, picked up the folding knife, and threw it on the table beside him. Daily task 2 completed. Free attribute points +3. Looking at the small words that suddenly appeared in front of him, Shen-He couldn't help but be stunned. He looked down at the yellow-haired boy, then looked at the small words in front of him, and his expression began to become a little strange. This is the kind of stuff you see, a predator. Do they also want to plunder all supplies and even plan to eliminate the official forces for restoring the country? Sure enough, he shouldn't have any expectations for the abstract tasks issued by the abstract system. However, these 3 free attribute points are still quite good. At least it's easy to take. Less than 15 minutes into the call, someone knocked on the door. Chen-He walked up to open the door and said in surprise, Captain Chen, you actually came here in person. Are you so dedicated? Chen Zhao's face darkened and he said, What are you talking about? I have always been very dedicated. Wu Xiaoxiao jumped out from behind Chen Zhao and said, Master, this kid is even worse at speaking than I am. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhao slapped Wu Xiaoxiao on the head. Shut up. Wu Xiaoxiao covered her head with her hands, looking aggrieved, but she dared not say anything. Chen Zhao glanced at the yellow-haired boy lying on the sofa in the hall and said, It's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Xiao Xiao, go wake him up. I'll take a brief note for Mr. Shen. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoxiao immediately walked around. He came to the sofa, glanced at the yellow-haired boy, and carefully handcuffed his hands behind his back. Then he patted the latter's head and said, "Wake up, don't sleep anymore, sleep later." The yellow-haired boy woke up in a daze, and the first thing he saw was Wu Xiaoxiao squatting in front of him in uniform. He immediately struggled to escape. But his hands were handcuffed behind his back, so he couldn't exert any strength and couldn't even stand up from the sofa. Wu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly, "Don't struggle, these new rose gold handcuffs are very sturdy." She stood up and used her strength to help the yellow-haired boy stand up. On the other side, Chen Zhao's statement was also completed. He glanced at the red slap mark on the yellow-haired boy's face and couldn't help but grin. It must be painful if it's this red. The yellow-haired boy looked at Chen Zhao and said quickly, "Officer, before you take me away, can you please have someone give my brother some food? He still hasn't found a meal for tomorrow." After the words fell, everyone in the field was stunned. Chen Zhao glanced at him and said, "Okay, tell me the address and I'll send it to him later. But since you failed in your burglary attempt, you have to stay inside for a while." The yellow-haired boy was silent for a moment, then said, "Well, can you please ask the police officer to find an orphanage for my brother? I won't be able to take care of him if I go in, and I'm afraid he will die outside." Chen Zhao frowned and asked, "Where are your parents?" The yellow-haired boy shook his head and said, "We had a fight and haven't been back for a few years. I picked up this brother. His father and stepmother don't care about him, so I let him follow me." Shen he coughed lightly and said, "Didn't you teach him any survival skills?" The yellow-haired boy said with a firm look in his eyes, "I have taken the wrong path, and my life is ruined, but he can't take the same path." At this moment, the light of righteousness seemed to shine on the earth. Chapter 38 Escape from Xiangxiang City. The light of righteousness shines on the earth, clearing up every dark place. Wu Xiaoxiao, turn off the music. Oh! Hearing his master's voice, Wu Xiaoxiao turned off the music on his phone and stood aside obediently, like a punching bag. Chen Zhao turned around and glared at her fiercely. Then he said to the yellow-haired young man, "I will hurry up to verify your situation. If it is true, our South City branch will handle it properly. Don't worry." The yellow-haired young man nodded repeatedly, "Thank you, officer." Chen Zhao glanced at Shen He and said, "Mr. Shen, since everything is fine, we will leave first and not disturb your rest." Chen He waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Chen." "Goodbye, Captain Chen." Wu Xiaoxiao bared her teeth and asked, "What about me?" Chen He said, "Oh," and said, "You've worked hard too, bye-bye too." Hearing this, Wu Xiaoxiao angrily took the yellow-haired young man downstairs. Chen Zhao followed them and made a phone call to verify what the yellow-haired young man said. After they left, Shen He looked at the door lock. Fortunately, although the boy was not very professional, his moral standards were good, and at least he did not break the lock. You don't have to find someone to change the locks yourself, and you won't be troubled by the landlady. He closed the door, locked it, and went back to his room to rest. Soon, a night passed. Early morning. Chen He sat up from the bed, stretched his shoulders and neck, then skillfully opened the system panel and looked at the taskbar. Daily task 1 can be completed early the day after tomorrow. By then, he will have 3 more free attribute points. Very nice. As for the main mission 1, the deadline was reduced by another day, but he didn't care at all. There is no other reason, because the values increase fast enough. The martial artist column actually increased by 2 percentage points, reaching 68%. Could it be because he has been practicing the 8th level stance diligently these days? Well, God rewards hard work. That being said, he should be able to reach the level of a 1st level martial artist soon. After completing this task, the reward is the initial chapter of Complete Solution to Martial Arts, which sounds very impressive. By then, the profession of martial artist will be fully activated, right? Shen He yawned and turned his attention to daily task 2. After seeing the small words clearly, he stopped yawning, opened his mouth, and drooled almost out. Daily task 2, Escape from Xiangxiang City. The 2nd level cave next door is about to erupt. You haven't even reached the 1st level yet. If you stay here, you will only die. Let us leave. Escape from the city and come back after the stabilization period. Task time limit, 6 hours. Mission reward, survival guide unlocked version. Shen closed his mouth with his hands, but his eyes were still a little glazed. I just planned to go back to my hometown for a while yesterday, but today's daily task 2 became escaping from Xianxiang City. Is it a coincidence, or is the system playing tricks on itself? The former is better, but if it is the latter, I have scolded it so many times. It won't hold a grudge, right? Chen He shuddered violently, then coughed lightly, clasped his hands together and bowed in all directions. He was mumbling something in his mouth, but I couldn't tell what he was saying. After a moment, after he calmed down, he got up and went into the bathroom to wash up briefly. After washing up, he sat down on the sofa. I was struggling with this for a long time. It is better to classify this daily task as a coincidence. After all, this system can be abstracted to the point of arriving 2 years in advance, so what else can't happen? Then, he turned his attention to the mission reward. Survival Guide Unlocked Edition. Survival guides are easy to understand, just like a doomsday survival guide or a guide to traveling through the northern Song dynasty. Probably to teach myself how to survive. But what is this unlocked version? Could it be that there is an unlocked version of this thing? If this is true, then my abstract evaluation of the system is really appropriate. Shen He sighed, stood up and made a cup of black coffee. Finished it in one gulp. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he directly added all 3 free attribute points to physical strength. In an instant, the value in the body reached 10 points. Chen He only felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some changes, as if it started from his bones. Then the internal organs, blood, skin and flesh, all the cells were rejoicing. He suppressed the discomfort and stood on the 8th level in the hall. I hope to use the 8th level pile to calm myself. It has to be said that what our predecessors have summarized is somewhat useful. At least when he stands on the 8th level, he can control his body. This feeling, similar to the evolution of life, comes quickly and goes away quickly. When this special feeling disappeared, Chen He slumped down on the sofa. He opened his player panel. Player, Shen He. Strength, 7.2. Physical strength, 10. Agility, 7.1. Spirit, 7.2. Free attribute points, 0. Skill attribute points, 0. Evaluation, your single value has reached the 1st level, and life has begun to evolve. However, in this chaotic world, you are still an ant at the bottom. Hurry up and improve yourself. Let us join the glorious evolution together. Looking at the comments below, Shen He was speechless. And join in the glorious evolution. Do you think you are Victor? Ku tilde. My stomach growled and a horrible feeling of hunger came over me. At this moment, Chen He felt like he could eat a whole cow. He quickly packed some clothes, took his sword and went downstairs. I walked to the car, unlocked it, opened the back door, and threw the things in, all in one go. Then he sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, stepped on the accelerator and drove straight out. I arrived at the breakfast shop at the entrance of the urban village and ordered everything I could. The carbohydrates came first, including xiaolong babo, fried pancakes, scallion pancakes, deep-fried dough sticks, and fried cakes. Soon the table was covered with them. Chen He ate 3 xiaolong babo in one bite and started to devour them. 20 minutes later, he picked up the soy milk in front of him and drank it all, and the hunger in his stomach completely disappeared. Shen He sat on the small bench and breathed a sigh of relief. Cool. He stood up, ignoring the boss and his wife's looks as if they were monsters, bought a few more bottles of water, scanned the code to pay, and left. Then he drove towards his hometown. The system gave him 6 hours to leave Xianxiang City, which was more than enough time. At this point, we have already avoided the morning rush hour. So there was not much traffic jam along the way. After only driving for an hour and a half, he successfully left the urban area of Xianxiang City and drove on the highway home. The moment it left Xianxiang City. Daily Task 2 completed. The reward has been issued, please open the system panel to view. Chapter 39 Returning Home. At the edge of the road, Shen He slowly parked the car into a roadside parking space before summoning the light screen. Well, security awareness is very strong. After all, if you drive in an unsafe manner, your loved ones will shed tears. His great life had just begun, how could he let such a small thing get the chance to get him away? On one side of the system light screen, there is an additional column of Survival Guide Unlocked version. He thought for a moment and opened the survival guide. Then there was a flash of light, so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. After a moment, he looked at the survival guide in front of him and couldn't help but touch his chin with a suspicious expression. What the hell is this? It looks like a dialog box with specific functions written on the side, which is somewhat simple. Shen leaned over and took a closer look. After reading it, he immediately made a tactical retreat. Isn't this just selling dog meat under the guise of selling mutton? It is called a survival guide, but in fact it is a combination of encyclopedia plus narration plus identification and other functions. Bad news, it's a patchwork freak. Good news, everything that can be sewn has been sewn. You pay attention to safety awareness when driving and obey traffic rules, which is good. But, now is the end of the world. Monsters are everywhere in this wilderness. You actually parked your car outside the safe zone. This does not comply with the first rule of the survival guide, which is to rest in a safe area. I seem to smell the breath of monsters. The underground caves are blooming. The monster nests are about to move out. If you don't take action now, you will be compressed and discharged as the excrement of a monster in 3 days, making an outstanding contribution to the fertility of the land. He looked at the few lines of small words that quickly appeared in the survival guide, and his face instantly darkened. He cursed as he shifted gears, honked the horn, turned the steering wheel, then stepped on the accelerator and drove out. What the hell is this? The system bullied me before it came, and it still bullies me after it comes. So the system has come in vain. Just make some sarcastic remarks whenever you have time. It's okay to just play with abstraction, but how can it become so stupid? As a weak survivor, you should correct your mentality. An irrational mind will cause immeasurable consequences. He looked at the line of small words that appeared in front of him and was so angry that he laughed. Then he drove towards his hometown with his head down. Not long after, he arrived at the town where he grew up. After not being back for a few years, this place has become somewhat unrecognizable to him. It seems to be a little more prosperous than a few years ago. We drove through the town and soon left it, and it took another few minutes to reach the village. The village has also changed a lot. From his memory, when he was very young, the road became muddy in rainy years. When he was in middle school, the dirt road was compacted and covered with a layer of gravel. Then, there was the ordinary road that was paved when he was in high school. Now when I come back, the roads in the village have become asphalt roads, the sewers are also connected, and every household has a gas stove installed. This development speed is really fast. He drove the car slowly on the road and began to recall the past in his mind. It was noon and there were not many people on the street. He drove quickly to his home, a 2-story villa that had been built only a few years ago. It's a pity that not long after the house was built, I was the only one left at home. He parked the car in the garage, then took out the key, opened the big iron door somewhat awkwardly, and walked in. The doors and windows are well sealed and not too dirty, but there is a musty smell as if no one has lived there for a long time. He opened all the doors and windows for ventilation, and then started cleaning. When it was time for dinner, there was suddenly a noise outside the door. Someone entered the yard, came to the door, and tilted his head to look inside. After seeing he immediately said with surprise, "Brother Chen, it's really you. Did you just come back today?" He glanced back and his eyes suddenly lit up. Shendali is considered to be his relative. However, our relationship was a bit distant, but fortunately I lived nearby, and I always followed him around when I was a child. Even though he went to Xiangxiang City to develop in recent years, he never lost contact with her. He threw the broom in his hand directly over. Said, "Yes, I just came back. You came just in time. Come with me to do the cleaning. When we are done, I will take you to town for a good meal." Shendali didn't care and just picked up the broom and started working. "Brother Shen, how many days will you stay this time?" "I estimate that I will stay for about half a month and then go back after the Ghost Festival." "That's great, and I can also see the excitement in the village. Recently, a film crew came to the village to film, which is quite rare." "The village? What's worth taking pictures of in the village?" "Hey, don't underestimate our village. After all, we are a well-off village. Many leaders have come here, and leaders from villages and towns in the surrounding area have come here to conduct research." "So what are they filming?" "The cornfield." It really is a shot of a cornfield. The two of them worked in the room for nearly an hour before they cleaned the two-story villa thoroughly. Shindali patted his waist and said, "Brother Shen, are we really going to the town to eat later?" Shinhee nodded and said, "Well, go wash your hands, I'll take you to town for dinner." Shindali said, "Okay, then I'll go home and ride my bike, and take you with me." Chenhee smiled and said, "Why ride a bike? I'll drive you there. Tell your family that you won't be home for lunch." Hearing this, Shindali's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "You bought a car?" Shinhee nodded, then took Shindali to the garage. Shindali looked at the brand new Tank 700 with envy on his face. He walked up to it and touched it while saying, "This car doesn't look cheap. It seems that people with education can make more money." Shinhee asked Shindali to get in the car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove straight towards the town. Finally, we chose a lamb rib restaurant in the town and ordered more than 10 pounds of meat. Shindali initially wanted to persuade Shinhee to eat less, but after seeing how fast Shinhee ate, he immediately shut up. The two of them spent an hour eating this meal. Shinhee also learned a lot of gossip in the village. For example, someone's eldest son was in jail for a month for drunk driving, which almost drove his family crazy. Friends and relatives were all looking for him and even called the police. After calling the police, they found out that the boy had been detained in a detention room for a month for drunk driving. When he came out, his face was pale and he had lost dozens of pounds. There was also a son-in-law who had drunk a few glasses of wine when he came back and was checked at the entrance of the village. It cost several $1,000s to find someone to resolve the issue. There is also the film crew that came to film near the village recently. The actresses there are more beautiful than each other, but they are not very famous. They didn't know any of them. After eating, Shindali rubbed his stomach and said, "Brother Shen, how come you have become such a big eater after being in the city for a few years?" Shinhee stretched his body and said, "I've been exercising recently and eating a little too much." As he said this, he stood up to pay the bill and bought a bottle of wine. Shindali scratched his head and said, "If you want to drink, come to me. The old man at home has so much wine hidden. I'll get a bottle when I get home, and we can drink it together." Shinhee patted his shoulder and said, "It's not for me to drink, it's for the elders. I haven't come back to see them for so many years. I'll chat with them today, so that they won't recognize me when they visit their graves in a few days." Chapter 40 Smoke Rising from the Ancestral Grave. "Second uncle, are you going to the fields?" "This is my brother Chen's car. I just came back from Xiangxiang City and plan to stay in my hometown for a while." "Really? I knew brother Shen could do it when I was little." "Auntie, have you eaten?" "I just ate lamb ribs with brother Shen in town. I was so full." "You forgot, this is my second uncle Shenhar, my brother Shen." As soon as he entered the village, Shindali sat in the passenger seat, opened the car window and started chatting with the uncles and aunts at the information distribution center at the entrance of the village. Shinhee even deliberately slowed down the car so that he could say a few more words. After returning, Shinhee parked the car in the garage. Then he carried the bottle of wine he bought from the restaurant and walked towards his home. Speaking of which, he was quite lucky. When the land was transferred a few years ago, the land with the Shen family's ancestral tomb was allocated to his family. Shindali followed Shinhee and took him to the field. The corn is now as tall as a person, and he is worried that Shinhee will not be able to recognize his own field and will take the wrong path. After all, during the years when Shinhee was not at home, the land was given to Shindali's family to cultivate. The friendly price is 100 yuan per acre per year. The main reason is that I don't want to let such a good land go to waste. Suddenly, Shindali looked at a cornfield not far away, where wisps of green smoke were rising. He exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Shen, there is smoke coming out of your ancestral grave." Shinhee was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said, "Fuck, it's really smoking." The two of them hurriedly ran towards the cornfield. Shinhee was moving very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the cornfield and rushed towards his ancestral grave. As soon as I arrived at the ancestral grave, I saw a few grown men squatting nearby smoking. After seeing Shinhee, the men who were smoking were stunned and the atmosphere in the scene suddenly became a little awkward. After a moment, one of the men stood up, took out a cigarette and handed it over. He said, "Brother, would you like to have a smoke?" At this time, Shindali also rushed in. After seeing those men, he immediately frowned. "Aren't you from the nearby film crew? Why are you here?" Smoking in a cornfield, what do you think? The faces of several men turned red after hearing what Shindali said. The man who handed over the cigarette said awkwardly, "We just want to find a quiet place to rest." The man next to him also said, "There are more and more female actors in the crew, it's too noisy." Shindali frowned and said, "You can't smoke here. And you're smoking on someone else's grave." "What? Do you want to burn incense with the cigarette?" Upon hearing this, Shinhee coughed lightly. Then he pointed to the 3 cigarettes lit on the grave and said, "It's already on, but my family doesn't smoke." After these words were spoken, the men became even more embarrassed. "I originally just wanted to find a quiet place to smoke a cigarette and take a rest." Unexpectedly, he was caught red-handed by the real owner. The leading man said, "I'm sorry, we'll leave now." Having said that, he quickly led the others outside. Seeing this, Shindali also said, "Brother Shin, since we have found the place, I will go back first and find you later." Shinhee waved his hand. After Shindali left, he sat directly beside the grave and opened the wine he brought. I broke off a corn stalk from the side and drew a circle in front of the grave. Then he poured wine into the circle while mumbling something. In general, I have simply recounted what has happened in recent years. But still talked for a long time. After saying this, he seemed to heave a sigh of relief and instantly felt a lot lighter. By the time he walked out of the cornfield, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a burst of noise coming from the distance. He turned around and saw that it was the crew that Shindali mentioned, and they had already started work. There were also many villagers gathered outside to watch the fun. I don't know what kind of drama it is, it's weird that it came to this place. He just took a look from a distance and then walked towards home. In front of it, the small font of the survival guide appeared again. Gathering in the wild is the stupidest behavior in the apocalypse. I seem to see a pile of future monster feces polluting the land. Shinhee. He finally understood that this doomsday guide was quite vicious. I don't know if it's because it's unlocked or if he's just naturally so sharp-tongued. When He returned home, he took out some bedding from the closet and started making the bed. Thanks to my mother's cleverness, all the bedding was wrapped with plastic film before being put into the closet. So it is still relatively clean and can at least last for 10 days or half a month. It's just that there's nothing to eat at home. If you want to eat something, you have to go to town to buy it. Fortunately, takeout delivery is now available in the town. When he went home today, he saw a delivery guy riding a motorcycle with 2 small flags on it, playing loud music and happily delivering takeout. Perhaps because he had eaten a lot at noon, he was not too hungry now. He started standing on the 8th level pile directly at home. It was around 6 o'clock. Shindali's voice came from outside the door, "Brother Shin, come to my house for dinner." He woke up from the 8th level pile and took a look at his martial artist panel. The progress increased by another point. It has reached 69%. He walked out the door, without any courtesy, and followed Shindali to his house for dinner. After all, there is only my page left in the household registration book. He has always been eating at Shindali's house. This time when he went, he also brought a bottle of wine that his father had hidden. Originally, I planned to wait until he got married before opening the bottle. It's a pity that they didn't get to wait until then. After dinner, when I returned home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Although he reeked of alcohol, he did not seem drunk at the moment. He even stood on the 8th level pile for 2 hours before washing up and falling asleep. Early the next morning, he sat up from the bed and yawned. Before his eyes, the small words of the survival guide began to flash again. "How do you sleep at your age?" Still in this environment, I slept like a well-fed dead pig, violating the 38th rule of the survival guide and having no vigilance at all. "I am worried about your future." Seeing this, he couldn't help but yawn again, and then began to look at the taskbar. The time limit for daily task 1 has been reduced again. Tomorrow morning, he will be able to obtain 3 free attribute points, and then he can raise 1 attribute to 10 points, reaching the 1st level standard. It can also free up a daily taskbar, which is a happy thing. As for the main mission 1 and the side mission 1, there are not many changes. I want to say more. He lowered his gaze to daily task 2, wanting to know what kind of daily tasks he would be able to get after returning home. The next second, his eyes widened. This mission, why does it feel more abstract?